ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. US and Israeli warplanes are stepping up their attacks on Iran amid reports of some of the heaviest bombing of the war so far. Here's Ali Crew.
Explosions have been reported across the Iranian capital, with the Israeli military saying it's begun a new wave of strikes. US President Donald Trump says only unconditional surrender will end the war and that he wants to see an acceptable leader appointed for the country. But Iran's ambassador to the UN, Amir Saeed Iravani, says Iran will not allow foreign interference.
The selection of Iran's leadership will take place strictly in accordance with our constitutional procedures and solely by the will of the Iranian people.
He says Iran will continue to defend itself, with nearly every country in the Middle East reporting damage from Iranian drone and missile strikes.
US President Donald Trump has met with executives from 7 American defense firms as he looks to boost weapons manufacturing. It comes as the Pentagon looks to replenish its supplies of missiles and other arms drawn down by the war with Iran. US officials say the Pentagon has been struggling to reach terms with the large defense contractors. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Mr. Trump wants to dramatically boost US weapons stockpiles.
The purpose of it is to talk about the president's aggressive and fierce support for rapidly increasing the ability of U.S. manufacturers to produce American-made weapons, which we know are the best in the world. The president signed an executive order on this earlier this year. This is a long-held policy objective of this administration.
Federal opposition leader Angus Taylor says he's proud of the Australian military personnel on board a US submarine that sank an Iranian warship near Sri Lanka. Yesterday, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese confirmed 3 Australian personnel were on board the US attack submarine as part of the AUKUS agreement. In a speech at the Liberal Party of New South Wales Council meeting, Mr Taylor has lauded them.
I'm incredibly proud of the Australians who are serving on US submarines and other vessels right now. Their service and our support for our allies is about protecting our way of life.
A major evacuation is getting underway in the Top End, where 400 people are being airlifted from the flood-affected community of Daly River, west of Katherine. The Katherine River is expected to reach its peak later tonight, and forecasters say the rapidly rising Daly River will hit major flood levels this evening and exceed previous peaks. Residents of Nayu Daly River were on standby for evacuations yesterday, and NT Incident Controller Sean Gill says emergency plans were activated this morning.
We are currently organising a large-scale helicopter retrieval of approximately 400 people from the community with an end state of ending up in Foskis Pavilion. That planning is underway and we hope to have that started shortly today.
The New South Wales Crime Commission says it expects a lengthy legal process to follow now that it has control over tens of millions of dollars worth of assets linked to corrupt former politician Eddie Obeid. Mr Obeid, his son Moses Obeid and former mining minister Ian MacDonald were jailed in October 2021 for conspiring over a lucrative coal mining licence. The granting of the licence on a property owned by the Obeid family in the Hunter Valley netted them $30 million that has never been recovered. Crime Commissioner Stephen Demento says a Supreme Court order means the Commission now has control over properties in Western Sydney belonging to the Obeid Corporation.
Look, the restraining order cert is really critical, but it's really just the first step. There's still a great deal of work in front of us to extract those funds from those properties and return it to New South Wales taxpayers. However, we can now undertake the work knowing that Obeid's have no power over those assets and no way of profiting from selling them to pocket the cash.
The SA Greens have slammed comments from One Nation candidate Corey Bernardi, who told the ABC he stands by a controversial statement he made almost 14 years ago, linking gay marriage to the social acceptance of bestiality. Mr Bernardi told the Senate in 2012 that the next step to marriage equality could be polygamy or bestiality, while arguing against a law change to legalise same-sex marriage. Greens MLC Robert Sims says Mr Bernardi's comments were wrong and offensive when initially made, and wrong and offensive today. And New South Wales consumers have been compensated more than $100,000 after investigators uncovered odometer tampering. Fair Trading says the odometers of 10 cars were wound back by 2 million kilometres in separate cases, with 3 people receiving community correction orders. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Listen.
A flash of lightning illuminating.
Classic books brought back to life through the voices of a new generation.
I'm Dacre Montgomery, and this is Frankenstein.
Search for Frankenstein, an ABC timeless audiobook, only on ABC Listen.
Hi, it's Mackenzie Arnold. I'm Caitlin Ford. It's Alana Kennedy.
Hi, I'm Claire Hunt from the Matildas.
Get behind the Tillies with ABC Sport for the AFC Women's Asian Cup Australia 2026. Go to Tillies! Live and ad-free on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren's sound, here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Well, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's the bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Opening round continues in the broad open space of the Sydney Showground out here at Sydney Olympic Park. Our next fixture on the AFL's opening weekend comes our way in the next hour or so. And it's great to have you staying with us here on ABC Sport for your Saturday of AFL footy. It's the Greater Western Sydney Giants and Hawthorn to do battle here in our twilight fixture, as they did about 6 months ago in the elimination final. That was the Giants' last appearance because they were vanquished out of the finals picture despite being a 16-win team in 2025. Adam Kingsley begins year number 4 with already an unenviable injury list, and they meet the Hawks, who are keen to stay hot after being in the Final Four last campaign. My name is Brett Sprigg. This is ABC Sport, and for the first time this season, Daniel Garb is alongside me. Hello, Garby.
Hello, Spriggy. Delighted to be so good that footy is back, and the opening round fixture, the second in Sydney for the weekend, we welcome with open arms, of course, because we look forward to this fixture, a replay of that elimination final from last season. We'll wait and see if the Giants can find a way to overcome the Hawks, who stung them in that seesawing encounter, which was so gripping. And how on earth they find a way to get past them. So many strong narratives in this game. You mentioned the Giants' injury disaster, which has certainly been the case throughout pre-season. They've been the hardest hit of any club. So how do they overcome that? Clayton Oliver's debut, of course, and then the Hawks' midfield issues. James Warple's gone. They could ill afford to lose Will Day considering that. So how do they overcome it and stay up there with the best teams in the competition yet again? They've always managed to prove people wrong since Sam Mitchell's come on board. And that'll be a close watch again today.
Now, Garvey, we're here in position nice and early. We're on standby for Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington, who will be here joining us for the game in just over an hour's time. And Phil Pryor on the boundary as well. We'll hear from throughout the afternoon as well. Some special guests will go inside both camps, including a very important guest in just a few moments' time, Dave Matthews, the Giants CEO, to join us in just a matter of seconds. So that all still to come. You can text us, as always, 0437 774 774. Conditions here, it's muggy. It is one of those early autumn, hot, humid Sydney days. Very heavy cloud cover all of a sudden as well. So we are on storm watch in some ways, because we are expecting maybe a bit of a thunderstorm despite the very warm conditions. The heat policy will be in effect, so longer breaks at quarter time and three-quarter time, and extra water carriers permitted due to the hot and muggy conditions here in Sydney. About 32 degrees last I checked, so it is a very warm day, of course, as you might expect when you start the year on March 7. We've had a couple of big, well, I'll say blowout results to start opening round so far, with wins to the Swans and Gold Coast. I expect, Garby, we may see here a slightly closer one. Last year's elimination model was 19 points the Hawks' way. The past 8 games between these two sides, we've seen 4 margins of 12 points or less. Average margin 11.75. So I hope that things are closer for our own sake today.
You would imagine so. Yes, a lot of people have perhaps downplayed the Giants' hopes because of their injury concerns, but there's still a lot of talent in this team, most notably Jesse Hogan, the spearhead, who cuts a lone figure out on the ground at the moment. The only player out there doing his visualisation stuff inside 50.
Our first guest has joined us here at the Sydney Showground. It is the CEO of the Giants, and Dave Matthews. Hello, Dave.
Great to see you, Brett. Daniel.
Hello, Dave. Good to see you.
Are you excited?
Yeah, very excited. Very excited. I just said to someone on the way in the lift here that it feels like we just drove out of the ground for that final. So it's gone quickly, the pre-season, and it's a good thing it has, because we're sort of itching to get back at Hawthorn today.
But we're always keen to explore the significance of opening round, and I suppose we've heard the likes of the Gold Coast and Brisbane, of course, your crosstown rivals here, Sydney. They've been in some ways critical of maybe the lack of exposure that opening round has had for them, at least. Are you satisfied with how it's been promoted, I suppose, across the last few years, but particularly this year?
Yeah, I think the concept's a really good one, and Andrew Dillon's here today, and it's one of the early decisions he made as CEO to actually decide to bring some of these fixtures forward. I mean, that sometimes gets talked about as though they're additional games or something. They're actually just games that are brought forward, and in this city in particular, when NRL and others are starting early, you've actually got to try to get some attention. So we're really pleased about it. I think a lot of the promotion and I guess momentum out of that idea of opening round comes down to us and our team. And is there excitement about the footy team? We've got a great stadium. Are we bringing forward membership demand? So I think it's a great concept, and we certainly think that it's helped us again already this year.
It's the third year of it. Do you feel like you have maximised all of those metrics that you just spoken about off the back of the opening round concept?
I think so. Look, we've seen in the first 2 years, Daniel, that our membership purchases and momentum's been brought forward and actually grown. So we've surpassed 30-odd thousand 4 years in a row, 4 years of a membership record. We think we'll get to 40,000 this year. We're expecting a very good crowd today, albeit that the weather's going to be a factor, we think. But I think it'll just continue to build. And Andrew Dillon's certainly someone who listens to the notion that a lot of the events that the AFL have developed over time have been in the southern states. There've been a lot of big games at the MCG. There's been, charity games played in Victoria. There's Gather Round in South Australia. Now we've got State of Origin that was played in WA. So this is really important to us.
So do you like the concept as it is now? Obviously, they've reworked it with the game to come in Melbourne tomorrow, and I guess there's a bit more of the slice of the pie there. But do you like it the way it is? How would you, perfect the opening round concept?
No, I do like it. I think the one thing that needs to be embedded, Brett, is just that the prime time slots need to be set aside for the clubs in New South Wales and Queensland. So I think the beauty of Collingwood being as old as they are and with the supporter base, you can really play them anywhere. So Sunday night against St Kilda, I guess that's going to be one of the bigger home and away crowds that St Kilda's experienced. So I don't mind games being played in other states. I just think as long as there's some real attention and focus on Sydney in particular.
Injuries, Dave. Never a kind word in footy, and you've been hit really hard in the pre-season. Tom Green, the biggest of them all. Sam Taylor out for a while. Toby Bedford. Josh Kelly's already missing. Aaron Cadman's out for a couple more weeks, and there's a few more with them. How do you guys deal with that emotionally? Because there must be a process there to try and park it and get on with the job at hand, but also accept it. How have you dealt with that? Because you have been hit really hard.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. It certainly is. Tom Harley was saying during the week that he thinks February's the worst month of the year because, all the clubs are probably getting towards the end of pre-season and you're hoping you don't get injuries. In our case in particular, and I think you might have been there, that we actually had a board meeting on the morning of the intra-club game where Tom Green got hurt. And the board, we got alerted to, we just looked out the window and you could see that he was down and we're thinking, don't tell me. that. So you got the full board there, the full exec, and Adam Kingsley 20 minutes earlier had just presented on how the pre-season had gone and how he saw the best lineup, and he was obviously talking about the new leadership with Tom as a vice captain, and in the space of 15 minutes we then lost Bedford, so we lose Green, lose Bedford, we lost Sam Taylor a day later. It was almost like his presentation was jinxed, so I've told him he's never welcome at another board meeting and stop putting magnets up on a board, but it's been disappointing. I think it is a war of attrition, and you don't like having injuries at the start of the year, but certainly if you had a choice, you'd prefer them now than later. Tom's a shattering one because I think he should have been All-Australian last year. He's one of the best midfielders in the game. He's an emerging leader for us, so really shattered for him. But it gives an opportunity. Jaden Laverde has proven to be a great acquisition under the circumstances where you lose Sam Taylor and Clayton Oliver the same. So a lot to look forward to today, I think.
Oliver's a boom recruit in any language anyway because of what he's done in his career already, but does it change his role? Is there added significance now on his role given the Tom Green absence?
I think there was a bit of debate, maybe more externally than internally, but how are the two of them going to coexist? And then you get this injury and suddenly it's a case of Oliver's really front and centre now in the role he's going to play. Stephen Canilo's probably had his best pre-season in 4 or 5 years. It's just great to see him back to his absolute best. So touch wood, hopefully he gets through today. And Toby Green's been playing in the midfield. So we've still got a great mix in there.
Let's say you've got 10 injuries. I know you've got some high-profile ones. You mentioned Tom Green, the knee, and Josh Kelly coming back from his hip surgery. But of, say, 10 injuries, about 5 are hamstrings. So do you start to sort of wonder about, I guess, a process thing as far as soft tissue injuries, hamstring injuries, and what it means for you guys, why it's been so frequent for you guys?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a prevalence for us, for sure, but certainly across the competition as well. And I think the intensity of the pre-season is going to create some issues. And unfortunately, that's what we've seen. But, the expertise around it is that, you've really got to prepare and get these players in a situation where they're resilient almost to the point of just on that edge. But, it's been frustrating, those injuries, obviously.
We'll chat to one of those injured players in Darcy Jones later on this hour as well here at the Sydney Showground. Dave Matthews, the Giants CEO, is our guest.
You've lost your last 3 finals, so the last 2 years in September have not gone well. There is widespread admiration for Adam Kingsley as a coach. No one disputes that for a second. That is, you wouldn't want to change him for many in this game. But have you discussed that, what's gone wrong in September? There's a long way to go before you get back there, of course, but was that addressed at the end of the season where maybe the missteps have come at that time of the year?
Yeah, I think it has. It's been really well addressed in terms of, I think it starts with a sort of leadership program which we've rejuvenated in the last couple of years with some different people involved, and I think getting young leaders and just the responsibility across every line and across the field has been something that's been a real focus, because really it's hard not to think that some of those finals have been lost above the shoulders. We've worked our way back into a position where we got in front of Hawthorn last year and then gave up that lead, and as you say, we know how tight the competition is, so we've got great respect for the sides that have tipped us over in the finals, and we've seen what Brisbane's able to do. We've seen the Swans again on Thursday night, how good they are, and we know Hawthorn's a a very good emerging team, probably very similar to us. And your stats earlier were really interesting because we've got a real rivalry with them now. But yeah, we don't play finals to lose finals, so that's been an absolute focus in terms of, I think, decision making late in games.
Across, I guess, last year and over the finals, and then in the off season, we saw the Giants. No holds barred, of course, the documentary series. And I don't know if it's a different side to Adam Kingsley, because we know he wears his heart on his sleeve, but the big spray on a couple of occasions, especially in last year's derby against the Swans. Where's the value, I suppose, in your point of view? Are you happy to let all that out there, Dave, and let everyone see it, that side of Adam Kingsley and the club overall?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Emma German, who's on our exec team and previously worked in various media companies, came to us with the idea to say, why don't we open the doors up? And yeah, we're in a situation where we want to be really open and inclusive club in terms of building our brand. We need people to get to know our players, get to know our personalities, and certainly they know Adam Kingsley now. You know, if you're an NRL fan and you don't even particularly follow the game, you probably watch that clip. And I looked at it too. A lot of the feedback I get, which you might have got too, is just what an outstanding communicator he is. Even when he's fired up like that, he doesn't waste a word. The documentary's done enormous numbers, and it's, you know, in the numbers we looked at this week, I was saying to Andrew Dillon, it's almost the equivalent of having 2 or 3 extra derbies in terms of eyeballs. So we're happy to open it up. There was the opportunity for Kingsley in particular to sort of vet some things. We didn't really cut out anything, to be honest, which you've probably seen. There was nothing really there that got left on the cutting room floor, and we'll continue to want to be storytellers like that, so we'll probably do it again later in the year.
It was his only spray of the season, we're told, and it led to a 4-goal deficit being turned into a 8 or 9-goal win, whatever it was. So it certainly worked. Are you on the clock, Dave, in terms of the premiership? With Toby Green and Lockie Whitfield and Cornelio, who you mentioned, and Josh Kelly's got this injury, but he'll come back. That core of super players for this club, although you have a lot of top-line young talent, does it feel like over the next 2 years you're on the clock to win this flag for the first time?
I think players towards the end of their career might be thinking that way, but certainly as a club we don't. I think our list strategy's been one of just trying to continue to rejuvenate, and any time we've lost a player, we've ended up getting early picks, so we just keep bringing talent in. And you talk about those players who might be closer to the end than the start, but then you look at Callaghan, Cadman, Tom Green, Sam Taylor, Lockie Ash. The nucleus of a premiership team is here for the next 6 to 7 years, in my view.
Just some bigger picture stuff, Dave. This has been a 15-year journey for you. How has your mission statement changed across your time at the club in terms of the entire thing? Football in Western Sydney, winning flags, competing for flags, academies, which I'll get to in a second. How has that changed across the last decade and a half?
Yeah, there's some things that have changed and things that haven't. Like early on, we realised that you only got to look across town and see that the Swans have had this ability to defy gravity, continue to compete. Which you have to in this city. You've got to be winning to actually grab the attention. So we've really focused heavily on sort of footy as our economic engine. But if you look at all the things that we measure ourselves on, whether that be membership or commercial support, out of 18 clubs, we're 6th in the competition for commercial sponsorship, which tells you how much people want to connect with Western Sydney and also Canberra. And then we've also known as a young club that our membership and our attendance or our fan base is going to take time to grow. But I think we're a very, very stable club. We've got an unbelievable facility as a training base now, which Daniel well knows. We've got a really, really great home ground here. Our partnership in Canberra continues to build. So every area of the club continues to build. We're just hungry to get that premiership.
I'm told that participation in footy in Western Sydney, in this region specifically, is at a bit of a lower point. Is that concerning for you? Is that something you've heard? How significant is that, I guess, in the bigger picture as far as producing players from, I know you have your academies and the guys from Riverina and the Wagga area in Canberra, but in Western Sydney in particular? Yeah,
so 2 things there. One, the participation base isn't where the AFL or the club would like it, and we work really closely with Andrew Dillon, Rob Alden, Andrew Verasdi, who runs that area for New South Wales, and both Andrew Verasdi and ourselves presented separately to the AFL Commission on Tuesday about what he saw as the investment required to continue to sort of consolidate that community football. It's obviously it hasn't had the generational culture that NRL or soccer's had out there. Really probably been investing. Giants is about 15 years old, as you say. It's probably been a 20-year investment from the AFL. It's still got to build. I think one of the fastest ways for it to build is to turn the tap on in terms of talent. There's an enormous amount of talent in Western Sydney, and at the moment the majority of it's going to other sports. So that's one of the reasons we keep talking about getting rid of the bidding system.
Yeah, I was going to say the changes that have been forecast. Do you know much more about that for later in the year, and when do you expect to know more about that?
The main point we've made in recent weeks as we've started to hear about what's being contemplated is we said, well, we've always sort of gone in and advocated as 4 clubs together. And I said to Greg Swan during the week, it's time that we don't do that now. Look, Western Sydney is a completely different consideration to South East Queensland. And if you look at the 4 academies, the Swans and the Lions have got access to father-son rules. We don't. And if you look at South East Queensland, it's probably 30 or 40 years ahead in terms of the AFL culture at a community level. So if we want to get on the menu in Western Sydney, I think we've got to think about it differently in terms of the talent.
How passionate are you about that? How critical an issue is it? There'll be people listening in Victoria who'll think, they get enough handouts and get rid of it and all that sort of stuff. That commentary goes through all the time. What do you say to those people, and how much does it irk you when you hear some of that commentary around the place?
Well, we haven't had a handout since 2012. In fact, since 2012, all that's really happened is our list rules have been watered down to an extent because of the relative success we've had on field. And I know that's a different journey to the Gold Coast. And we obviously have a lot of conversations about the Gold Coast, but there's been 2 or 3 times they've had to go back and say, look, can we get some extra assistance? And you can see the benefits of that now. So, I'd reject handouts as a concept because we got list establishment rules like Tassie will get to try to get up and going. And if anything, some of those things have been adjusted negatively over the years. I just think that when we started the 2 new clubs, 54% of Australia was producing 11% of the competition. And that's pretty much still the case. So we've got to get more talent out of Western Sydney.
I know it's well documented that you and the Swans don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. You mentioned sort of going it alone on some of the plights of northern clubs, but having Tom Harley now involved as the 2IC at the AFL, your old counterpart at the Swans, does that, I guess, help in any way the journey forward for clubs in your position?
Absolutely. I've got an enormous amount of respect for Tom, and in fact, funnily enough, I gave him his first job in the AFL because when I was the executive in charge of game development, I appointed him as the executive in charge of New South Wales. He understands the game bottom up, top down. He knows what the grassroots needs in Sydney, and he knows what the challenges are at the elite level. So to have he and Greg Swan there is actually great. Andrew Dillon's a brilliant advocate. I think he's got a talented exec team, and to have those 2 guys with New South Wales and Queensland experience is invaluable to us.
One last one, Dave, just on the pre-season agenda, I suppose, while we've got you. State of Origin, you had a lot of guys involved in that. Lachie Ash was Victoria's best player. You had Steve Cornelio, Toby Green, of course, of Victoria as well. Sam Taylor, of course, and the injury for him, which is disappointing. What did you make of the concept overall and its place in the future, State of Origin?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's good, and I'd love to see the sort of clear plan going forward. And Andrew Dillon and I chatted this week. I'd like to see the Allies concept to become absolutely redundant. I think we want to be a national game, so eventually I'd love to see a State of Origin game between AFL and New South Wales and Queensland. And you could see that at a place like the Gold Coast Stadium. There's a number of the talent, even though it's still only 11%, there's a lot of quality in both states, and over time you could see that building. The only trick on that is we realised during the week that Tom Green was actually born in Queensland, so we'd need to probably have the rules changed to make sure that he can represent New South Wales ACT. But I think the Allies concept is one that having that shelved will be a measure of the AFL's growth.
And the Swans and Giants players playing together in the New South Wales Guernsey, how would that go?
Well, I think they all actually off field get on very, very well generally. I mean, Toby Green and Isaac Heaney are in business together, even though he got reported for striking him. But no, they get on well, and I think you only got to look at Toby Green and Marcus Bontempelli and the way they sort of bonded during the State of Origin.
Just lastly, we're talking rules, away from the field with academies and all the rest of it. Do you have a favourite rule tweak of the new ones that have come in on field?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I remember talking to Greg Swan before he went into the role, saying, you got an opportunity to make some decisions that just, adjust the sails a bit. Probably the bounce. I think it, even though it was, quaint and part of history, I don't think it really served the game all that well. And particularly to a new audience, you're trying to explain why there is this bounce that's getting recalled, and I think it put a lot of pressure on the umpires. So it's a hard enough game to umpire anyway, but when umpires are required to execute a skill like that, I think it's freed them up and it's a better spectacle without it.
Appreciate your time, David. All the best for today and the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dave.
Giants CEO Dave Matthews with us here on ABC Sport. Great to have him join us as part of the pre-game coverage here as the Giants get their campaign underway. And by the way, Garby, no late changes for the Giants and the Hawks. Their 23s are confirmed. That means there are 16 players from last year's elimination final for the Giants, 19 from Hawthorn. So that was, of course, the Giants' end to their season. Of course, they start against that same opponent here this afternoon. The very overcast skies and warm conditions, and the Hawks are out there for their warm-up as well. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. We'll be joined by Ty Cannelli and Jason Saddington, as well as Phil Pryor very shortly as well.
So Phoenix Gothard will start on the ground then, the debutant for GWS. A first-round draft pick. They actually have a few of them, the Giants, who perhaps people won't be aware of, who just haven't had a go at it yet. Gothard's one, James Leake's another one who's a first-round draft pick. There's a couple more on their list that, if they're playing at other clubs, they probably would have 20-odd games under their belt. So this injury crisis, which it is, they have got some talent to come in and perhaps fill those gaps. Gothard and Delano will be the small forwards. Delano only has 3 games to his name, but apparently had an excellent pre-season to try and fill the void of a Brent Daniels, a Darcy Jones, and some others who have done so well for the Giants in that area of the field.
The other one is Harry Rouston, who was dropped for the final last year. He's been very impressive in the pre-season, although you might feel a bit stiff here, Garby, because you mentioned Gothard, who will start on debut. Rouston played 10 games last year, didn't start in any of them. Either he was sub 4 times plus on the bench, the other 6 times. So he's also on the bench here, named first up for the opening bounce in about 45 minutes' time.
And he's a very good player. I think he had a huge impact last season. I mean, one of the big concerns for the Giants, and that's why they brought Clayton Oliver in, was to alleviate the pressure on Tom Green and Finn Callaghan. There was far too much being asked of those two in the Giants' engine room. Rouston gave them a fair chop out at stages during last season. Green going down hurts them significantly. But if Rouston can come in and elevate his game again, he's another first-round draft pick. Perhaps the Green absence won't be as sorely felt as many expect.
The Giants take the field here as well at their home deck, and the turf has been a little patchy in places due to Bad Bunny, of course, the Super Bowl halftime musical artist. He was here in Sydney last week, and we mentioned how good the SCG looks. We looked a couple of nights ago after their issues with concerts last year. This time it's the Sydney Showground, who of course have other things going on in the next few weeks with the Easter show and whatever else. But there's a few sort of replaced patches of turf in the Northern 50 in front of the scoreboard here at the Sydney Showground. The Giants and the Hawks coming up in the next 45 minutes. This is Saturday Twilight Footy in opening round on ABC Sport.
During an emergency,
power's not on, the line's still down, the tree's still on it.
Find your local ABC radio station.
Who's without power or phone, but hopefully listening to the ABC on a battery radio.
ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Yes, indeed. Opening round rolls on here on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb, with Ty Cannelli and Jason Saddington to join us very, very shortly here as well. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. The teams are out there for their warm-up, and we can join Phil Pryor, who is boundary side for us this afternoon, down in the Hawthorn camp. Phil.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Down on the boundary here at the Sydney Showground. Cloudy conditions, and we're on storm watch this afternoon as well. We'll see whether the weather will play too much of a factor here this afternoon for this clash between the Giants and the Hawks. But I'm joined by one of Hawthorn's assistant coaches, Adrian Hickmock. Adrian, firstly, I think this is your 5th year with the Hawks now. How does this pre-season compare to some of the other ones you've been a part of?
Yeah, well, the blokes are a year older now. And hello, how you going? Yeah, the guys are a year older, as per normal after 5 years. Look, the pre-season went well. You know, the guys, we always train hard. Every club goes through the same thing, and now is the time to put all that together.
And I suppose one of the maybe slightly more annoying narratives around Hawthorn this pre-season has been head coach Sam Mitchell's embracing of AI. I wanted to get your thoughts on all of this and whether there has been any tangible changes to the process, the day-to-day and the week-to-week from a coaching staff perspective.
We're still experimenting with AI. There's no question that whatever can help us analytic-wise or any otherwise, we'll have a look at it and test it and, work through it slowly. So that's the process at the moment we're going through. And it'll take a little while to get organised and put in structures and systems. But apart from that, that's quite good. I use it and, just to get some other ideas outside of my own brain.
Now, you guys are no strangers to opening rounds. You came up this time last season and took care of the Swans by 20 points in last year's season opener. How important was that result as far as last year's campaign went and in terms of setting up the season and laying some early foundations?
Yeah, wins are always good. 4 points are always good, aren't they? Look, it's like you've spoken about pre-season, our first real hit out for 4 points. We hope to look at our group and the effort that's required in these games for 4 quarters is crucial. And last opening round we've played for 4 quarters, and expectations here to play for 4 quarters, make it a good contest. So good for the fans, but also good for us.
Today is Josh Battle's 150th AFL game. Of course, most of those came with him being a Saint. He came across to Hawthorn last season. He really announced himself as probably one of the premier defenders in the competition, picked up his first All-Australian as well. We obviously all witnessed what he did on the park last season, but can you speak to what he's brought to the group, maybe things that we might not be able to witness with our own eyes as fans?
Yeah, just speaking about him then, we're doing a drill during the week, and his communication, from the back half and the way he sets people up with his players up and teammates up in front of him, and then the work he does out of even our sight with the younger fellas, standards, the love of the game. He definitely brings that. He's got so much passion for the game himself. When someone's got a lot of passion, you can feel it off him. So he's brought a lot to our club.
We've got Adrian Hickmott, one of the Hawthorn assistants, with us. We'll send it upstairs now. I know you boys might have some questions for him as well.
It's all about AH, not AI, here on ABC Sport. Adrian, it's Brett Sprigg here. As Phil said, how difficult is it to get a read on things through pre-season? I mean, I think we all expect the Hawks to do well this year, but you are coming off a big year, 3 finals. You start the new campaign on March 7. It's a long season and progress isn't always linear. Any worries about the shorter pre-season?
No, we look at our, Peter Burge looks ahead. He works extremely hard behind the scenes to plan training and what's required in training, and the coaches go to work doing the same thing. At the end it's like going into a game. How do the players look to you? Do they feel good or look good, or how they're going to start? And sometimes I say they look great, and actually they don't start that well. It's the opposite. Sometimes, I think they might be a bit down, and they start absolutely brilliantly. So it's a wait and see. We know they're excited, and we're excited too. And the fans, and the start of the season, AFL season, that's very exciting, isn't it?
Jack Gunston had a career best year last year at 33. How does that reshape our understanding of when a player is really at their peak? Because it seems, and you're seeing it up close at Clubland, which you have done for a fair while, although your list is fairly young at Hawthorn, but the value of players who are well past 30, approaching their mid-30s even, still being pivotal players at clubs.
Fantastic. Training regime that Jack does himself matters a lot. You wouldn't do every session. You want to feel fit and refreshed as an experienced player from there, and the leadership that he's got with our younger group is fantastic. And the guys that have been in coaching for a fair while, we're hanging around 18-year-old men to 30-year-old men, so it keeps you young and vibrant all the time, and Jack says the same thing.
Just on leadership as well, you have co-captains for the first time in club history. Of course, this wasn't traditionally a Hawthorn thing. Alistair Clarkson pinned the idea of Luke Hodge and Sam Mitchell doing that way back when. But of course, John Newcombe joins James Sicily as a captain. How does that change the complexion of the on-field leadership of this playing group?
Yeah, it's a great initiative, and to lean on each other, I think, is really important. It can be at times hard for one player to see everything or do everything. So the splits of the captaincy is fantastic. Jai's a fantastic young leader and leads by his actions, and James is very wise man. So the two of them, they gel really together, and the two of them now can help the group improve in areas that we feel they need to be or what they're doing well.
Adrian, Dan Garb here. The big talking point at Hawthorn throughout the pre-season has been the midfield. James Warple's gone to Geelong and Will Day, unfortunately, is out with another serious injury. So why will you be able to counter that, and how will you be able to counter that to still match it with the very best teams in the comp?
Yeah, well, effort for one is crucial, isn't it, in the midfield? The toughness, working together, and adding young Connor McDonald and Dylan Moore's had a run through there over pre-season, along with Jai Newcomb, the stalwarts. Ward has gone through another pre-season. Young McKenzie, the same thing. Nash, Nash is a big, strong, tall midfielder. So those guys working all together, showing fast feet, and we want to be tough inside. So hopefully they can gel really well, and they definitely have been during the pre-season, and we look forward to that battle tonight.
And what about the little rascals up forward? We love watching them, Jack Inovan and Nick Watson. Can we see them rotating through the midfield a little bit more and sparking you there? We know they've done that in the past, but will that be another element to their game throughout the season as well? Yeah,
the little rascals, it's good how you say that. They still are, and the important thing about those guys is the enjoyment of the game and the football. So when they do split through the midfield or centre bounces, they give a little spark. And, when you're a teammate watching or a coach up in the box, that's exciting. So we definitely want their excitement through the midfield when we can.
Adrian, appreciate your time. All the best for today.
Good on you guys. Thank you very much.
Adrian Hickmott there in the Hawthorn camp there with Phil Pryor. And just on that, I reckon it was... in fact, Jeff Kennett, who had the issue with the co-captain. So Alistair Clarkson was the coach. This was end of 2007, and the chairman at the time insisted on having a tiebreaker to award the captaincy to Sam Mitchell over Luke Hodge. Of course, he was the premiership captain in 2008 when the Hawks saluted, and that was always a big thing. I think in the end, Kennett actually had to write to club members explaining why that there wasn't co-captains and why they don't do it at Hawthorn. Alas, here they are some 18 years later, Garvey, with the co-captains in Jai Newcomb and James Sicily.
Yeah, one that makes sense. I mean, they're going to need Newcomb at his absolute best this season. As we said there with Adrian Hickmott, that has been the big story on Hawthorn all pre-season. Their midfield, can they cover the deficiency that is losing Will Day to injury and James Warple leaving the club? They were perhaps already a little bit light on compared to the absolute best teams in the competition. But everything Sam Mitchell has done since he's come to this football club as head coach has been quite incredible. It's easy to forget where they were before he came in and what the expectations were. They were meant to be like basically where Richmond are now. And they jumped up so quickly, despite stockpiling their team with youth. And have been able to elevate their performances in such a way that they are a flag fancy, of course, off the back of last season's final series. So it'd be folly to discount them based on some of the question marks around their midfield. But can Connor McDonald go in there and add a whole lot? Can Josh Ward elevate his game? Can Cam McKenzie play more? Newcomb is going to be critical to all of that, of course. But it's going to be a really interesting watch, especially against a Giants midfield today that, of course, is missing Tom Green, which is the biggest injury story out of the pre-season.
A club debut for Clayton Oliver here for the GWS Giants, and Hawthorn begins year number 5 under Sam Mitchell's watch. 0437 774 774. Back to the Giants camp shortly. Off the SMS, Ron from Adelaide, looking forward to the call of this game. Like the New South Wales versus Queensland State of Origin idea. Good calling. Well, of course, that idea had its origins in rugby league, but the idea of what Dave Matthews mentioned, I did mock up some Queensland and New South Wales teams. I had Tom Green playing for New South Wales because under the old rugby league origin rules, Canberra gets they get the ACT New South Wales. So very strong teams. I won't go through them all now, but there were some, not just like, a few fillers. There were some star players in those two lineups. I think any kind of origin concept for Aussie rules for those two states is a fair way off, but I guess it's all part of the long-range vision for people in this part of the world and in Queensland. Just by the way, of course, speaking of Queensland, we're heading up there after this game at the Gabba, where the two-time reigning premiers, the Brisbane Lions, get their quest for a three-peat underway against the Western Bulldogs. That's still to come with Quentin Hull and the team. Of course, not for the first time in this century. The Lions looking to make it 3 straight flags, and we'll head there as soon as we're done here at the Sydney Showground. A reminder of what else is playing out across our ABC Sport platforms. There's a lot going on at this point of the year. So I'll mention the cricket, the women's test match. That'll resume in Perth for day 2, this day-night test match. Where Australia is 3 for 96 set to resume there. Still 102 runs behind India's first innings. So our team over there will have that covered for you. The conclusion to our international summer of cricket with that women's test match. So Australia resume at 3 for 96. You can find that via ABC Listen. Just look for the pink cricket ball button. There's also the Women's Asian Cup. We have a broadcast of Chinese Taipei versus Vietnam coming up very shortly as well. Also over in Perth at Perth Oval. India plays Japan later on tonight as well. And of course the Matildas tomorrow night, Garby, play their final group game of the Asian Cup just next door here at Stadium Australia against South Korea. So we'll have full coverage of that, of course. Just look for the green and gold Asian Cup button via our app ABC Listen. Just back to cricket briefly as well. The Cricket World Cup, the T20 World Cup final. That's India v New Zealand, which is effectively tomorrow night our time, so early hours of Monday morning, Eastern Daylight Time, or in fact late Sunday, depending on where you are around the country. But India v New Zealand for that men's T20 World Cup final. And again, you'll find the white cricket ball button available via ABC Listen, as well as the footy ongoing, the AFL, the NRL. It's all covered here via the national broadcaster. And we'll head down to the Giants camp very, very shortly. 0437 774 774 here as we build towards the Giants and the Hawks. A rematch of last year's elimination final in which the Hawks were 19 points better than GWS and ended Adam Kingsley's, what was his third season in charge. He begins year number 4 here at the Giants. Let's head down into the home side's camp, and again with Phil Pryor.
Yes, I have GWS Giants young gun Darcy Jones. Of course, Darcy, it was against this mob at this ground last year where sadly you went down with a bad knee injury. You've had to undergo a reco since then. Can you give us a bit of an update on the timeline of how things have gone and how you are now?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty positive about it. I'm creeping up on 6 months now, but almost. I had a little setback with the hamstring, with the tendon. It kind of got a bit irritated because that's my graft for my ACL, but a bit of irritation with that, but it should be a little hiccup. And I was pre to hurting the hammy, I was pretty much doing everything. So I'm hoping around the 8-9 month mark I should be good. So midway through the season.
That is good news. Another hamstring. We've been talking about this with Dave Matthews before, but currently there's about 10. The injury list is about 10 deep, and 5 of those are hamstrings. What is going on? And is this something that has been sort of, I suppose, working its way through the playing group?
I can't speak on it too much because I haven't been a part of the actual pre-season program. But I don't know. It's hard to comment on. But mine's obviously nothing to do. It's very different to what they've got going on. Theirs is muscle and all that. So mine's just kind of the tendon flared up a bit. But it's honestly not too bad. But I'm not sure what's going on with the other guys. They'll sort it out, and they should be good to go soon, I think.
So newly appointed vice captains Connor Iden and Jack Buckley. This is a Giants list, obviously, that has so much star power and high-profile players. And I suppose to some of the public eye, they're probably not two of them. So can you tell us what makes them such great leaders and valued members of this playing group and list?
Yeah, I've got absolute most respect for those two. They're stars of the club, and everyone at the club loves them. They're good to everyone, and they're just good, positive people, and they want to make everyone better, and that's why they're vice captains. And I couldn't think of anyone better. So it's good that the younger sort of players are coming through in that leadership group, and the older boys are stepping down. They obviously, I don't think you have to have a title to be a leader, but so those older guys are still, doing what they usually do. But yeah, it's great to have Connor and Bucks to do that.
And speaking of high profile, the arrival of Clayton Oliver to the club, how has he settled into the group? And can you think of a story or a moment maybe that stands out so far that the listeners would love to hear about?
It's been so good having him here. He's great. He works hard, and he's extremely professional. He does all the little things. Again, it's hard for me to comment on the track, and you're not really around the boys as much, but he's a funny dude, and we love him. He's been great so far.
Yeah, we've got Darcy Jones down here, GWS star, out with a knee injury right now, working through his rehab. One more from me, then we're going to send it upstairs. But Phoenix Gothard makes his debut today. A similar timeline as far as you in terms of how long you guys have been at the footy club. Tell us a little bit about Phoenix.
Yeah, he's another funny dude. I love little Phoenix. He's great, and he'll be very good. I've got high hopes for him, and he's worked so hard to be where he is now, and he's had a tough run with injury, but I think it'll only be good for him because he won't take it for granted, and I think he'll show everyone what he can do today, hopefully, and I'm really excited to see him play.
We'll send it up to you guys.
Thanks, Phil. Dan Garb here, Darcy. Thanks for joining us. Obviously, Phoenix Gothard gets an opportunity along with Joey Delano, who we saw a bit of last season because of the injuries which we've touched on. Brent Daniels, Toby Bedford, yourself out in terms of the small forwards, and then others. Tom Green, most notable, Sam Taylor alongside him. How have you dealt with that as a group, Darcy? The emotional aspect of losing so many players and important players can hurt a team. Have you had discussions about it to try and manage it emotionally so it doesn't affect spirits throughout pre-season and coming into opening round?
Yeah, we've definitely discussed it. We've had a meeting about it. I think it might have been the one after Tom Green did the knee, and it was pretty much just King has just said there's no need to be down in the dumps and think our season's over, because it's far from that. We've got that much depth at the moment, and we've got a lot of boys that are coming through that are ready to go and chomping at the bit, and this is the exact opportunity that they've been waiting for. So we've got the people, the players to cover it, so we're full of confidence still, and it's the only person we're going to have out at the end of the year is probably Tom Green, so hopefully we're getting everybody back towards the end of the year, so we're full of confidence, to be honest.
And what did you say your likely timeline was, Darcy? I mean, do you have that? Is it still too far off to say, or do you have a rough idea in mind of your timeline to return?
No, I don't think it's too far off. I'm creeping up on 6 months, and I'm hoping to return around that 8 to 9 month mark. So midway through the season is my goal. So once I sort the hammy problem out, I'll be flying, because the knee's almost at 100% right now. So I'm feeling really good. So really excited to hopefully join the team soonish, sort of.
We can't wait to see you back. I'd imagine the coach's box and the bench would get a little bit packed with all the injured players. The likes of Josh Kelly and Tom Green would probably want to have a say and an influence and learn a bit about coaching. Have you got involved in any of that, considering you've got a bit of time to spend on the sidelines? What's your role while you're injured on game day?
I don't have much of a role on game day, but I certainly would like to be, at some stage, included in whether it's just jumping in the box and just listening to what the coaches, talk about, all that sort of thing, help out on the bench here and there. But it's not something that I've really done yet, but hopefully in the near future I can, get involved in that sort of that leadership stuff.
Can you give a spray like Adam Kingsley can?
Nah, certainly not. I'm the positive guy. I'm getting around all the boys.
Appreciate your time, Darcy, and best of luck with the continued rehab and the return at some stage, hopefully very soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Darcy.
Darcy Jones. The lid is off. I'm not talking about, the Swans and the Gold Coast and their early wins. I'm talking about, of course, the usually headgear-wearing Darcy Jones, who's out of action for the time being.
Yeah, and it's not just him. I mean, they are badly hit in that area of the field, because it's Jones, it's Bedford, and it's Brent Daniels. So they're three premier small forwards who have such an impact on the way in which they play out. Gothard picked 12 from a few years ago, so he's got talent. And Delana, has had a bit of an introduction into AFL football last season with 3 games. They loved his pre-season, so he gets another goal at it. And Harvey Thomas is probably one that flies under the radar, but he'll be another one who'll be floating around there, pushing up into the midfield. He's shown a lot of promise in the early stages of his career. 40 games under his belt now, so maybe he's ready to go to the next level. There are players there who can fill the void, but they are massive shoes to fill.
Also up front, Max Grajewski played today, so he's one of the players that didn't play in last year's elimination final, but he kicked a couple of goals against the Swans in the pre-season game last week at Henson Park. He was the VFL best and fairest last year. It's also a contract year for him, so there's a few players to sort of put their best foot forward. In the absence of those bigger stars here for the Giants, but it does just begin a different kind of year for the Giants, and the expectation around them is, I guess, lesser. Even though they're a proven finals team, the fact is they are severely hampered by the likes of Of course, Tom Green, the headliner there, Darcy Jones, who we just heard from, Josh Kelly, who's had the hip surgery. You mentioned Bedford, who's potentially back in next week. Cadman with the pelvic injury. So, of course, speaking of the bigs up front, Aaron Cadman. Brent Daniels is someone, Garby, who's always an underrated member of this team. And we saw at times how much that the Giants missed him in times when he was missing.
He led the league in goal assists in 2024. And then 2025 was hampered by injury last year, and he hasn't been able to get back on to the field. So when he was right at the apex of his career, injuries cut him down, Brent Daniels, and it's going to be hugely frustrating for him considering the amount of footy he missed prior to that with big injuries. So that's a tough one for the Giants because they feel that he is a real X-factor player in their team. Keen to see Jesse Hogan today. I mean, that's another angle on the Giants. You know, his injuries at the end of last season really held them back in terms of their finals campaign, that foot problem. Obviously, he started in State of Origin. He's up against his WA teammate and Tom Barras, probably head-to-head this afternoon. He's 3 goals shy of 400. I don't think he's been spoken about enough as a player if he gets back to full fitness and the foot injury subsides in terms of an asset up forward that can still keep the Giants in the mix.
Just while our experts get comfortable here at the Sydney Showground, you're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Gard. The opening ball up is 20 minutes away here between the Giants and the Hawks. I've referenced this a couple of times in our pre-game, and I didn't know quite how to swing this in terms of editorial standards and all the rest of it. But Adam Kingsley and the spray I've mentioned a couple of times now to our pre-game guests. Why don't we just bring you, in case you missed it, a taste of that from the Giants documentary series No Holds Barred, courtesy of the 7 Network.
Structure forward, what's your job?
Just the contest, get behind.
Why aren't you behind? How long have we been going behind the stoppage at OLDL? Behind the contest? Most of the year? F***ing 3 years. 3 years. But we want to play on talent. We want to play on talent. Guess what they play on? F***ing hardness and work rate. Same game. How many f***ing times can we get beaten the same way? Every time. Because you know why? You don't stand up. You don't stand up. You allow yourself to be beaten by him. You don't change your position. You don't get to contest, and you're undisciplined. What are you going to do about it? We talk a good game. How many high-speed meters has this bloke got? 23 high-speed meters for the game. Start running.
So that was Stephen Cornelio, who was the target there of that last bit of the spray. That was they were down 35 points in that second term in Derby last year, won it by 44 points. So the spray worked, Garby, is all I can say.
So I'm not speaking out of turn here because Adam Kingsley has alluded to this in a couple of interviews he's done post the insight that was provided on the spray that was heard around the nation ultimately. Toby Green actually came to him prior to that derby and said, we need a bit of a rev up. In the past, Leon Cameron gave us that going into derbies. Now, record was really good, but the Swans had the wood over GWS since Kingsley came in. He said, I think we need a rev up before the game. And the coach said, well, I'm not sure about that. You don't need to scream at people to do their job. You're professionals. I don't think that's required. And they found themselves 4 goals down at half-time. They thought, all right, you asked for it. You're getting it. And he obviously unloaded with both barrels at Toby Green, Josh Kelly and Stephen Cornelio. The 3 leaders of the club copped it first, which was obviously by design. You target the leaders so you don't go at the lesser players kind of thing. And then they obviously turned things around, but it was his only spray all season. You look at Adam Kingsley and his physique and you'd think he'd do that a fair few times. He's only one for the season, I've been told, of that nature, which shows how selective coaches have to be to get the reaction from something like that.
Where was the stress ball? Usually he's sort of squeezing that stress ball, getting the biceps pumping as well, Adam Kingsley, but I have a feeling, I think we all do, after the 2 relative blowouts in the opening games of opening round. The Swans, of course, 2 nights ago against Carlton, and on the Gold Coast last night, the Suns over the Cats. Big margins, it appears, based on their recent history, that we'll see a closer game here. The Giants and the Hawks set to start in just a few moments' time. Jason Saddington is here, Ty Connelly is here. Welcome, boys.
Yeah, great to be here. It's very warm and muggy in Western Sydney, today. But
heat policy is in play.
Okay.
Heat policy in play. So longer quarter-time break, three-quarter-time break. We have more water carriers, and there's also a potential storm warning as well, Sado. So welcome back to you.
No, thank you. It's nice to be. I was a bit dirty. I wasn't on Thursday night, Spriggy, by the way. I got the bump, but that's okay. So I thought instead I'll go to Moore Park. 7 o'clock, jump in the car, but I went to the movies with the missus instead at the local entertainment
What did you see, Wuthering Heights?
No, Peaky Blinders.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yes, good.
Oh, yeah, Irish movie, Peaky Blinders. Come on.
They get you
Cillian Murphy.
They could have
good to see.
extra. Anyway, sit tight, boys. We got our news radio audience joining us in just a few moments' time here. The crowd coming in. The Giants' home opener, beaten by this team, the Hawks, in last year's elimination final. Can they atone for that and get off to a winning start in season 2026? It's all coming your way next, right here from the Sydney Showground on ABC Sport.
Hi, it's Mackenzie Arnold. I'm Caitlin Ford.
It's Alana Kennedy. Hi, I'm Claire Hunt from the Matildas.
Get behind the Tillies with ABC Sport for the AFC Women's Asian Cup Australia 2026. Live and ad-free on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
It's from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
The Giants gave the Hawks an opening in last year's final series, and they didn't look back. The Hawks vanquished the Giants out of that final series, despite the fact they were a 16-win team, Adam Kingsley's men, in September last year. So it only makes sense that our next headline event of opening round is staged here in Sydney at the Showground. It's GWS against Hawthorn, set for a start in the next 15 minutes or so. My name is Brett Sprigg. Daniel Garb is alongside me. The Hawks make their way out onto the Sydney Showground under overcast skies on this very warm Saturday afternoon. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. There are no late changes for either side, so it is a club debut for Clayton Oliver. That's the headline act here for as far as the Giants are concerned. After 200 games at Melbourne and 4 best and fairest, he'd be keen, I'm sure, to make an impression, as his former teammate Christian Petrarca did last night for his new club, the Gold Coast Suns. So Oliver is in, as is ex-bomber Jaden Laverty, and an AFL debut for Phoenix Gothard as well. After being drafted a couple of years ago, he's had injury setback. He's off contract this year. 3 new faces for the Giants as they get their season underway here at home. They have 16 players from last year's elimination final, which was beaten by Hawthorn by 19 points. The Hawks have 19 players. Of course, they had 2 more games beyond that. They beat the Crows by 34 points in Adelaide and lost to eventual runners-up Geelong by 5 goals in the prelim. So a top 8 finisher, a final 4 finisher in the end, Sam Mitchell's men. And now he gets his 5th year underway in charge of the Hawks. The Giants are not too far away here. I mentioned your texts are welcome, as always, across the afternoon and evening. Later on, the Brisbane Lions host the Western Bulldogs up at the Gabba as they begin their quest for a 3-peat. And our experts are here. We've had a little taste of them talking about movies and various things, but Premiership winning swan Ty Cannelli is here. Hello, Ty.
Hello guys, great to be back again for season 2026, and I'm sure the listeners are not as excited as we are because of the first 2 games of the year were absolute blowouts.
I was going to say, do we expect a closer one here this afternoon?
I do. I think because of the systems and the way they play themselves, and I think the form guide, when you look at the Swans and look at Gold Coast, it's almost expectation of where they're at as far as people. The team list, the pre-seasons that they've had. Pre-season can be, obviously, can be not telling you the truth when you look at the Carlton perspective. But I think the form guide here is it's going to be a lot tighter. Having said the fact that the Giants have got a couple of injuries, and not a couple, but a lot. But there's a bit of history, and I think the Giants play system. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington is here. Hello again, Saddo.
Hello. Lovely to be at the footy. And, I mean, we do notice with these 2 teams, it's they're generally good contests, aren't they? And they both have the ability to score really well. So I think we're in for a dynamic game of footy. And Tyg mentioned, I think, some of the injuries the Giants have had. But you look at their team on paper and there's still a fair bit there that can cause some trouble.
Toby Green leads that team out as we speak. White numbers, by the way, on the Giants' home kit. So this is new. They were
in the easier or harder for you? We're going to find out for you to call it.
Yeah, it's sort of 6 for one, half dozen the other. It's sort of, they usually have the big charcoal numbers on the back. It's white numbers now on their home Guernsey, the GWS Giants. The pyro's going off here as well. The crowd filing in, and the opening ball up is in about 10 minutes' time. Who's the biggest loss for the Giants? I mean, it's Tom Green, isn't it? Yeah. For the Giants, but I mean, you look beyond that. I mean, it
Taylor.
does.
Taylor
Taylor down back.
Taylor's a superstar. Like, he's a real interceptor. Sets the game up for him, and he's one that you lock away a really good forward, and you go, you know what? No one's going to beat him. He'll get done once or twice maybe, but you know what? The key forwards are going to get done here.
I feel like Taylor's probably he's had his share of injuries across the last couple of years, and I think the Giants have generally coped okay without him. Of course, you're better with him in the team. It is Tom Green for me. We looked at the Giants last year. The one thing they were lacking was an extra midfielder. They went and got Clayton Oliver. It's like fantastic. They're almost a complete team now. And then Tom Green goes down, and they're kind of back where they were. Now, having said that, all reports, Canelio's back to sort of where he was maybe 4 or 5 years ago, so that helps their midfield. Toby Green's obviously starting to go through the midfield a bit, but I think Tom Green's still the biggest loss for him. Maybe Cadman too today as a key forward.
Tom Green's the biggest injury story in the AFL pre-season by a long way.
He's a Brownlow chance. He's a Brownlow chance. You're right.
He led the competition in contested possessions per game last season and disposals per game, and was top 20 for score involvements. He is, as most people will know, as elite as they come. And you're spot on, Sato. They brought in Clayton Oliver to take the load off Callaghan and Green because far too much was being asked of them. So it's a hammer blow in that sense. People said, they got Oliver. Yeah, but that's not why he was brought in. They needed that extra body.
I agree. When you look at the game this time last year, they didn't have an Oliver. Okay, so now they've put Green, and Oliver's replaced Green. So the game itself from an actual personnel perspective is a bit different, but actually the quality itself should be similar as far as, well, one's just replaced the other. It's not as if they hadn't recruited an Oliver, then you're going, hang on a second. So they're looking to actually have got an Oliver.
They've been in deeper trouble, but they need a big season from Canelio, and Ralston is a player who can step up. We saw good signs from him last season. He needs to elevate, but he's a first-round draft pick. No reason he can't.
No, absolutely. And I think, it's great Phoenix Gothard debuts today, and Joey Delaney's back in the team. Second-year player, local Western Sydney boy, who I'm sure Tyg mentioned that Giants play a lot of system and structure, and they'll fit in and they'll play their roles, but it's not a Brent Daniels and a Darcy Jones, is it? They're the things they're covering today. No Taylor, no Green, who they're not going to have for the whole year.
You'd expect Toby to spend more time there?
Well,
he looks fit. He looks fit and he's fitter, so Toby probably spend more time. I'm just watching him as they warm up now. He's actually spending a lot of time in centre bounces, so you expect Toby probably to spend a bit more time without Tom there. Give him a bit more experience as well.
Yeah, which does take a little bit out of the forward line. But again, Stringer, Hogan, Riccardi, there's still some goal kickers, so that they cope okay. But we'll see what plays out.
Text line 0437 774 774. Grant in Waterloo, listening on ABC News Radio throughout Sydney, says ABC AFL top team, RIP Dennis Cometti, go Giants. Didn't ask you, Garvey, in the first hour. We spoke to the Tiger and the guys about it on Thursday night, but being a WA lad yourself and Dennis Cometti being, so heavily revered across the entire sporting landscape, not just out west, but do you have a Cometti anecdote before we get underway here?
Yeah, look, as a sports-mad WA kid, he was a beacon of pride for the state and provided the soundtrack to so many epic footy moments. Growing up in Perth, West Coast Eagles fan, 92 grand final, would have watched 100 times, like a cork in the ocean, of course.
Yes.
Such a famous one. But it wasn't just footy. His commentary of other sports, most notably the swimming at the Sydney 2000 Olympics, Thorpe and Vanden Hoogen, Hackett and Thorpe, the 4x100 relay. People re-watched that, not just for the race, but for Cometti's commentary. Just the greatest, and the man who made a one-liner in commentary an art form. Personally, I got to meet him a few times in Perth, and it was always a delight when you did. He used to call me Manags, after Peter Managlio, who was one of his favourite players from West Perth, who he told me I was a splitting image of when I was young. So he could have called me whatever he wanted, Dennis Cometti, but whenever he said, g'day Manags, obviously you walked taller as a young kid trying to make his way in the sports media industry.
Yeah, we continue to pay tribute to Dennis Cometti, of course, after his passing at the age of 76, midway through the week, and the footy community especially pays special tribute to him. The Giants and the Hawks is just a few moments away. Jason Saddington, Ty Cannelli, break it down for us. It's a bit of a new look midfield, I suppose, for the Hawthorn side of things, and the Giants are missing a few big names as well. And Hawthorn would feel as though they can flex their muscle. They fell one game short last year, and I don't know how much sort of credence you place on them, of course, opening round. It's just one other game, but it is the first game. Yeah,
I feel there's more pressure on Hawthorn this year, as a group, so they had a bit of leeway, and Sam Mitchell and the coaching group had a bit of leeway the last 2 years, so they've had it's more of the expectation piece they put on themselves and the external expectation on them, so that's going to be the piece for them, how they actually handle that throughout the year. But they're still a quality side. Can Gunston do the form that he has at his age? Can he back that up? That's a question. The goal sneaks. Obviously Newcomb had a great year for him as well last year, so look, there's the expectation on the club as a whole is probably the question mark for me, Jace.
Yeah, he took all the words out of his mouth, which was brilliant. I think, you look back to the to the final that they played last year up here, and the players that aren't playing for the Giants, Hawthorn, they're players that are playing, and there is that expectation. So they do go into this game expecting to be the team that should be dominant and get on top of the Giants, but
I wonder if Sam's going to do something. He's that creative coach. I don't mind the way he's creative with what he does. Whether he's actually going to change something drastic in the style of play that he actually goes about it. So that'll be something to watch. But you tweak it too much, you can really disrupt.
I feel like sometimes with the Hawks, it's their instinct and natural flair and the way they play. Like they're very well drilled and play their style quite well, but there's that brilliance that comes in that sort of brings them alight. So whether you have that early in the year as well, as the year goes on and you get into your groove, it certainly starts to kick into play. So it's always fascinating to see teams bounce in opening round or round one, and even through the first 6 rounds, sort of where they're at.
You need a volume of work, don't you?
You do.
Yeah.
We're looking at two teams that are going to be thereabouts around the mark. There is expectation of Hawthorn to finish that top 2, top 4.
We'll just give
Giants, people expecting to slide.
Give a ribbon out to anyone this year anyway.
The Giants might be a wild card. If they had to slide a little bit beyond the actual contenders, they might be down the bottom bit of the 8, and they could be a wild card.
They're better than 16 wins. Like, you've 16 wins in a season and then go straight sets. Like, that's really disappointing. You 16 wins, you're thinking, well, top 4 and comfortable. They're kind of, going to push for a GF. So that's a disappointing part of it. But you're right. Like, it's a conversation that everyone's going to have later in the year, obviously, with the wild card and the top 9.
The top 10. Ty called it the top 9 when I asked him for his pre-season predictions. Yeah, the Essendon in the top 9. They could be top 9. They'll be in the top 10.
They're going to get play finals.
But do they win that final? That's the other question. Does the drought continue?
I see where you're going.
Zoc from the Rock here with Horn out on the farm. The boys sound sharp, very, very sharp early. Thank you, Zoc. Most of us had one game to get the cobwebs out on Thursday night.
I've got an excuse then, that's good.
That's it, Sado. You can just be at ease. Fran, thank you for your text. Michael said, interesting to see how the Hawks midfield goes this season, as we mentioned. Yeah, no Will Day, no Warple. I'm lucky to have Newcombe today. Yes, he fought the law and he won John Newcombe at the tribunal during the week.
Yep, which is good to see players are willing to actually step up and say, you know what, no, I don't agree with it as a club, and get backed in by the football club. But I think we've had a couple of text messages from Zoc from the Rock. So
new co-captain John Newcombe, but it's in fact the existing captain, or the pre-existing captain, James Sicily, who's now having his 4th year in charge, who greets Toby Green at the toss. Toss is one of the Giants. They'll kick to the scoreboard and to start under overcast skies, but very muggy, warm, early autumn conditions here in the Harbour City. Let's head boundary side. Phil Pryor is there for us as we approach the opening, I keep wanting to say bounce, the opening ball up of this game, the Giants and the Hawks. Down to you, Phil.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. 29 degrees, a top of 30. It's the humidity which is off the charts, which you just alluded to there, Spriggy. Thunderstorms are forecast as well. Chances of those picking up certainly in the second half. The heat policy is in effect, lengthening quarter and three-quarter time breaks from 6 to 8 minutes. Plus, there'll be more water carriers out on the ground. And we're keeping a close eye on the addition to the bench, of course, the extra for each side and how coaches deploy those resources this afternoon. I won't read out everyone on there because those benches, it's 5 each now, so it's a long list. But we will be keeping an eye on things down here and just how each coach decides to use that extra little strategic piece of resource.
Only a 2-game sample size so far in season 2026. This is game 3. And the Giants pick up where they left off. They were beaten by Hawthorn in last year's elimination final at this ground, their home ground. And they get a chance to atone for that and get a win first up in Adam Kingsley's 4th year in charge. So just about set to go here before, of course, we head across to Brisbane and the Western Bulldogs at the Gabba later on tonight. Collingwood and the Saints tomorrow with the new feature, the Melbourne game in opening round. I was told, by the way, Clayton Oliver, who's in the middle of the ground, as we'd expect, does struggle with the heat and humidity, as perhaps I might expect. It was a feature of the Giants pre-season that he was struggling with that. But Daniel Garb is back with us for a new here on ABC Sport, getting us underway here at the Sydney Showground.
The Hawks and the Giants in opening round footy. No Tom Green, so Toby Green starts in the middle for GWS, but it's Hawthorn with the first clearance. Newcombe to McDonald, well tackled, so it spills to Oliver. His first disposal as a Giant. Handwater back to Whitfield. Out wide to Callaghan. And now Angwin throws it on his left boot to half forward. Hogan won front position. Well spoiled by Barras though, but illegally, according to the umpire, over the shoulder. So Hogan has it. 60 out, left half forward. Drills it into the pocket. Looking for Stringer over his head. Ooh. And a push in the back. Another free kick to GWS. Against Battle. And Jake Stringer will have a shot from 15 out, right on the boundary, left forward pocket.
There you go, the advantage of front spot, key forwards. It's old school, isn't it, Ty? Play in front, you get free kicks. They've earned them.
It was hard to see it from here, but he obviously looked for it once the actual contest happened. He was actually looking at the umpire.
Stringer runs around, misses the chance to kick the first of the game, but it is the first score. A minute gone. Giants one behind.
The Hawks waste no time out of defence. Carl Amon with the kick out. His best year as a Hawk last year, 2025. On to the outer side. There it's marked, and again they're just going to chip it around here. Hawthorn, Mitch Lewis coming up the ground to take that mark. Get some ball going here through Sicily, deep to half forward. That with a flight. Briggs did well. Wasn't paid the mark, in fact, so he just sort of hacks it back, and now it's marked on the outer wing. They've got some dash going here, the Giants. This time Whitman receives the hand pass. Pinpoint kick. He's a great ball user. Finds Riccardi.
50.
Out of wing. It's going to be 50. Yeah. On this occasion, Weddle didn't stand. So he's penalised. The Giants will come inside 50 here. And Jake Riccardi, the first good look at the game.
A big player, Hawthorn, out on the far side. Mitch Lewis taking the mark. He's probably one player that, again, has also had his injury troubles across the last couple of years. Big, important player for Hawthorn in the forward line this year. Ty, you mentioned Jack Gunston, who had a fantastic year last year but getting older, but Mitch Lewis, really big player for him this year. But a couple of free kicks, Giants getting shots on goal.
Big year for Jake Riccardi as well. A contract year. Here he is, 35 out, sliding to right of centre, and he slots it. The Giants have the first goal. 1-1-7 GWS. Hawthorn are yet to score. 2.5 played the opening term. This is opening round Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, intercept disposal at half back from the Giants, and they just bounced pretty quickly, and they're looking to get that handball inside, and it was a drop off defender that allowed Riccardi to actually take that mark itself, and the 50 was the running within the 5 metre. I'm not too sure who the Hawthorn Wattle actually running past, give him the free kick he gave. But again, like you said, Jason, 2 free kick shots at goal, and it's good stuff from the Giants. They're up and about.
I think it was Kieran Briggs that he didn't quite take the intercept mark. It's been a bit of a challenge for him with the ruck departments. Nick Madden's been fantastic in the pre-season for the Giants. Briggs has kept him out, though, for opening round.
Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington, your experts on ABC Sport. Giants with the first, but Hawthorn are one down in the middle. Here's Watson, the 1-2 with Ward. The shot at goal is foiled over the boundary line, or through the goal line, by Connor Iden, the new Giants vice-captain. So Hawthorn on the board with the one behind. GWS 1-1-7. Jake Riccardi, their goal kicker, who I'm told had an excellent pre-season. A lot of hype about what he might be able to do this year.
I want to see
3.5 in the first term.
I want to see more of Nick Watson in the midfield centre bounce. That was explosive out of the middle.
Joe Fonte marks from the kick out in the right back pocket. Smoking Joe Fonte, debuted 2024, came back in round 8 last year, stayed in the team. So it wasn't dropped. Ball goes to the outer side. Canelio spills it here. Gathered now by Barris. Hawthorn just whack it back towards half forward. Gunston in the contest with Fonte. Now he has some run in the pocket. Hand pass inboard. Watson. Handball over the top. Here again they go. Ginnivan from the pocket. Snaps and goals. Well, he picks up where he left off. Jack Ginnivan. 3 goals in last year's final at this ground, 17 disposals. He has the Hawks' first major here, and it's 1-1-7 apiece. The Giants and the Hawks on ABC Sport. 4.5 gone first term.
We actually saw this a bit with the Giants that played maintaining possession during the pre-season game, when they actually turned the ball over itself. But good body work from Gunston. He's smart and clever, played the handball, played fast, and Watson over the top, and Ginnivan with a nice finish in the pocket. So they look to play fast, obviously, on turnover, and classy, clever forwards. In those 3, Gunston, Watson and Ginnivan, it's a nice finish. And he's got the glove on the left hand. He puts it over his face as a celebration. Not too sure what that is.
Well, he is a showman. It's like a Michael Jackson glove.
Okay.
Just the one hand from Jack Ginnivan.
Looks like Bane from Batman with a little like a mask on his face.
I called them the Little Rascals in the interview pre-game with Adrian Hickmott. They are just that, but so effective for the Hawks. 1-1-7 apiece. Giants win the clearance, though, through Toby Green. Callum Brown slapped it forward inside 50 in attack for GWS, and that's a strong tackle to lock it up in that area on Barris by Stephen Canelio. An impact by the veteran. We'll have a ball up, 45 out from the Giants' goal.
Oliver out there in midfield in the contest with McDonald. Jars free here for the Giants. Weddle's hand pass almost picked off. Opportunity here now for Blake Hardwick. Does farm out the hand pass, and Hawthorn can rebound back towards the half-forward area for the Giants, and Whitfield in the contest with Ginnivan. It is off-hand and out of bounds for a throw-in, not far away from Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, it took nearly 5 minutes for either team to go through their first rotation. I get the feeling that coaches are going to play this a little bit more conservatively early. Obviously, an extra player on the bench, but no extra rotations.
6 minutes gone in the first term, 1-1-7 apiece between the Giants and the Hawks. Newcomb drives it to half forward, but does so rather hastily, and Fonte's there to pick it off for GWS. Goes laterally to Iden, who has a bounce inside his own defensive 50. Short to Whitfield, thought about playing on, now will do. To Laverde, another GWS debutant today alongside Clayton Oliver, perhaps a lower profile, but an important one considering the absence of Sam Taylor down back for GWS. He goes short to Rouston. Giants still within their defensive half. That is a risky kick and a poor one. He looked for Oliver Rouston, turned it over to Morrison, and he gives it to McDonald.
And he goes down the line. Strong chest mark taken by Mitch Lewis. He's 65 from goal. Goes deep towards the top of the goal square. Mab Chol is back there with a one hand. They can't control it. Buckley, it's out of bounds on the full. Buckley was appealing there for that very result. It was indeed out of bounds on the full. So a Giants ball at left full back. It's 1-1-7 apiece here. 7 gone in the opening term as Buckley, as you mentioned, one of those co-vice captains for the Giants, goes beyond offensive 50. Oliver sprawling for it. Play was held. It's a Hawthorn free kick going Sicily's way. Advantage not paid. So we'll come back here, says umpire Roseberry.
He went, didn't he? It's gone back there.
It was never paid, so we'll be back here for the free kick for James Sicily at right half forward. It's the Giants 117, Hawthorn 117. 8 minutes played here in the opening term on ABC Sport.
So 7.5 minutes in, Spriggy, the white numbers. Easier or harder?
About the same.
About the same?
It's a boring answer, sorry.
I quite like him.
Okay.
Striking.
What I do like is Brownie's haircut. He's dyed his hair blonde, bleach blonde.
Sicily chisels one into Mitch Lewis. In fact, it's Big Lloyd Meek, the ruckman down there. Wonderful kick from Sicily. Giants defenders had the chance to chop it off. Couldn't get full purchase on it. And Meek at the second attempt takes the overhead mark and will kick from 20 out. Slight angle to the right for Hawthorn's second.
I don't mind that play. Like, that was a very, very slow play. It took forever for that ball to come back and the entry to go in. To get a ruckman to drift in, because they're going to be opposed to a ruckman who's not used to defending.
Super impressive 2025 campaign, Lloyd Meek. And he started nicely this year. Drills that straight through. Hawthorn 2-1-13, GWS 1-1-7, 8.5 gone. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
100%, Jason. And it wasn't a traditional long to the top of the square kick. You know, it was a half kick. It was almost a lead. And you got a good ball user, and Sicily's got the ball. So, you know, it does make a difference when you get your best ball users with the ball in the hand with the entry. So, but he actually almost, the connection between the two and actually the lead itself, it was like a half kick and at the lead. It was lovely. And against, obviously, like you said, a ruckman, they had numbers back, the Giants.
But that's the thing. Like, you get ruckman v ruckman.
Yep.
The ruckman's in his back half's not used to defending like that. The key backs, they'll defend the forwards every day of the week. That's what they want.
And a lot of the ruckmen too, second ruckmen are forwards.
Yeah. Wasn't a great minute and a bit for Kieran Briggs. Gave away the free kick outside 50 and then let his opponent mark inside 50.
Anthony Albanese being booed here at the Sydney Showground. He's just being shown on the big screen, the Prime Minister in the Hawthorn scarf. Briggs, hand pass off to Callahan. So a free kick from the restart here for the Giants. Going inside forward 50. It bounced out of bounds inside 50.
You don't come to a home game, Prime Minister, do you, with the Hawthorn scarf on?
Well,
I thought away game,
it's
no
one
problem.
of the clubs he claims.
Yeah, but it's okay. I've no problem with that. But I'm saying it's a home Giants game.
But why was that why he was booed?
I don't want to get into all that.
All right, let's go. How long have we got?
We do often tend to boo Prime Ministers and things at sporting events. So it's kind of part of our nature, I think, with Aussies, regardless of our political persuasion. This kick is going to be from the Hawks and out of bounds on the outer side. So it's a Giants ball at right half forward. Shout out to the Stephen family, including young Ashton and Marley in the car. Going to swimming lessons, 0437 774 774 over there in Perth. Anyway, the Giants have the footy here. Back inside 50, they come at the scoreboard end. Big fly there from Lloyd Meek at the defensive end. Loose ball gathered now by Jack Scrimshaw, receives a hand pass, and now Impey can thump it beyond defensive 50.
The left half back, Lewis couldn't take the mark. Laverde right there with him. He started nicely, Jaden Laverde. Yeah. Sees it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right half forward for GWS.
Well, that's the beauty of a Jaden Laverde, isn't it? You can put him in. He's experienced. He's played a lot of AFL footy. Probably only ended up the club with the Lekalia trade falling through. That was expected, but fantastic. He debuts opening round for the Giants.
3 touches early on. Hawks lead by a goal. Knocked forward from the ball up. Nash got his arms free with strength. Back to Meek. He's wrapped up by Briggs. Now the Giants can go. It spills free. Thomas, though, has coughed it up to Connor McDonald on the wing. Drills it forward. Another strong tackle on McGuinness. It is hot early.
Yep.
And that was Harry Himmelberg with an excellent tackle. In fact, it's on Sam Butler. We'll have a ball up.
Just giving the ball away. Sorry, Garvey, just giving the ball away a couple of times now. The Giants when in possession, which is a turnover. It's obviously dangerous in today's footy.
Dylan Moore for the toe at forward. Giants off half back through Finn Callahan. Gave one off, got it back. His handball was too hot for Lockie Ash. Morrison comes in. Free kick, Lockie Ash. Hawthorn leads by 6 points here. 2-1 plays 1-1. The Giants through Ash goes streaming off half back. Shows good pace. Down the corridor he goes. Stringer. Two Hawks collided. The mark is taken by Josh Battle in his 150th. So his teammate got in the way there. Was it Battle and Hardwick?
It was Barris.
Or Barris, in fact, who's now getting up. So they go to the outer side. Nab Chol in the contest with Buckley. Slapped away by Ralston. Buckley's now the loose man. Back here now for Harvey Thomas. Giants, the home side, go on the advance and straight out of bounds on the full. So it'll be Hawthorn's ball on the outer side. They lead by 6 points. 12 gone here in the opening term on ABC Sport. Tyke Anelli and Jason Saddington.
You're right, though, Tyke. Their last probably couple of minutes of possession, the Giants very wasteful.
Harry Ralston needs to tidy up his disposal. A couple of stray kicks. Early on is Ginnivan. who kicked the Hawks second.
2 kicks, 2 turnovers.
Has it on the wing. That's Rouston. Ginnivan sends Hawthorn deep into attack. Lewis is there. It spills to the back, but it does so to Callum Brown. Handball to Angwin. He'll have a bounce in defence of 50. It's opened up in front of him. Needs someone to run with. Brown's there for the 1-2. Back to Angwin. He'll loop it over the top to Riccardi. Giants up to the wing now. Brown kept going and controlled it beautifully. Excellent work by Impey to apply some pressure. Still they move it forward, GWS. Nash gets hands to it. Good tackle by Riccardi. Fantastic pressure early on by both sides, and Callum Brown, who had it deep in defence, moved that ball.
That's why I'd like him to see him as a half-back with that power and speed sometimes. You know, you've got that power explosiveness as a forward, but I don't know if he's fit enough as a half-back itself, but, you know, that's what he can do with that speed and power.
Giants stoppage inside of 50. Ball stolen away by Stringer. It goes up and into the waiting arms of Max Krzyzewski. And
drop a kick
right forward pocket. He's 30 metres out.
He just drop a kick forward in front, you know, and he's just on his toes and ready for it, you know, but off the back of some really aggressive ball movement from the Giants by hand, as we know that they do well.
So Max Krzyzewski, who kicked a couple of goals against the Swans in the pre-season game at Henson Park last week, 2 goals, 1. He was their VFL best and fairest last year, played just 7 games in the ones for 10 goals. On the approach for the Giants second, and he kicks it comfortably. Scores back level here at the showground. 2-1, 13 apiece. The Giants and the Hawks. 14 gone first term. Saturday footy, ABC Sport opening round. Tyke Canelli, Jason Saddington.
Yeah, he's pretty happy about that, Krzyzewski, as well. Why wouldn't you be? You mentioned Spriggy. He's played a lot of VFL footy last year. He's kicked a lot of goals in the VFL. Just hasn't been able to transition that into AFL football as a forward. But we know that takes time. It's the hardest probably position or part of the ground to play as a young player, as play up forward. But it's a big year for him, and it's great to see him getting the board early for the Giants.
I was going to go there, Jason. You know, that's just he's one that could really pop up for him this year. You know, it does take time. He's 192 centimetres. You know, you Caulfield Grammar boy, so you kind of think in 2024 draft. So it's 21. It's that time. If it's 3 years in the system now, you can get that explosive, that opportunity where he really pops.
2-1, 13 apiece between the Giants and the Hawks. 15 gone in the first term. Finn Callahan with the clearance, snaps it towards half forward, bounces free. O'Halloran fell on it. Morrison tried to punch it clear. Oliver gets hands to it, throws it on the boot. It'll bounce through just wide of the behind post, in fact. So we'll have a throw in deep in attack for GWS, but that's Clayton Oliver getting his hands dirty as a Giant in this first term and working it forward.
And I don't mind this bit. When the Giants are in the front half, if they just quick kick it forward, I reckon it's working for them. They want their run and carry from half back, but front half, just get it in.
Out of the ruck, Riccardi, that was tossed back in. Ball fell to Rouston. Hand pass back here, Canelio. No look up, back to Riccardi. He snaps high and long, back towards goal. It's wobbling through! Riccardi with his second. And the Giants take the lead here at the showground. 3-1-19, Hawthorn a 2-1-13. 16 minutes played in the opening term. Saturday footy in opening round right here on ABC Sport.
It was like there was helium in the balloon then when Riccardi kicked it. It just kept going up and up and then just carried the distance-wise as well. I mean, I thought this was dropping well ahead of the top of the goal square, but it just kept gathering air and kept going. A strong start, Jake Riccardi.
And great hands from Canelio. You know, talk about his pre-season, and he looks like he's running on top of the ground. So he's looking for a big impact in the front half of the season.
Superstar to this encounter at the Sydney Showground. GWS 3-1-19, Hawthorn 2-1-13. Riccardi with 2. And that was a fantastic finish. About 40 out on the snap. And a lot of work to do.
Saw the fake there, and that's in a bounce rule, you know. So we saw it early in the season with Brody Grundy with the new rule with 2 rucks should be jumping.
Well done by Watson. The handball away. Avoided the tackle. Back to Newcomb now. Hawthorn have it on the wing. Tries to dart around a couple, and then he's surely holding the ball. Well done, Harvey Thomas. They play on quickly through Canelio, who looks rejuvenated. Gets it to Callahan. That's his 6th disposal, Finn Callahan. Bouncing ball in attack for the Giants. Brilliant work, Scrimshaw. Ducked under a tackle, kept going, and moved it through the corridor. Now Hawthorn go deep into attack.
Intercepted down there by Jayden Laverty. His first game as a Giant, the ex-Bomber. And they'll just settle things down for a second here, the Giants. They lead by 6 points. 17 gone to the opening term. Laverty on the outer side. Oliver mops up a loose footy. Now he's brought down as well. Paddles it forward though.
To back
Nearly
Hogan.
on the outside. Goes looking inside forward 50. Brown is down there. He's paid the free kick. You got a push there from Sicily. And now Callum Brown will go back and take the set shot. 45-degree angle, and he is 40 metres out.
That's a clever little hit on from Harvey Thomas on the wing, wasn't it? He knew he had players ahead of the ball. Just needed to get it out. They didn't need to take possession, but the hit on was very, very important. And Laverty, great start.
Yeah.
Probably in the best back on field so far.
God, I love Brownie's haircut. I know I'm talking about it, and I'm probably a man that shouldn't be talking about hair, but bleach, blonde, he's got it shaved. What's it called? The fade, the taper fade, I think it's called. No, these days, the taper fade. And he's got the pink boots.
He crosses the 50, lines up the set shot. Yeah. This looks pretty good as well. So the Giants have a few on the bounce. They lead by 12 points, 4-1-25. There's his very annoying goal music, Callum Brown. The Hawks are 2-1-13, 18 and a half.
Hang on.
Is this some traditional Irish song or something?
I've never heard it.
No,
I've never heard it.
What
It's so brownie, it's great.
No, someone mentioned it's from like Fortnite or something. I don't know. It's a gaming thing, I think. Anyway, Giants by 12, 18 and a half gone in the opening term. Jason Saddington and Ty Cannelli.
Guy, can you answer that? You're talking about fades and some sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a low taper fade haircut. I know my two young fellas are talking about it. Okay. But
last haircut was 15 years ago.
Okay, that's why I don't save money on that one. But look, it's again, you're right. Just kept the ball alive, Harvey Thomas, and Brownie was stretching back towards goal, and the defenders had to make the decision. Sicily was caught in making a decision whether to come forward or back, and ended up giving the free kick away. Nice execution too from Brownie.
Great finish by Callum Brown with the Eminem hairstyle. Giants up by 2 goals, 19 gone in the first.
The Slim Shady.
We'll have the ball thrown up right next to the centre circles. Meek taps it down, looking for Newcomb. Oliver wins the clearance though. And then Briggs just smashes it forward. Bouncing ball into attack. Scrimshaw picks it off again for Hawthorn. The handball to Nash. She puts it out in front of Newcomb. Will it sit up for him? Yes, on the wing. Moves it forward to Harry Morrison. Looks to dart around a
good pressure
tackle of Laverty. But Laverty, who's been superb early on, wrapped him up. Now they move it to half forward, the Giants. Riccardi's kick was a little bit hasty. Bouncing ball. Stringer picks it off. Heel snap, truly, surely. The package delivers. And he delivers the 5th for GWS in this first term. Jake Stringer makes it 5-1-31. Hawthorn 2-1-13, 20 gone.
They get to Xavier Halloran, his pressure. I'm not too sure who the half-back that came forward on it was, but the pressure and that handball itself was outstanding. It was Laverty. He's had a really good start to the game.
Recruit of the year.
Yeah, it's been a really good start. And after a bit of a disconnect with the injury itself, Riccardi and Hogan was gone back towards the goal, and he actually kicked to the lead, but it ended up popping up for him. And nice finish. Sorry, Stringer, not Hogan.
It's the pressure, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Hawthorn, the Giants have turned the ball over a few times, but Hawthorn just haven't found the way to punish them hard enough, have they? But the pressure of the Giants been good enough to cover it up and send it back through.
Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Finn McGuinness is finally out there for Hawthorn, so he took 20 minutes to get out there. All 5 of the Giants subs have been used already.
Quick clearance, Giants. Second by Jesse Hogan. Fast entry from Briggs off the right, just bombed it long. Hogan crashed to ground for the second bite. He beats Barris. And he'll take a kick here from 35 out, slightly left of centre.
It's definitely working for the Giants. Front of centre, quick kick, get it in. They are getting good results from that. There's nothing pretty about it, but it's causing chaos with Hawthorn's defence, and the Giants forwards are cashing in a bit.
Why wouldn't you with those forwards ahead of the ball?
Right.
And they're not Toby's in the middle, but you know what I mean? Actually, that ability to win the ball in there and get it to ground.
Didn't reach the heights last year of his Coleman year the previous season. Of course, the foot injury last year. Started to approach Jesse Hogan. Comes in, set shot. The Giants have kicked 5 in a row. 6 for the game to lead by 24 as we hit time on here in the opening term at the showground. 6-1-37, Hawthorn 2-1-13, 22 minutes played in the opening quarter. Your experts are Jason Saddington and Ty Cannelli.
But it makes a huge difference, doesn't it, when you actually kick straight? Yeah. You're kicking 6-1, like it's just real. You reward to walk the injuries and everything that you're trying to plan and prepare for. It puts you under pressure, obviously, if you don't kick straight, as we know. But and to Phil's point around the rotations, we saw it actually. The Swans, Papley was the same. It was a 20-minute mark when they actually bring him in. So it's the management there's a lot of planning going into this, obviously, from a rotation point of view.
The Giants lead by 24 points. 22 minutes gone in the first term. And Jesse Hogan, the Graham Moss medalist from the State of Origin encounter in the West, now up to 398 career goals with his first of the afternoon. Briggs has been brilliant in the middle of the ground for the Giants. He wins another clearance. Bouncing ball inside 50 now for GWS. Scrimshaw cuts across and taps it down to Amon. He then lost the handle on the football like a bar of soap. It slipped out of his hands. Managed to get it forward.
Pressure again.
To McDonald. And now Nash, handballing board to Newcomb. They've done well here, the Hawks, to keep moving it forward. Newcomb's got a target free. Well done, bucked in a zone across. But Watson swoops on it and snaps it through. The Wizard. You cannot leave him for an instant. And he was quick to gather that one up. And like a true forward pocket, deliver for Hawthorn's third. The margin cut back to 18 points in favour of GWS.
Well, it's forward craft at its best. You're a small forward, you know where you need to get to. Get to where the drop of the ball's going to be and hit it at pace. Oof.
The Joe Fonte, I think it was the defender himself, went to the back of the contest. It's a great experience at 20 games in against a real dangerous coming forward.
It's going to go with him, don't you?
Nick Watson now wearing James Warple's old number 5, so he was number 34, the Wizard. And he's got number 5. There was another one as well. So I see McDonald actually traded up as well, so he was number 31. Takes CJ Jatz number 9.
It's Watson back in the middle now as well as centre bounce. His last centre bounce, his footwork and speed in there caused havoc.
Restart back in the middle. Meek flies against Briggs. Toby Green back to his big man. Briggs just throws the ball in the boot. High towards half forward again. Crashing the pack. Hardwick. In fact, Scrimshaw it was for the Hawks. The hand pass comes wide to Toby Green. He was run down by Watson. Ball just bounces out toward the boundary line, and it will be a throw-in in the right forward pocket for the Giants, who lead by 18 points. 6-1 plays 3-1. 25 gone to the opening term. This is Saturday footy in opening round on ABC Sport.
It was interesting tying that centre bounce with the Wizard. He was just on the fly. It was very old school, wasn't it? If you win it, he's through.
An exhilarating first term as Meek palms it down. Oliver gets hands to it. The Giants in attack just inside 50. Stringer tries to burrow his way through. Well tackled though. The Hawks have turned it over, but they have won a free kick against Stringer.
Another change we've noticed, Phil gone there, is that Adam Kingsley's obviously up in the coaching box today. He was traditionally in the last couple of years has been down on the bench coaching from the interchange.
The Hawks switch it around defensive 50. Scrimshaw to D'Ambrosio, who is at right half back. Massimo D'Ambrosio on that raking left boot up to half forward. Good leap by Weddle, off hands. Riccardi, happy to see that over the boundary line. A couple of goals for Jake Riccardi in this first term. Giants lead by 18 points, 25 minutes gone. Finn Callahan with 6 touches for the Giants. Scrimshaw and Newcomb with 7 disposals for the Hawks.
Chucks it back in. The Hawks get to it. Riccardi from behind on Meek. Ginnivan through traffic. Dunphy have a tackle, left the ball behind. Now Meek tries again at ground level. Ginnivan, hurried left foot kick away up towards half forward. They reach for it. Blocking it clear here, O'Halloran for the Giants. Up to his captain, Toby Green. Use the corridor now by foot. He had the man running past. Whitfield gets the hand pass there from Himmelberg going inside forward 50. Intercepted by Barras. Hawthorn can try again here. Giants lead by 18.
They go down the corridor. Barras' kick found Nash. Got it to Newcomb. Pokes it over the top for Ginnivan, who will mark and play on. Does not dispose of it well, though. Grubber effort picked up by McGuinness. Still a chance here. The Hawks. Gunston throws it over his shoulder. Left foot snap is a wonderful finish. Jack Gunston, that is majestic. Hawthorn's leading goal kicker from last season with 73 majors, picking up from where he left off at 33 years of age. A quite masterful effort. 2 in a row for the Hawks. They've cut their lead back to 12 points.
Well, they definitely punished them on the turnover that time. It was a horrible entry from the Giants. There's been a bit of a disconnect with their mids to forwards on a couple of occasions. I think it was Hogan or Stringer was trying to drift in behind, just need to come up to the kicker, but on turnover Hawthorn just had numbers through the middle of the field. Giants nearly got away with it with Ginnivan's kick. There was a bit of a scrubber, but Gunston classy finish, pick up, kick on the left.
Well, on the left, man. He just picked it up and knew exactly where he was going. Bang, didn't have a step. It's his weaker side of his body. He's probably 45 old. He's picked it up and just gone whack around the corner.
So you're going to say 45 years of age. He's been around a while, Jack Nelson. He's just getting better and better. Hand pass picked off here by Oliver for the Giants at half-forward. They go inside to Phoenix Gothard on debut. Deep towards full forward. It's been dropped by the Hawks defence. So untidy work now is recovered by Hogan, who pops it through. Scrimshaw made the error, spilled the grab on the behind line. Hogan swooped through with a quick snap from close range. Goal number 2 for Jesse Hogan. They'll check this in the arc.
That's just what I love about it. You know, I'd love to show this to some key forwards. When they're out of position, the ball was kicked on, I think it was Hogan's head. And it was Hogan or Stringer. I think it was Hogan. And he's just came back in hard into the opposition defender and Wattle in that case and actually just got the ball to the ground. Just looking at the replay, I think he's kept it in play.
Alive, yeah.
Yeah, and it's Hogan. It was a standing body work to hook back in, but it looks like it was a goal.
Danced around the goal post and pops it through for his second. This time a goal on the run. And the Hawks, well, they kicked 2 of the first 3 in the game. The Giants then kicked 5 in a row. The Hawks have kicked the next 2. And the Giants get one back here through their spearhead, Jesse Hogan. Just waiting on confirmation here with the score review. The soft call was goal. And I fancy there's no reason to overturn that.
They're just checking to see whether it went through the behinds before Hogan took possession.
There it is. Jesse Hogan does have his second goal. And the Giants extend their lead back out to 18 points at the 29-minute mark of the opening term. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, Ty Kennelly mentioned that Adam Kingsley's now up in the commentary box. Well, Jake Riccardi came off and he spent an absolute age on the phone, presumably to Kingsley. So a slightly different dynamic down on the Giants bench this season.
Giants lead by 18 points. This is synonymous with that elimination final from last season. End-to-end, goals are plenty, 11 in the first term.
And it's the way both teams want to play. They'd be happy with it. Obviously, the Giants more so because they're up on the scoreboard. But it's the way they play.
The Hawks won the game that mattered. The opening round fixture is a big occasion. And GWS have the jump. Hawthorn kicked 2 in a row to get it back to 12 points. But Hogan, with his second of the first term, brings the lead back to 18 for the Giants. Cornelio worked it back to Rowson, but they've lost the handle on it. Picked up on McDonald, who's been really busy for the Hawks. To Newcomb, who's also had plenty of it. Well done, Laverde again. Floated across that pack and punched it towards the boundary line. Gathered by Iden. Turned it over there to Ward. In the left forward pocket. Clever snap. McDonald dropped the mark. Should have taken it. Eventually gets it free. Morrison can't gather it. And then it's socketed through by Dylan Moore, but only for a behind from the top of the square. Hawthorn with chances there. The Giants' defence just hung on, and they lead by 17 points late stages of the first term.
It did everything right, but hold the mark. McDonald, I think it was, wasn't it? It was a great kick to the top of the square from the pocket. He was there, but just didn't hold on to it.
17 points, the Giants leaders, Daniel Garb mentioned. O'Halloran marks it here at right half back. It's the AFL trying to sort of increase scoring and also limit game time and sort of increase the speed of the game as far as stoppages. Well, you can't have it both ways, can you? Because you score the goals, you have long quarters, as we're headed for here. Iden goes back inside defensive 50 for Joe Fonte. The Giants will switch back to the members' side. We had a 40-minute quarter the other night at the SCG, and the Swans kick those 12 goals. The Giants come up this commentary side of the ground. Tap down here towards Delana. Steers it inside 50 on his lead of Stringer. Stringer marks in the left forward pocket, 40 out.
Yeah, great small forward craft there too, and Delana right at the front for the crumb, and then a lovely hit up. That's the best entry I reckon the Giants have had in terms of hitting up a key forward.
You're almost instinctive, isn't it? Because you crumb and the pressure's coming from inside. You don't have a chance, and as a mid or a half back, you just got to hit it, and the forward knows he needs to come at the ball.
Jake Stringer kicked 3 goals, 3 in the pre-season hit out against the Swans. Opens up the angle here for his second this afternoon. Misses near side. So he's got, 1 goal, 2 so far, Jake Stringer. And the Giants 7-2-44. The Hawks 4-2-26. 32 gone in the opening term.
He's looked alive.
Yeah.
Stringer.
Yeah, fit and healthy this time of the year. It's good, isn't it? It's good signs.
Giants by 18 points as Amon brings it back into play after the behind. Sends it up to the wing. The leak from Mitch Lewis. Verde's right there with him. the ball go over the boundary line. So Liberto's been fantastic. Clayton Oliver, 6 disposals, 6 contested possessions, 3 clearances. So having an impact early. But Jai Newcomb, 9 touches for the Hawks, 3 inside 50s, 309 metres gained. You dare say at quarter time the Giants might need to put some work into the influence of Jai Newcomb as off the boundary thrown. It goes over the head of Meek and Briggs. Gothard on debut, works it out to Cornelio, throws it on his left boot, bouncing ball gathered by Hardwick of the Hawks. Looks for Meek, finds him, Cornelio wraps him up, and then it's socket off the ground by Ralston into attack, picked off by Toby Green. He will centre it smartly to Jesse Hogan, who will mark and kick from 20 out, slight angle to the right for his 3rd of the first term.
You talk about a Hogan, stringer, 31 years of age. It's Cornelio. His pressure and his ability to get after that ground ball and pressure the opposition to actually create that turnover and create the ball to go forward to Green. And we know what Toby can do, obviously, with the ball in hand. Well, no one knows what he can do when he gets it in his hand. No one knows what he's going to do. But, yeah, nice centre.
So a chance at a big milestone for Jesse Hogan. He's kicking at goal 400 of his illustrious AFL career. What an impact he's made at GWS. For his 3rd of the first term, 20 out, slight angle to the right. 400 up for Hogan. A hero, now as a Giant. And that is a big milestone reached. And he takes the Giants' lead out to 24 points.
It's only got 1,000 to go.
So it's about another 950 to catch Plugger.
They've got 50 points at quarter time. You know, it's a big score. It's a big score, and we expect it to be a bit tighter. So it's a big score to be extremely happy with the way they've performed in offense, even though they haven't connected really well in front of the ball, Jace.
Yeah, well, everyone's seen a bit of Adam Kingsley's coaching over the past couple of months, but one thing he always talks about is, does it look like a Giants game of football? Right now, it definitely does. They're looking sharp, they're getting their run and carry, the pressure's high, and they're able to connect in with their forwards. Certainly in the last 5 minutes, much better than what they were through the middle part of the quarter.
12 goals combined this quarter, both sides. 8 for the Giants, 4 for the Hawks. Margin 24 here, back underway in the middle. And the ball goes really nowhere, as handed back to the umpire by Josh Ward. Up it goes. Briggs and Meek. Cornelio just gets a kick away. It's marked on the outer side. Here for the Hawks. And Butler, he dummied the hand pass. There was an overstep as well, so it'll be 50 with O'Halloran penalised.
It was Gothard.
Gothard, I beg
your
pardon.
Just encroached in that protected area.
It's the new sort of 5 metre zone. New interpretation or new rule tweak as far as the stand rule. And so this brings Butler within range. He'll kick from just inside 50, and a chance for the Hawks to get one back at the 35-minute mark of the opening term. Sam Butler, who returned mid-year from that awful leg injury. West Coast came hard for him in the off-season. Stays a Hawk, lines up the set shot here, and makes no mistake. This goal rush continues in Western Sydney. 13 for the quarter overall. The Hawks 5-2-32. Cut the Giants' lead back to 18. Go to Western Sydney at 8-2-50. 35.5 played in the opening term. Saturday footy here at opening round on ABC Sport. We have Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, GWS player Callum Brown was just assessed by the physio on his right shoulder. It doesn't appear anything too serious, but he got a bit of a rub, so it's certainly worth keeping an eye on.
This was a high-scoring game in the COVID era.
Well, it's a halftime score. It's a halftime score, really, but I'll be surprised. Two teams that love to go after the game and take the game on too, you know.
It's the way all the good teams are playing now, isn't it? You've got to score. You've got to score to win.
Giants lead by 18 points. A minute to go in this first term. Oliver with another disposal, picks it up cleanly in the middle of the ground. And thumps it into attack for GWS. Battle looked to punch it away, didn't get a good purchase on it. Well done, Grozewski, picked it up cleanly, got it to Goddard. His first goal in the AFL. Has spurned an excellent opportunity, Phoenix Goddard. 15 out, wet the snap for some reason. Just needed to drill the drop punt, perhaps. Bit of anxiety. His first goal in the
pop off
AFL.
his right foot and take an easy snap on his left to open up the angle.
They go to the outer side here, the Giants. Himmelberg, hand pass back to Ralston, just pumps it back inside 50 here for the Giants. Stringer reaching for it. Free kick paid here to go the Hawks' way. There was a hand over the back of Jack Scrimshaw, who's just clarifying the free kicks for him or for his co-captain James Sicily. It is for Sicily in the left back pocket. Just saw Tom Hanks here on the big screen, by the way.
Really?
So that Hollywood star, I think it was Tom Hanks.
Yeah, it's been filming out here.
Okay, well, there you go.
At Little Bay.
There were no... Really?
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's your neck of the woods.
I was down there getting autographs.
Yeah, there he is. Tom Hanks. That's a big get.
Yeah.
The Giants here. 19 points is their lead, by the way. 37 minutes and 15 seconds.
Forget about Tom Hanks. The bloke to the far left is ex-Sydney Swans legend, Paul Kelly.
Yes. He's there with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's absolute power as far as big names. Cornelio's kick picked off by Blake Hardwick. And that is an elongated first quarter here at the Sydney Showground in which 13 goals were banged through. 8 at one end for the Giants, 5 for the Hawks. The scoreline 8-3-51. GWS, the home side, leads Hawthorn 5-32. So a 19-point margin. We saw Jesse Hogan kick 3 in that first term. In the process, bring up 400 career goals in the AFL. A couple of goals for Jake Riccardi, singles to Stringer, Grajewski and Callum Brown. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, they're 5 goal kickers so far, all individuals. Jack Ginnivan was the first of those. Nick Watson, Lloyd Meek, Jack Gunston and Sam Butler all on the board for Sam Mitchell's men. It is quarter time, and that quarter went 38 minutes with those 13 goals scored here at the Sydney Showground. The Lions and the Bulldogs coming up later on. It's great to have your company here. You can text us 0437 774 774. This is Saturday Footy in opening round on ABC Sport.
There's lyrics in here that I don't want anybody to ever see.
Creative Types is back for a new season with me, Virginia Trioli.
A ridiculous amount of fun. Fantastic.
Thursday nights at 8:30 p.m. on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Out of the ruck, Riccardi that was tossed back in. All fell to Ralston. Hand pass back here, Cornelio. No look up, back to Riccardi. He snaps high and long, back towards goal. It's wobbling through! Riccardi with his second. And the Giants take the lead.
Morrison looks to dart around a
good pressure
tackle of Laverde, but Laverde, who's been superb early on, wrapped him up. Now they move it to half forward, the Giants. Riccardi's kick was a little bit hasty. Bouncing ball. Stringer picks it off. Heel snap, truly, surely. The package delivers. Nash got it to Newcomb. Pokes it over the top for Ginnivan, who will mark and play on. Does not dispose of it well, though. Grubber effort picked up by McGuinness. Still a chance here. The Hawks gunsed it. Throws over his shoulder. Left foot snap is a wonderful finish. Jack Gunston, that is majestic. Hardwick of the Hawks. Looks for Meek. Finds him. Cornelio wraps him up. And then it's socket off the ground by Ralston. Into attack. Picked off by Toby Green. He will centre it smartly to Jesse Hogan. For his third of the first term. 20 out. Slight angle to the right. 400 up for Hogan.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there of an action-packed opening term here at the Sydney Showground in which the Giants at one stage kicked 5 in a row against Hawthorn, but plenty of action in the opening quarter here. Brett Sprague alongside Daniel Garb and our experts on ABC Sport, Jason Saddington and Ty Kennelly.
Well, entertaining quarter in terms of high scoring, a lot of activity, a lot of energy. It's been end-to-end, hasn't it? There just hasn't been a lot of stoppage. It's been the open flowing footy that we love to see. The Giants, it's been probably more their style of footy through the quarter. 8 goals on the scoreboard. In the front half, they managed to just get ball on boot, get it in, and I think players like Hogan cashed in with 3. Riccardi with a couple of goals. Stringer's looking sharp up forward for them. But Hawthorn had the ability to punish on rebound a few times or on turnover from the Giants. When they did get that right, they managed to get the 5 goals on the scoreboard. But if you had to weigh it up, Tig, you'd probably say it was more a Giants brand of football through that quarter that dominated. Cornelio's looked sharp, the player that the Giants need to step up. Oliver's slipped in a treat. He's had the 7 touches through the first quarter. He's won plenty of inside ball. Briggs has had impact. Callahan's off and running. So, and of course, Jaden Laverde has been fantastic down back in his first game for the Giants. But entertaining, I don't think any team would be too disappointed with the way the game's going. Hawthorn probably want to tighten up a little bit defensively and try and put a bit more pressure on the ball and hold up the Giants from getting that ball inside 50. But it's a great open first quarter of footy.
It's been good to watch, hasn't it? It's been free-flowing. The AFL loves the game to be opened up a bit more, and you are going to extend the quarters, obviously, if there is more scoring. So you be careful what you wish for, I suppose, as a game itself. But certainly very, very appealing the way the Giants are playing their football. And the question mark obviously is with the personnel out that they've had for the game. It's had no impact whatsoever in the first quarter of football in season 2026, and we probably kind of knew that with the system base that they play and the way that the Giants play their football. And from a Hawthorn perspective, they've only had 11 inside 50s, so it's a probably clean up area for the Giants as far as actually their defensive 50. And there were very clean entries. Gunston goal, Watson's goal. It was really classy forward craft, wasn't it? And then the Giants at 22 inside 50s, and just that disconnect you talked about, Jason, during the quarter is evident. And at times it looks great, but I think the Giants will obviously be the happier team with 51 points at quarter time.
Yeah, 22 inside 50s to the Giants to Hawthorn's 11. So 13 goals in the first term. GWS by 19 points. Cornelio, you mentioned 8 disposals. He's been important. Oliver with 7 on his Giants debut. 7 contested possessions, a couple of tackles, 4 clearances. Enjoyed the first quarter of Kieran Briggs. He's had 5 clearances, the big ruckman. So from his 6 touches, he's making an impact in the middle of the ground as well. And Laverde, we mentioned, has been fantastic in his first term as a GWS player. For Hawthorn, Scrimshaw with 9 disposals has been important down back. Newcomb has been brilliant. 9 touches, 3 inside 50s, 312 metres gained.
That is, by the way, Tyke and Sato, the Giants' second highest opening quarter ever in a game. And in fact, the first 2 examples were at Manuka Oval, so it's their highest scoring quarter ever in Sydney. Yeah, there you go.
So the challenge for the Giants will be, can they maintain it? And I think one of the faults or the criticism of them last year was they'd have these brilliant quarters of footy, and then they'd fall apart for a quarter of footy, and it was so up and down. So
no more evident in the preliminary or the elimination final against this mob against Hawthorn.
Yeah. Yep. So can they maintain that? Can they come out? Can't expect to get 8 goals again in a quarter, but can you maintain that real stability in terms of the way you're playing and what you're limiting with the oppo as well?
So not a bad crowd in for the Giants' opening home game of season 2026, of course, out to avenge the result of last year's elimination final. Hawthorn winning that by 19 points. The Hawks would go on to have 2 more games in their 2025 campaign. They won the semi and lost the prelim to eventual runners-up Geelong. Let's head back to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, 2 Hawks players just close to 50% time on ground in that first quarter. So they're certainly looking to consolidate the contributions early on and then perhaps unload some of those players with fresher legs as this game continues to unfold.
Did we get some good news, Phil, about the potential storm warning for later on?
Right now there's no lightning in the area, so that is a positive, but thunderstorms are expected. We're just holding our breath and crossing our fingers at this point because it does appear that maybe later on we might be met with something.
Yeah, a lot of humidity under these thick grey clouds here at the Sydney Showground. The Giants by 19 points after a 13-goal quarter, 8 for them, 5 for Hawthorn. As the unmistakable sounds of Metallica blaring here. Tigers headbanging.
Well, you might got to see Metallica in Las Vegas. Got an invite in November. So
you did too much headbanging. His young fella, your hair fell off.
Into the second term we go here at the Showground. Briggs and Meek in the ruck. Callaghan tries to get clear, but does so now. Hacks it forward for GWS. It goes inside 50, but Hardwick chops it off. Intercepts, lays off the hand pass here. Nash bursting by. And now wrapped up is Newcomb. Great tackle it was out the middle of the ground. And it comes to the members' side. Free kick now for a high tackle going the way of the Hawks. It will be Jack Ginnivan. Meanwhile, Callaghan and Weddle get tangled up here. Clayton Oliver comes in as well. Give a shove, but it's back here for Jack Ginnivan on the members' side of the Showground. The Giants by 19 points. No change to our quarter-time score yet.
It's big Kieran Briggs that got Newcomb.
Ginnivan goes laterally to Scrimshaw, who will pick up disposal number 12 and send the Hawks deep into attack to the pocket. An ill-directed kick. And Connor Ryden took the mark. Doesn't matter. Went out of bounds on the full. Anyway, so Iden, the new vice-captain of the Giants, player they rate extremely highly. bring it back into play in the right back pocket. One of the most reliable defenders in the competition. Looks for Callum Brown, who takes a mark. Charging out the Irishman. Leaping up high, gathers it on the chest, just outside defensive 50. He's had an impact early in this game as well. He'll decide to switch it across his own back line to Jack Buckley. He'll go short to left half back. Marked by Harvey Thomas.
It's a bit of a shift in the style of football. The Giant Hawks on the back half actually owning the ball. It's something we've seen them traditionally under Kingsley not do. But they've changed and kind of handle momentum and actually own the possession of the ball. It's a bit of an addition to the game style. Thomas's
kick missed Himmelberg and it was between the arcs. So that means it's a Hawthorn free kick.
Ginnivan takes it now. Plays off the hand pass. Back to Jarman Impey. Drives it long inside 50 here for Hawthorn. Gunston in the contest with Buckley. It comes to ground level. Fonte was dealt with as well. Free kick, Giants advantage paid as Oliver gets the hand pass wide to Himmelberg. Bursting wide Thomas. It was too hot for him. That's some pressure from Harry Morrison. But Himmelberg goes down the line to find Whitfield, who marks on the outer wing here at the showground. Now Cornelio just forward to the wing this time. Kicks deep, has options aplenty, but coming in Hardwick. Sicily had it left behind for him. Picked off by Stringer. He can snap high towards the top of the goal square. Brown's got 2 to beat. Can't quite get there. Sicily mops up in defence for the Hawks. Hardwick can clear now for Hawthorn.
Hardwick on his right, under pressure. Sends it out of defensive 50. Good mark by Meek. It's a big contest. And Lloyd Meek with a relieving mark just outside right half back for the Hawks. Moves it up to the wing. Gathered by Morrison. Marks and plays on. His kick looked for Gunston. Bounced off his chest. Watson swoops on it. Keeps it in play. Ginnivan's there. His handball goes straight to Thomas though. He got it to Whitfield. Now Finn Callaghan. Bounds out of defensive 50. Beautiful kick. Finds Hogan all on his own. Takes the mark. 55 out. Pumps it deep into attack. Stringer's there. Well done, Hardwick. It was a one-on-one contest. The kick favoured Stringer. But Hardwick, with his back to the play, is able to rush it through for a behind, and that's why.
I love two key forwards. Spriggy going at each other.
What was Stringer saying it to Hogan?
I want it here, you kicked it there, and Hogan said, well, you said you wanted it there, and you've kicked it there. So come on.
Hilarious. On the wing, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in.
And they're still going. They're still at each other. He needed Stringer to come at him or get a body. You know, so Stringer actually just let it run and jump it in. Hogan needed Stringer to come at him, but he wanted it long, and so he could use the body, but the kick itself wasn't quite good enough.
I think they just made up with a little high five. It's okay.
Plenty of the game to go yet. Hogan and Stringer. It comes here. The tap from Meek feeds Natch. Hawthorn work it forward. Marking on the wing is Connor McDonald. Just forward of halfway, pumps it inside 50 himself. Buckley in the contest with Gutson. Gutson slips out the back, has options by hand, opts a snap though from the left forward pocket, and Gutson gets his second goal. His 284th AFL game, the reigning best and fairest, coming off a career best year at 33 years of age. He's got 2 goals here, and Hawthorn cut the Giants' lead back to 14 points. It's 8-4-52. The Hawks 6-2-38. 5 go on second term. Saturday footy in opening round on ABC Sport.
He's got the game worked out, Jack Gunston, I reckon. You know when you often talk about, it's like, by the time you work out the game, your body they can't do it anymore. He's in the prime where his body's still going well enough, but he's got the game worked out. He just worked Jack Buckley under that enough, shrugged the shoulders, knew he was going to duck back around behind it, run onto it. Nice easy snap for goal. He's got it sorted.
Brilliant by Gunston. He's second of the game. Giants lead by 14 points. That a beautiful opportunity, GWS, to kick another. Failed to take it, and Hawthorn have made them pay. Hawks sticking in this one. McDonald has been excellent. His kick smothered in the middle of the ground. Nash well wrapped up by Briggs. A chance for the turnover, and yes, the Giants have caused it. It's Toby Green who has to grub a one inside 50. There is D'Ambrosio. Gathers it for the Hawks. Got it to Impey. Now to Sicily at left half back. Just throws it on the boot. Up to the wing. Fonte's there. Well done by Ginnivan to get hands on it and move it forward. And then Charlton so to Watson as well. Watson keeps running. He'll have a shot and goal from outside 50 and missed everything. That's out of bounds on the full. Good chase by Whitfield to put pressure on Watson. Giants lead by 14 points. And Iden brings it back into play.
Lockie Ash marks here. Of course, you mentioned Jesse Hogan was the Graham Moss medalist. Lockie Ash also Victoria's best player, the EJ Witt medalist in State of Origin. Certainly a key player down back for the Giants. As here's Lockie Whitfield. His kick untidy.
Nice
Popped
pick
up
up
by Buckley, one-handed. It was well done there for his captain. Now a hand pass to Toby Green. All the way back to Fonte, members side. And he marks uncontested. Now steps off his line. Play on for Joe Fonte. Inboard he comes for Harry Rowson. It was the sub 4 times last year. Didn't start on the ground in any of his 10 games. Inside 50. Looking for Grajewski. Spoiled away here by the Hawthorn defence and D'Ambrosio. They can rebound now through Reddle. Barris in the contest with Fonte. It comes to ground. Fonte follows up. Snaps back inside 50. And this time Grajewski's all by himself. On a 45-degree angle. 35 metres out. An opportunity again for Max Grajewski and the Giants.
Well done, Joe Fonte. He came a long way off the ball to make that spoil. A good 30 metres. He read it. He knew he could get there and create the spoil. Not only did he spoil it, he actually hurt Tom Barris, who was sitting underneath it, I think, with a bit of a cork maybe in the buttocks. That's the way you want to do it.
He's already hurt Tom Barris. He had the back issue. He had a bit of soreness after Origin. He was a test to play this week, so mightn't take much to trouble Tom Barris. Grajewski lines up a set shot here and slots it. Second goal for Max Grajewski, one of those guys who's far from guaranteed a spot in this Giants lineup, but he extends their lead back to 20. It's 9-4-58. Hawthorn 6-2-38. 8 minutes played second term. Saturday footy opening round, ABC Sport. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Giants player Lockie Ash has come over to the physio and has potentially indicated he's got some kind of hamstring issue. It's being looked at right now.
Well, that would be another hammer blow considering their list of injuries. They lose Lockie Ash to a hammy as well. That's a big story developing potentially. The Giants lead by 20 points. Grajewski has 2. And what an effort, as you said, Jay Saddington and Ty Connelly. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport by Joe Fonte to make that spoil, bring it to ground, and then create the opportunity for Grajewski, who converted.
Bit of a low-scoring quarter, this one. Need to pick it up.
After a 13-goal first term, GWS lead by 20. We've got 8 minutes in the second quarter. The kick by Ginnivan is picked off by Fonte. He is a talent, this youngster. The kick to Thomas.
That was clever.
He put him under pressure, but Thomas was smart. Just tapped it away rather than trying to take the mark, and then gathered it himself at left half back to Whitfield. Now back to Fonte, who spins around. He's got poise and pace. The 1-2 with Whitfield. They've got another amigo down back, the Giants, to join Ash and Whitfield in Joe Fonte. Yeah. And he is having an excellent impact over the last 5 minutes or so.
He looks like he's ready now to just lock down that spot, isn't he, every game?
It's with Rouston now on the wing. Moves it forward to Thomas. Harvey Thomas marks and plays on. Long kick into attack. Floating across is Stringer with a big lead. And Jake Stringer will kick for his second from 15 out. He timed that jump to perfection, floated across the pack, and took the big overhead mark.
That's everything you love about the game of AFL football right there. Some Harvey Thomas flicking the ball over, Fonte doing a blind turn and into the actual market grab itself from Stringer. Beautiful to watch in round one.
He got a mini ride as well, Jake Stringer, from taking that grab. He was never going to miss from there. He's got 2. GWS 10-4-64. Hawthorn 6-2-38. It's a 26-point lead for the Giants. 10 minutes gone in the second term.
It's just that last few minutes from Joe Fonte's been unbelievable, hasn't it? He actually looks like now he's that type of player that's ready to not just consolidate his spot and play every single game and be a key player in the back line, but he's got that little bit of class too to go. Well, he could be like a next level player that's, you know, it's a bit of X factor that can really set up the game for you across half back. That's exciting to see if you're a Giants fan.
Just watching the replay, it's been the last couple of injuries for Hawthorn. They've actually just not picking up the Giants defenders, and in that case it was Stringer just flying across with no opponent on him, so they've just got to tighten up in the back half of the field, certainly in their D15, even looking at Nod a bit rattled.
A new game high lead for the Giants. Restart back in the middle. Oliver first hands to it for the Giants. Handball picked up by Ginnivan. Hawthorn go inside 50. Just wobbles wide of Iden and Gunston, out of bounds for a throw-in. Coverage inside 50 here for Hawthorn. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, it looks as though Lockie Ash has indicated he is fine to go back on. He's just done a bit of a stride up and back along this boundary here as well, and the doctors have been in touch with the man running the board.
That's a relief for the Giants. 11 going second term. chuck back in here. Oliver again races out to it, shares a hand pass to Thomas, and he's brought over the boundary line for a throw-in again at Hawthorn's attacking end in front of the scoreboard, which shows the Giants 10-4-64. Hawthorn is 6-2-38, 11 gone, second quarter.
One thing you do know about Lockie Ash is he'll test those hammies out when he gets back out there.
He's focusing on the calf there, the vision we're seeing, so it's a concern still for the Giants, but hopefully Lockie Ash is okay. Here's Josh Ward, throws it on the boot, bouncing ball will go through 4A behind. The Hawthorn move to 6-3-39, Giants 10-4-64, 25 points.
So there's Hawthorn just need a bit more maybe out of Mitch Lewis as a forward up there at the moment. They're just...
Yeah, they're stuck on the target.
They're just a forward short at present. We just haven't seen enough of him.
Himmelberg marks it left half back. I think the Hawthorn fans thought perhaps that would have been out of bounds on the full. So there's some Hawthorn fans in voice, in big number here at the showground. Along the other side it goes. Spilled at ground level here by Riccardi. Thomas, some support on the outside. Snaps around Morrison, inside forward 50. Stringer in the contest with Scrimshaw. And it bounces toward the boundary line inside 50 for the Giants. It will be a stoppage inside 50 at their end. And they lead by those 25 points. So the scoreboard's wrong, as Garvey was right. 25 points. 10-4 plays 6-3 midway through this second term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Chol just the one disposal for the Hawks. Lewis just the two. Compare that to the impact of Hogan, Grzyzewski and Stringer at the other end. Off hands, and it will be another throw in.
So they've also only had the half inside 50, Scarby, you know, compared to the Giants. So
they have, I think for me, it's just that front half. Apart from Gunston, Ginnivan, you know, Watson, we're not seeing much out of their other forwards at the moment.
Their goals came from real class too, which is, you know, that can't continue in a game.
Boundary throw in. Just inside 50 for GWS. Riccardi taps it down to Thomas, who's been really busy. Green went back with a flight with courage. No one injured in that fracas, thankfully. His bodies collided. Hawthorn try clear the area. Butler does so now up to the wing. Free kick against Himmelberg. They'll play on, and they do so rashly. The ball spills free. Chol will tap it forward. He's almost holding the ball there against the Hawks, but they've turned it over anyway. Here's Laverde. Back up to half forward. Well done, Weddle. He cut across Riccardi and punched it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in just forward of the wing for the Giants down to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, the scoreboard here at the Sydney Showground says Hawthorn are 6-3-38, and that doesn't add up. No. They're actually 6-3-39.
Yeah, Garvey mentioned that a short time ago. 25 points the margin, so 64 play 39. Back in it comes Weddle with Riccardi. And now Toby Green manhandled down there by Connor Nash. Will throw it up again.
Yeah, bring back the old man.
Changing themselves.
Electronic humans. Old cricket scoreboard up.
Yeah.
Green slides after it here for the Giants. Grzyzewski's hand pass back in space. Morrison gets there first for the Hawks. Tumbles it down the line. Laverde there again. Himmelberg brought to ground by Lewis. Strong tackle it was, but Morrison mops up, gets the hand pass away. Hawthorn go towards half forward. Fonte intercepts it left half back. So 15 gone second term. And it is the Giants who lead by those 25 points.
Yeah, the back half's been really strong, hasn't it? You know, Fontaine, Laverde. So you talk about Sam Taylor not being in the team, but, you know, you still have obviously the key experience in Buckley and Iden. You know, so they're a strong Himmelberg. So it's a strong unit, and they've really held up strong this first half.
Joe Fontainepelli up to 9 disposals for the game. Starring for the Giants. He went short to Riccardi, and they're happy to keep possession now, GWS. Ralston has it at centre half back. They're up by 25 points. That's a clever kick. He hit up Fonte again, who kept running. Drives it into the pocket for Hogan. Just over his head. Good pressure from Barris. But Joe Fonte on his bike. He's lighting up the showground at the moment.
Absolutely. I thought it was actually Callahan that got the footy. He looked that sharp and explosive.
So 25 points, the Giants lead. Stoppage inside 50 for the Giants. Toss back in. Toby Green lurking, tries to snatch the footy, runs into a Hawthorn sandwich, and it will be holding the ball. So, yeah, he took on the tacklers there and was certainly struck between Hardwick and Connor McDonald. So, a free kick against the Giants captain. He's also a little slow just getting up there, Toby Green. He's clutching one part of his leg. It's Hawthorn roll up field here. They'll switch it all the way across left half back, or it's marked by Jack Scrimshaw.
Scrimshaw, possession number 13 for him. Sends it back into Amon. He's under pressure though, and he's turned it over as a result. Well done, Gothard. Put the tackle on Amon and forced him to cough up possession to Jack Buckley on the wing.
He just took way too long on the ball there, Amon.
Giants up by 25. Buckley to half forward, punched away from Briggs. Watson's there, tried to get around Laverde, did so well. McDonald, handball inside, has Ward running for him. Off his left, the kick inside 50. Well done, Himmelberg, floated across. But there is a free kick going the way of the Giants. And Hawthorn forwards protesting, thought it might have gone their way. It's against Gunston. It'll go to Connor Iden. So 17 minutes gone in the second term. Giants lead by 25 points. Iden will take the free kick deep in defence.
The Hawks, they worked their way through pretty well with handball. Thought they were out, be able to hit inside 50, but there was still enough pressure from the Giants players
coming out forward.
Yeah, put pressure on the ball, which made it a tough entry.
Keep an eye on Toby Green as well, who hobbled off the field. He's on the bench now for the Giants. Iden will switch back here towards Buckley. New co-vice captains for GWS. And now a new Giant in Jaden Laverde has it at right half back. 25 points, the home side's lead. Short kick inboard to Lockie Ash, so he's back out there.
Test your hammy, wasn't it? The kick was at his ankles. Sorry, Spriggy.
Maybe an issue for Toby Green to keep an eye on. So Lockie Ash will again flare it wide, back to Buckley. Spills the grab, Scholl gets to him. Buckley just pokes it down the line. Himmelberg marks it left half back. Now comes inboard for Callaghan.
And Callaghan plays on quickly and finds Ash at centre half back. Thinks about giving it back to Callaghan and then goes on his own, darts around, gets caught in the tackle. That was risky from Ash, but he got the handball free to Oliver. And Callaghan ran past him. And he now drives it deep into attack. Well done, Barris. His spoil boat straight down to Cullen Brown. And Battle was able to intervene as the Giants were closing in on goal.
Clever.
Oliver works McGuinness under the football. Takes the mark, left half forward. Sends the Giants into attack once more. Off hands. A few attackers fell over. Halloran looked to gather it. Hawthorn under pressure. Well done, D'Ambrosio. Got the handball over the shoulder to Amon. And now Impey. Dangerous kick. Ash is there. Gets the spoil. Riccardi has so many options. Throws it on the boot. And it's Cornelio who takes the mark. He'll kick from just inside 50. Directly in front. The Giants locking the ball inside their own attack.
The pressure from the small forwards as that ball hit the ground was great to see. Halloran specifically actually getting after him, forced to exit in the snap kick itself, and then obviously the ability to keep the ball in the front half gives you an opportunity to shot at goal, and Cornelio in this instance.
So he says he's had his best pre-season in a long time, Stephen Cornelio, and he's looked sharp in this first half. 40 out, directly in front, goal umpire, doesn't move a muscle. And Stephen Cornelio's on the board for season 2026, and the Giants, more importantly, out to a 31-point lead. 19 minutes gone in the second term, down to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, Toby Green just had his left ankle re-strapped, about half a roll of tape as well. He's putting the sock and the shoe back on now, so it does appear that everything is okay. But yeah, that left ankle heavily strapped.
Stephen Cornelio, who of course had 23 high-speed meters in the first half of last year's Sydney Derby. Has he surpassed that yet today? Probably already has, to be honest. He's had a pretty good first half. Steve Cornelio, in case you missed it, was one of the subjects of that Adam Kingsley spray in last year's Derby. 23 high-speed meters in the first half.
Pick your target. You know exactly who's going to. King is great coaching.
31 points is the Giants lead here at the showground. Back in the middle. Meek flies against Briggs. Oliver slick hands to Callaghan. Giants clearance and the entry as well. Goes deep, too deep for Hogan. Down there again, Cornelio gives off the hand pass. Work to do though for Ralston. He was brought down by Dylan Moore. Hawthorn away off half back. High ball down the corridor now. Iden with his spoil. Did well, but the first player to it is Watson. He's too quick for Himmelberg. Stops it right half forward. Swings it back inboard to find Connor McDonald. He's just beyond range, but has them queuing up. Comes wide to Josh Battle. He's 60 out. Goes inside 50, but straight down the throat down there of Briggs, who spills the mark. Now some work to do for Whitfield. He's collected ball on all. The umpire says, give it to me for a ball up. Deep at left, full forward for Hawthorn. It's they who trail by 31. That's the Giants' lead. 21 gone in the second term.
Ball up, left forward pocket for the Hawks. Briggs gets hands to it. And Butler and Moore with the two-man tackle on the big Giants ruckman. Thrown up straight away. Briggs taps it forward. Well done, Callaghan. Clean hands to clear the area, but threw it on the boot hastily. And Amon was in best position. 60 out on the left. Sends Hawthorn deep into attack. And Chola's taken the mark. A couple of Giants defenders thought they might have been pushed out. And Mabior Chol, who's been really quiet so far, just the one disposal, will kick from 10 metres out. And he should put through the Hawks 7 of the game to bring the margin back to 25.
Well, it just fell into his basket in the end over the back, was it? I think Jack Buckley came off him to jump in and spoil and just missed everything. And Chol was just over the back, fell in his breadbasket.
It's a long run up for Mabior Chol. A lot of players choose to snap from this range. Only 15 or so out. He'll go the drop punt and convert it rather easily in front of the Hawks cheer squad. They're still very much in this game. Hawthorn 7-3-45, GWS 11-4-70. The margin is 25 points, but when you've had 18 goals kicked in almost a half of football, it can swing rather quickly.
Yeah, well, and I'm sure if you're Sam Mitchell as well, you'd be saying, well, you just keep at it against the Giants. You can score quickly yourself. But I must admit, I got saved by the umpires just a second ago. They were very quick and threw the ball back up. I was about to be critical of Joel and his work rate just before the ball went in and he marked it. Previous plays when Watson had it out on the wing, he was just jogging back ahead of the ball. He disconnected with his eyes. But anyway, he stepped up and kicked the goal for him, didn't he?
The voice of Jason Saddington and Ty Connelly here on ABC Sport. So scoreboard's back correct again. So Giants by 25, as Dan Garb mentioned. Back in the middle, Briggs v Meek. Weddle first hands to it now. Tries to link up out wide with Newcomb, but it's just hacked ball by the Giants. Only as far as half back. And again, Carl Amon. The Hawks work it down the other side, running to it at pace. McGuinness drops the mark. In fact, it was still alive in front of the boundary line. So back to Morrison inside 50, and Gunston leads up and marks. So from where Finn McGuinness thought he scored the ball over the boundary line, Morrison helped him recover, and Gunston, after the entry, marks. And he'll take his set shot from 35 out, almost directly in front.
Yeah, it was lucky Ashton initial entry just didn't push up. McGuinness actually put some pressure on. He fumbled and allowed him to actually pick it up and give the handball off. And the entry itself was a bit rushed and caught the defenders off guard.
73 goals last year. Lining up for number 3 this afternoon. Jack Gunston pushes it wide. A minus score.
You know, put that in the book, wouldn't you, Spriggy?
Hawthorn 7-4-46. The Giants 11-4-70. Margin 24 points the Giants' way. 24 go on second turn.
Scoreboard's back out again, Spriggy.
Whitfield brings it back into play to Laverde. Handball over the top to Himmelberg, and one more to Harvey Thomas. Clever kick to Cornelio on the wing. Cornelio guides her forward to his good mate in Toby Green. Takes the mark. Couple of kicks out from goal. Drives it into attack. Krzyzewski with a nice leap off his hands. Picked up by Sicily. They've been sloppy with it down back there, the Hawks, and they slap it towards the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in that was inside defensive 50 and not deliberate, despite the query from Jason Saddington and the ABC.
But it's outside 50.
Yeah.
It was clearly came
off the
touch. Was it because it was a tap?
No, he was inside defensive 50 at the time. You have to be inside the two arcs for it to be a free kick. Boundary throw in right half forward for the Giants.
Ball toss back in. Briggs pumped it down for Cornelio. Also bursting by Anglin. And a run blocked there by Newcomb. Umpire spotted a free kick here, and it will go the way of Cornelio, who was taken on.
Sorry, Gut.
He's just... Yes, Sato?
Oh, sorry, I was going to say sorry, Gut. I was going for insufficient intent.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Spriggy.
I was going to say, it would fit that category, that one from Harry Morrison. Cornelio pops it inside 50. Stringer leads into the pocket and marks. On the angle at right full forward.
What do you mean, you're an umpire and there's all these rules and you can't remember which one to actually keep up to date with? Well, we don't make the game difficult for them, do we?
And that's an old rule.
Yes.
Well, I guess we've made one thing easier with no bounce.
Yes.
There's less of the sort of the mental game that umpires are thinking about. I'm going to bounce the ball correctly. That's gone. That's sort of part of the idea. Giants by 24 here as Jake Stringer lines up his for his third goal.
It looks very lively. Oof.
On the junction of 50. Comes in. Stadium Australia end, and he puts this through. 3 goals for the package. And the the Giants extend it back out to a new game high. Not quite. It's 30 points. So 30 points for the Giants. 12-4-76. Hawthorn 7-4-46 as we approach halftime here at the Sydney Showground. Your experts on ABC Sport. Premiership winning Swan, Ty Connelly, former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington.
The keys that's getting it done, isn't it, Jace? You know, Hogan, Riccardi's kicked one. He kicked one or two. Riccardi's kicked two. You know, and
got two.
It's all the keys, isn't it? So they've played it really well. They've obviously came in with a ploy to actually use them and play a bit of a longer game. And as you said in the first quarter, you can see quick kicks out of the stoppage, certainly in the front half, and it's worked. And the key forwards are up and about.
I think even the small forwards you mentioned, their pressure down there has been pretty good on the Hawthorn defence when they're trying to get it out.
Stringer with 3, Hogan with 3. Giants lead by 30. Toby Green has been busy in the midfield, tries to put a strong tackle on Newcomb, burst through it and was then caught high. Plenty of aggression in this game as we get close to half-time. Newcomb will be up to 12 disposals. Goes short. And finds Ward. Ward at centre-half forward. 65 out. Looks for the lead of Lewis and finds him. Under pressure from Laverde has been excellent. That's been a good battle. Laverde's had his measure, that of Mitch Lewis, but that was a strong lead. And he'll have a kick about 55 out. It will take all of Mitch Lewis's right boot to convert it from here.
He was right with him, though, wasn't he, Laverde? He was right there. It wasn't an easy hit up. You know, he was right with him and met him, earned it, and got a bit of the knee in the back and the calf and the leg as he landed the whole up, made it right. Didn't make it easy for Lewis.
Just 12 games over the last 2 seasons, Mitch Lewis. Such a talent, such an important player for the Hawks. They need him fit. Strikes this well, but the accuracy is way off. Out of bounds on the full. And the Giants maintain their 30-point lead. 28 minutes gone in the second term.
Lockie Whitfield, 36 disposals in last year's elimination final. Here's one on the kick-in, beyond defensive 50. All the way here by the Hawks. Watson struck the tackle here and straightens up on goal. Nick Watson pushes it wide again. It's just through for a minus score. So Hawthorn peppering, finding ways forward. Alas, the Giants do lead by those 29 points now as the score updates. And we are approaching halftime here at the Showground.
He's got that ability.
Yeah, turn the game quick, hasn't he?
Like Eddie Betts, hadn't he? Inside 50 to crumb it on the fly.
Lockie Ash brings it back in. Turn that over, out of bounds on the full. So the minute to go until half-time. Giants leading by 29 points. That's sloppy from Lockie Ash.
And the last couple, Garby, from the Giants have been a bit sloppy with the ball use coming out.
Blake Hardwick will play game 200 next week against the Bombers. Puts Hawthorn into attack over the head of Fonzie. Well done, Gothard. Got it to Wyden. Handball to Toby Green. A chance for the Giants to launch one more attack before the halftime siren. In the hands of Callahan. Didn't have an option that he likes. Well done, Stringer, though, to spoil it away from Scrimshaw. And Scrimshaw was sat perfectly underneath it. Toby Green's handball to Riccardi. Can the Giants kick one more? Didn't get purchase on it, Riccardi. But he's won the free kick for a push in the back.
Forget about the free kick push in the back. The handball from Toby Green. He slipped and he was on the ground to actually pick up the ground ball on his knees, and he's flung it left hand 20 yards to Riccardi. And it was great ball movement. Finn Callahan actually looked up. I thought he was going to go short of Joey Delaney. He's gone long and didn't think Stringer would get there. Got the spot, kept the ball alive. So it was a really exciting pass to play.
It's Ginnivan who's given away the free kick. Riccardi was running through on goal. And a bit of panic from the Hawks. He's pushed him in the back as he went to dispose of it. So Jake Riccardi, after the halftime siren, for his third of the game, to make it 35 points the lead for GWS. It's an ugly-looking kick. But that doesn't matter. It is straight through the middle. And that is a huge momentum builder for the Giants heading into halftime. They are 13-4-82. Hawthorn 7-5-47. In a high-scoring first half, to say the least, and a 35-point lead for the home side.
So that now means that Stringer, Hogan and Riccardi all have 3 goals for the Giants. Grzeski has 2, singles to Callum Brown and Stephen Cannelio. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, Gunston has 2, with Watson, Ginnivan, Meek Scholl and Butler all on the board as well. 35 points is the biggest lead of the game so far. The Giants 13-4-82, Hawthorn 7-5-47. Your experts here on ABC Sport here at halftime are Ty Connelly and Jason Saddington.
Well, Ty, what was the old Paul Roos theory? If you keep them under 12 goals, you win the game. Well, the Giants have already got 13, so on Roos's old theory, they're home and host. But you do look at it, especially from a forwards point of view. I mean, you'd be happy at the end of the game to get 3 goals each out of Stringer, Riccardi and Hogan. And you mentioned it through that quarter. They're just getting great output in the front part of the field from their big forwards, the Giants. I mean, they've won plenty of the footy, much more than Hawthorn, and they've used it well. Possession-wise, they've had 30-odd more touches, but the inside 50s, 38-25, they've just looked far more dangerous.
Yeah.
Bouncing off half-back, a bit of tsunami run and handball, but then even through that quarter, we saw them at times go slow up the game and not just make it chaos all the time. It's been a very controlled game from the Giants, whereas Hawthorn probably haven't really got into a groove through that front first half of the game. Having said that, they've still managed to kick the 7 goals, 5 from their 19 inside 50. So on the flip side, if you're a Sam Mitchell, you're probably going, well, if we can just get a bit more clean ball use and get it inside 50 to our forwards, we can give ourselves a chance and still score. But definitely a Giants game of football through that first half.
And the back half of the ground for the Giants have been very, very strong. Marby hasn't touched it really. Lewis hasn't looked dangerous whatsoever. Lafayette has come in and actually has looked very, very comfortable. We talked about Fonte throughout that second quarter. It was very, very strong. But yeah, they look very dangerous. The tolls forward of the ball for the Giants. You just continue to go. You know what? Don't mess around with it. They've got a really good balance in the game, and I know they've been working on it in the off season. The Giants, that is, as far as playing really fast, where teams have got them trying to change the momentum of games, but the Giants have kept playing fast and fast, and it's been a bit of a knock. They've adjusted a small bit to actually get some control back into the game, and that's, like you said, Jay, it's a really balanced game of football where they actually control a ball in hand and also going fast, as we know they like to do at times as well.
So Hogan's kicked 3. Yeah. Riccardi's kicked 3. The word is he's had an excellent pre-season. We're seeing signs of that. Stringer's the interesting one, and probably not one who's been spoken about a lot at GWS, because there's always this concern that he's going to go down with another soft tissue injury and miss football. But considering all their injury issues, he's one that probably can jump up and fill a void. People are cautious to say that because he could go down at any time. But what a half he's had with 3 majors.
No, absolutely. But it's with the way he's moving as well. He actually looks quite free and sharp, doesn't he? He's not plodding about and just waiting for moments of brilliance. He's actually jumping and launching at the footy, and he's using his speed to get up and lead at the footy. That's probably the most exciting thing about it, Jake Stringer, when you're watching him through this first half of footy. And they've just had winners all over the park. Players that have slipped in. Laverde, you mentioned, has been fantastic down back. Oliver's been very, very solid in the midfield for his first time out with the Giants. Fonte's been a great, brilliant through that first half. But they just got the winners all over the park at the moment.
Well, he continues kicking 82 points in a half of football. It's a big score. You're in for a big score. And the challenge is for the Giants, and the worry, is it's such an open game that the Hawks could turn it on pretty quickly and score quickly, because it's a very, very open game.
And you never put that past the Sam Mitchell-led team, do you? It's like a little tweak here and there. He's very good at to change the game a little bit position-wise, or a little style, the way they want to play. They can score quickly as well, the Hawks. So, whilst it's been the Giants and they're 6 goals up at half-time, it certainly doesn't feel like Hawthorn can't get back into it.
On our way to ABC News, a few of your texts, 0437 774 774. Scooter from Wagga says, just running a few laps. If Brown kicks another goal, can we get an Irish jig from Tig?
100%.
Please no. One already. Cal Brown. 12 goal opening term. Huge scores this year already. Excited, says Lachlan from Footscray. Good on you, Lockie. And your boys, well, assuming you're a Footscray fan, you might not be. The team from Footscray are playing Brisbane up next here at the Gabba as well. The Lions and the Western Bulldogs. Fran says, go the Giants, go Jesse. Is Callan Ward involved at the Giants in any capacity still? Yes, he is. He has his role was, I think it was like business and football manager or something. So I'm not sure how that gets through salary cap and all the rest of it, but it's
one of those, let's find a job for Callan Ward, please.
Yeah, exactly. So I did see him at the game at Henson Park in the pre-season last week and thought, that's right, he's still at the Giants, despite, of course, officially retiring from playing last year. Campy from Eagle Farm, thank you for your text. Grant and Hobart enjoying the call. Great to hear AFL back on the ABC, but Carlton were rubbish. 14th place this year, said Grant. Have a great call. Well, I mean, look, there's a consensus probably on North Melbourne, West Coast and Richmond, any order. As far as teams we know can't make the, 8, 9, 10.
Essendon a ninth, according to Tig.
Yeah. So, I mean, what does that make Carlton 14th? 15th.
Melbourne could struggle.
Melbourne, they're redeveloping, I suppose, under new coach Stephen King. So, anyway, thank you, Grant, for your little prediction there. Thank you, those who have sent text. Someone else before said, Tiger it was, who said, what about the F1? When I was mentioning all the sports we're covering across ABC Radio and ABC Listen, you can find our live coverage. Haven't forgotten the F1, the Melbourne Grand Prix, which, of course, the race proper is tomorrow. 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, local time in Melbourne. We're not covering it in the same sort of capacity. We're not calling the race. But thank you for your text to point that out. Tiger, I mentioned the women's test match, Australia v India, happening right now at the WACA ground, as the committee would say. It's day night two of that. That's underway. Look for the pink button on ABC Listen, our trusty app. There's the Women's Asian Cup continuing, the green and gold button. Chinese Taipei and Vietnam playing as we speak. There's the NRL, the AFL, the Cricket World Cup, T20 World Cup tomorrow night, the final of that, New Zealand v India. That's tomorrow night / Monday morning. That's all there as well. The best place to find all of our ABC Sport offering is via ABC Listen. Here at the showground in Sydney, it's the Giants, 13-4-82, lead Hawthorn at 7-5-47. That makes it 35 points. More from us coming up shortly. Right now, time for ABC News.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Questions are being raised about the political price being paid by the Trump administration as it and Israel intensify their bombing campaign against Iran. More from former North American correspondent Connor Duffy.
There's some suggestions that this is the most unpopular conflict the US has ever entered into. Polling shows Americans supporting it in the teens and the 20s, and we all know that Donald Trump came to power with a really potent message that political elites had captured both sides of politics and were essentially sending off the sons and daughters of the American middle and working class to die in foreign conflicts to protect shady business interests. And that message resonated because when you travel to the US, you go to small towns and you see businesses with memorials to lost children with grieving parents there, and they took that on board.
Assistant Foreign Affairs Minister Matt Thistlethwaite says the government is helping Australians travel to Saudi Arabia to board flights home. The government is arranging buses between Doha in Qatar, where the airspace is still closed, to the Saudi capital, Riyadh. The Department of Foreign Affairs office says it will provide some basic accommodation to people in Riyadh. Mr Thistlethwaite says Australian officials are doing all they can to assist Australian citizens.
Our diplomats in the regions are in constant contact with airline officials to ensure that we're maximising the number of Australians that get onto flights. Our officials are doing hotel visits, phone calls, and they're doing online town halls for Australians that are stranded.
A levee holding back major flooding from the CBD of the Northern Territory town of Katherine is beginning to become overwhelmed. James Elton has the latest from Katherine.
The levee system down there, that temporary wall across the main street of Katherine, the Stewart Highway, which has been holding the water back quite well, but it's starting to be overwhelmed. The main part of the Katherine town, the shops, the visitor information centre, that's properly surrounded by water now. Remaining businesses are sandbagged, and that's to be expected because the Katherine River is continuing to rise. Clearly, it's starting to overwhelm the levee system.
The New South Wales Crime Commission says the court order stopping the Obeid Corporation from selling tens of millions of dollars in property is the first step in returning taxpayers' money. Eddie Obeid, his son Moses Obeid and former Mining Minister Ian MacDonald were convicted and jailed in October 2021 over a Hunter Valley mine licence conspiracy. The deal netted the Obeid family $30 million that has never been recovered. Commissioner Stephen Demetto says a Supreme Court caveat is now over properties that were hidden within a complex web of trusts and companies.
The specific properties we've actually put caveats on are properties out at Bankstown. We expect a lengthy legal process. My message to the directors of the Abede Corporation is really to do the right thing and return the proceeds of Eddie and Moses Abede's crime to the people of New South Wales.
Police have praised the actions of a young off-duty security guard who was killed outside a Melbourne train station trying to protect a schoolboy. The incident occurred at Mernda train station in the city's outer north last night, shortly before 6 o'clock, when 4 teenagers tried to rob a 14-year-old. A 22-year-old who didn't know the boy or the attackers stepped in and helped him get away from the group. However, they followed and savagely attacked the man. Detective Acting Inspector Nigel Lestrange lauded the man's efforts to rescue the boy.
Our victim here is just a good Samaritan who, trying to do the right thing, he's intervened, tried to protect this 14-year-old schoolboy, hasn't been aggressive at all, tried to remove him from the scene, and as a result of his interaction, he's now lost his life. It's just an absolute tragedy.
The suspects, aged between 16 and 18, are being questioned but have not yet been charged. 3 former US presidents have attended a memorial service for the pioneering American civil rights leader Jesse Jackson. The service at a church in the city of Chicago was the final tribute for Reverend Jackson, who died last month at the age of 84. Former US President Barack Obama says Jesse Jackson reformed the Democratic Party primary process, enabling outsiders and underdogs to gain momentum and run for president.
It was because of that path that 2 decades later, a young black senator from Chicago's South Side would even be taken seriously as a candidate for the presidential nomination.
ABC News.
Rumours, cults, secret identities, and one of Australia's most baffling unsolved mysteries.
Something wasn't right.
It's the latest season of the Expanse podcast. Search for Expanse, the Nanup 4 on ABC Listen.
Hi, it's Mackenzie Arnold. I'm Caitlin Ford.
It's Alana Kennedy. Hi, I'm Claire Hunt from the Matildas.
Get behind the Tillies with ABC Sport for the AFC Women's Asian Cup Australia 2026. Live and ad-free on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Tap from Meek, feeds Nash. Hawthorn work at forward. Marking on the wing is Connor McDonald. Just forward of halfway, pumps it inside 50 himself. Buckley in the contest with Gutson. Gutson slips out the back, has options by hand, opts a snap though from the left forward pocket, and Gutson gets his second goal.
Well done, D'Ambrosio. Got the handball over the shoulder to aim on, and now Impey, dangerous kick. Ashes there, gets the spoil. Riccardi has so many options, throws it on the boot, and it's Cornelio who takes the mark. Stephen Cornelio, he's looked sharp in this first half. 40 out, directly in front. Goal umpire doesn't move a muscle.
Cornelio pops it inside 50. Stringer leads into the pocket and marks. On the angle at right full forward. On the junction of 50. Comes in. Stadium Australia end, and he puts this through. 3 goals for the package.
Scrimshaw was sat perfectly underneath it. Toby Green's handball to Riccardi. Can the Giants kick one more? Didn't get purchase on it, Riccardi. But he's won the free kick for a push in the back to make it 35 points the lead for GWS. It's an ugly looking kick, but that doesn't matter. It is straight through the middle, and that is a huge momentum builder for the Giants heading into half-time.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Half-time here in Sydney's Inner West, and the Giants 13-4-82 leads Hawthorn 7-5-47. These teams met in last year's elimination final. It was the Giants' final assignment of the 2025 campaign. They were beaten here at home, and they lead here by 35 points in their first outing here in opening round, coming your way on this Saturday on ABC Sport. Brett Sprigg is my name, here calling the action alongside Daniel Garb. Our experts are Jason Saddington and Ty Cannelli, with Phil Pryor on the boundary. Your texts remain welcome, 0437 774 774. And I mentioned that we'll get to Brisbane later on tonight for the Lions, the two-time reigning premiers, up against the Western Bulldogs. Quentin Hull and the team will bring that to us. We'll get to queue for a preview in about a half an hour or so. Elsewhere, I mentioned the other things happening in Australian sport. So the NRL, with just the 2 games today in Cronulla, the Sharks 10 lead the Titans 0. the women's test match over in Perth. Australia resumed today at 3 for 96. They are already up towards India's first innings score of 198. They're 4 for 186, the Australians, with Annabelle Sutherland on 77. And Beth Mooney has just come to the crease, still on naught. The most recent batter out was Elise Perry, who compiled 76. So Australia 4 for 186 against India in the first innings over there at the Wacker. You can find a full call of our last cricket event of the international summer on ABC Listen. Just look for the pink cricket ball button. Oh, there's 3 Shield games as well. Should I do those? That's a lot of updates for you. Queensland against WA. Queensland need 241 to win, so it's the 4th innings of that game. They're 4 wickets down. South Australia they're about to beat New South Wales, and Victoria has beaten Tasmania by 70 runs at Bellary. There you go. That wasn't too painless. Or too painful. The Asian Cup, Women's Asian Cup rolls on. I mentioned that via the green and gold button on ABC Listen, and the next Matildas game is against South Korea. Their final group game of the 2026 Women's Asian Cup is happening right here next door at Stadium Australia. And the Melbourne Grand Prix, the F1 for those interested. So fair bit happening there because Oscar Piastri ended up qualifying 5th. I did see as well that Max Verstappen crashed out, and the top 5, so George Russell qualifying fastest, his teammate from Mercedes, Kimi Antonelli 2nd, Isaac Hadjar 3rd, Charles Leclerc 4th, and Oscar Piastri 5th, his teammate at McLaren, Lando Norris 6th, and that race proper is tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Of course, there's also the footy in Melbourne tomorrow as St Kilda takes on Collingwood at Docklands. All part of the fun on a big day of sport, especially in Melbourne. The Hawks are back out there. The Giants are as well. Tom Hanks is here. That is something. That's a big get for the Giants. I don't want to get sort of too wrapped up in celebrity culture, but that's a big guest to come to one of your games. Literally, that's one of his films, big. Should we try to look? That wasn't intentional, but I realised maybe there might be the odd sort of Tom Hanks reference in the second half here. The Giants lead by 35 points.
Yeah, the game's about running. You just got to run like Forrest when you're playing the game of AFL football, but it is a big get, and I'm sure the Swans will be disappointed not to get it on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
Tom Hanks, noise in town.
Well, it's normally that competition, isn't it? Who can bring out the big guns?
Yeah.
He didn't have a Giants jumper on, though. I think they've missed there.
Why is Paul Kelly here? He can come to the footy if he wants, but he's also a high-profile guest.
Yeah, he is.
The same role as Tom Hanks.
He worked at the Giants, didn't he? Early days of the academy, I reckon, Paul Kelly.
Yeah.
When he's back in Wagga.
He would have been an academy product if it was a different time.
Way back when.
Way back when. Anyway, 0437 774 774. You can keep your text coming for us here. The second half not too far away. What do I have here? Annie, hoping young Phoenix does well enough to keep his spot next week. Yeah, Phoenix got that, of course, on debut.
I just think generally on that, Garby, Spriggy, you know what I mean, around you're playing your debut to drop a player, you've got to really do something drastically poor. I think it's a poor sign of a coach if you drop a player on debut. You know, the expectation, everything goes with it. Most players today get two looks at it.
Gary from Violet Town says, wow, given the right conditions and a home ground, a top side could kick 200 plus the way games are being played at the moment.
100%. Yep, I love it. And that's where the AFL won. That's where the game's gone. And when you got the teams winning flags doing it, everyone else is off the back of that. That's funny what they do.
But they want more scoring and shorter games. But if you can't have 15 minutes of time on or time off, and then anyway.
Well, I think that if you're scoring 30 goals a game, you're going, well, I'll take that, and the game's going to go, quarter's going to go for 40 minutes like it did Thursday night. You'll take it, wouldn't you?
The Giants by 35 points here, halfway through this twilight fixture. The lights are coming on. Still some heavy clouds overhead on a very muggy and warm Sydney day. Getting us back underway in the second half. Here is Daniel Garb.
Giants up by 6 goals. Tom Hanks in attendance. Catch me if you can, say GWS. And we'll have a secondary ball up right next to the centre circles. Palm down by Briggs. Well done, Gothard. On debut, extracts the football, throws it on the boot. High ball inside 50. Barris does well to work Hogan under it and take the defensive mark. Hogan with 3 goals in the first half. Stringer with 3 as well. Brzezinski and Riccardi 2 apiece. The Giants key forwards dominating as Hawthorn just passed it around, defensive 50. Now Sicily throws it on the boot, up to the wing. Bounces off the shins of Thomas. Fonte gathers it, and then Thomas shovels it forward into the hands of his captain, Toby Green. He spirals one into attack. Weddle with courage cut across and was caught high. Riccardi took his head as he floated across the pack for an important defensive intervention. Josh Weddle will take the free kick inside defensive 50.
And he does that really well. That's a big part of his game. I love watching him to see that. He obviously uses the ball well and drive off half back, but he's intercept marking.
Short pass to Ward. Weddle gets it back. Offensive side of the square. Flares it wide down Members' side. Angwin chasing after it now towards the boundary line. Newcomb kept it alive. Now for Morrison. Standing start. Bombs it inside 50. Gunston's there. Watson bursts by in front, in fact. And now tries to turn Fonte inside out. Eyes up the sticks. Nick Watson misses just to the left-hand side. And the Hawks get the first score of this second half. A behind. They are 7-6-48. The Giants 13-4-82. Margin 34 here at the showground.
Well, the two early touches to Weddle, very important for Hawthorn. They had 4 in the first half, and he's a player that they really need to be involved and impactful in the game. So, promising start in the second half for him.
Whitfield short to Ash, but that's a poor kick from the E.J. Whitten medalist. Turns it over to Harry Morrison. Short to Newcomb, and out centre half forward. Ginnivan's marked it. And that is 50 against Toby Green, I think. It is. For overstepping on the mark. Well, it doesn't look like he moved too much. But that is a 50 to Jack Ginnivan, which will take him all the way to the top of the square. And he'll kick his second and take the margin back to 28 points.
Poor start to the quarter, isn't it? The second half from the Giants' perspective themselves. The ball use has been poor, coming out a couple of times. Lockie Ash in that instance of the turnover, and obviously lacking concentration from Toby.
Ginnivan slots it without a worry, as expected. But this stand rule is going to frustrate fans. It's an important goal for the Hawks, brings the margin back to 28 points, but it doesn't look like he moved too much, Toby Green, and the penalty is just so severe. It's a guaranteed goal in this instance.
Yeah, we've tried to make rule tweaks this year to take away some of these grey type parts of the game, haven't we? But I feel like this is one that's still going to cause a lot of controversy, a lot of chat.
Crazy.
Yeah.
If that costs you a final, it costs you a game of football, you'd be absolutely filthy. It's
like a netball step.
Yeah.
Right? And you get 50 metres for that?
So I don't feel like we've improved the game with this rule.
Yeah, that's right.
Or at least the technical aspect of it.
Toby Green can't hide his filthiness. And he's back in the middle, as is the ball up. Meek against Briggs, down to the Giant skipper. Green does clear. High spiralling ball inside 50. Somewhat directionless kick here as it bounced away from the only player down there in Tom Barris. So it's a throw in. Stockbridge inside 50 for the Giants in the right forward pocket after the Hawks kick the first major of this third term.
We mentioned Weddle before as a player. Hawthorn want to get involved. I reckon Sicily's another one. He didn't have a lot of impact in that first half. And even Battle, they're 3 players that hurt the Giants in the final last year.
Briggs palms it down. Croft up here by McDonald. Oliver throws it on the boot, out of bounds on the full. Hawthorn ball alongside the left behind post. It is a 28-point lead the Giants' way.
When you get the key forwards for the opposition team marking it and causing havoc, it's hard to bounce the other way, isn't it? And that's what's happened with those 3 defenders. That Giants 3 have kicked goals, they've marked well and kicked goals.
Sicily brings it back in and thumps it up to the wing. Big leak by Impey, couldn't take the mark. Toby Green works it forward and Cornelio's grabbed it. Just inside 50, an overhead mark. It's a rarity for Stephen Cornelio. And Toby Green has been really busy in the midfield. He's found a way to throw that on the boot and ends up in Cornelio's hands. He'll kick at his second from 50 metres, 45-degree angle to the right, kicking to the scoreboard end.
6 contested possessions, 7 inside 50s. Toby Green doing it both parts of the field.
Bring the margin back out to 34 points. The 6-goal break that the Giants had at halftime. Stephen Cornelio kicks through it. Well, we've heard all about his brilliant pre-season. Lots of extra running work. Not sure we've ever heralded Stephen Cornelio for his long kicking, but that was a fair effort from him. Just on the 50, on a tight angle, and he's got 2 for the game.
And he's had 6 score involvements, you know, and he's got his hands on the ball a lot as that high forward. But you're right, it's at that age and the age that you're at, you need a strong pre-season. If you're chasing your tail when you're a senior player with all the body, you know, it just makes the season so difficult for you to continue on. And he's had a cracking start to the season. Would give some real cover with Tom Green out of the side as well, you know, and that he knows what the goals are. He's got a lot of experience. He'll kick goals. He'll go into midfield when it's needed. So just it's good signs for the Giants and good signs for Stephen.
He missed 4 months last year with that glute injury. Steve Cornelio played just the 10 games. He's got 2 goals here this afternoon. From the clearance here, Oliver first hands to it, throws it on his boot and goes down towards half forward. Sicily intercepts in the contest with Callum Brown. 34 points the Giants lead. Chip back wide here towards Sam Butler. Now looking to find Finn McGuinness. Right half back for Hawthorn. It's a slow build up here for Connor Nash, an Irishman from County Meath. Oh, picked up by Angwin. Goes down the corridor here for Riccardi. Inside 50. Kick a little too wide, but Stringer has work to do to bounce out of bounds here. 40 around from that left behind post. 34 points is the Giants' lead. There'll be a forward 50 stoppage for the home side. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, Sam Mitchell is starting to make his presence felt down in the Hawks bench.
I just realised that intercept there was Saving Private Ryan Angwin. Does that work? Toss back in.
Great movie.
Riccardi uncontested. Down here's Sicily for the Hawks. Will tumble it back to the members' side through the hands of Briggs. Buckley tries to mop up. In fact, cleared the path for Briggs. Fonte, quick hands to Ash. He can burst away and they'll switch to the outer side here, the Giants.
Ash finds Cornelio. He's really busy on that wing. Moves it on quickly to Gothard, who's been lively on debut. Chip kick to half forward. Oliver kept running and has marked it 55 out. Giants up by 34 points. 7.5 gone in the third term. Oliver will centre it inside attacking 50. Hogan with a big leap down to Toby Green. The high snap. It won't make the distance. It might bounce through though. No, it's a free kick against Riccardi, who pushed Sicily over in the goal square. And the Hawks co-captain will take the kick quickly. Chip it wide to Battle, who handballs it to Scrimshaw.
Sleepless in Josh Battle. That's scrap that one.
This is like the castaway now. You're on your own.
Left half back. Hardwick bombs it long out of side. Ivan Spoil out of bounds for a throw-in. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
In the spirit of Tom Hanks' presence, I should say, the Forrest Gump Award. It's the inaugural. It's Lockie Whitfield on top with 9.1 kilometres, a game high.
There we go.
Boundary throw-in. Outer side on the wing. Well done, Briggs. He's had the better of Meek today. Pushed him under the football. Kicks the Giants into attack. Riccardi's there. Handball to Callum Brown, but Sicily was able to pick it off. Read it well. Went backwards to Barris. The Hawks under pressure. Battle. Sends it out for Weddle. He can mark and go. Trailing by 34 points, Hawthorn. They need the next one. Handballs it up the wing to McGuinness. The pressure came from Laverde. Got the hands free, McGuinness back to Weddle. Now Ward, who hasn't been busy enough. And then a good effort by Angwin to close down Butler, and then the smother from midfield, and the Giants win it back. Angwin's looping handball is cut off by Weddle though. He kicks it up and under towards half forward. Big leap by Watson. Ball spills to the back of the pack. Impey tapped it to himself and kept going. Jarman Impey on the left. It would have been a wonderful goal, but he misses everything. Out of bounds on the full. The Giants maintain their 34-point lead. 10 minutes gone in the third term. Saturday afternoon footy, opening round on ABC Sport.
Great pressure from the Giants, isn't it? You know, they've turned it over a couple of times, then they got it back, and then they've given it back to Hawthorn. But what that passage of play was Fonte's actual pressure on the kick.
Oh, big lead up in front from Briggs. But Hawthorn bring it away here in number. Weddle up against the boundary. Run down from behind by Laverde. Kept alive to Ginnivan. Got a big bump from Oliver. Wins the footy back. Hit as the former Demon. Laverde dumped as well. Mopped up by Brown. The Giants can rebound beyond offensive 50, but Sicily parks himself back there. Logo commentary side. 34 points remains the Giants lead here. It's with the Hawks co-skipper. And he just goes for a trot and bangs it deep back forward here for Hawthorn. Gunston outnumbered. MP is crumbing. Slapped away. Watson puts the boot out. It's taken away by Thomas. The Giants can rebound again.
Big leap, Toby Green. They need to clear the area. Well done, Brzezinski. Clean hands. Got it to Gothard. The youngsters combining. Oh, the 360 from Gothard on debut. What a wonderful turn, but then he got a little bit excited as he heard the roar of the crowd and kicked into space inside 50, and there is no one back there except for Battle.
And Stringer let him know about it on debut too. He's fired up. Stringer's hungry. He's so hungry. He's a forward right now. He's giving it to everyone. It's great to see a forward and a key forward that wants it. And don't care if your first game or 150 games, he's letting you know.
The Hawks kick it up to the wing. Again, the Giants' defence stands firm. Laverde picks it off. He's been brilliant on his GWS debut. And then Fonte bursts through centre half back, kicks to Riccardi, who marks and keeps going. And now he's got Stringer all alone in the pocket. And he can kick it his fourth.
He's not giving it off, Garvey.
No, he's not. He'll kick from 35 metres out. Tight angle to the right, but Jake Stringer is feeling it at the moment, to say the least.
I feel like they're kicking it to Stringer in fear. They don't want to miss him. Remember when you used to be in the rooms and Rocket E, you'd play on fear because you're worried about getting a spray.
Excellent work by the Giants at half-back to rebound that footy quickly. It means that Stringer is kicking at his fourth of the game. And he's slotted his fourth. Talk about delivering an opening round package. Jake Stringer sends GWS out to a 40-point break. 12 minutes gone in the third with his fourth of the game.
It was just great work from the Giants off half-back. Again, I think Fonte was involved again like he has most of the day off half-back. Great little ball use. And Riccardi, I think he missed Stringer earlier in the quarter and got a death stare, but this time it was just a nice, easy hit up. Stringer came forward at the ball again, Ty. No, early on he was trying to duck back in behind, but he led back up at the footy. He's having one hell of a game, that's for sure. 4 goals early in the third, looking dangerous.
Get him off, put him on ice. You know, worry about his body. It's obviously the challenge for him, but imagine trying to get him off the ground now. He'd be absolutely fuming. He is cashing in, and he knows and he feels it, and he's got a really incredible footy IQ, and he knows when he's on, he's got opponents cool. He wants to cash in.
Free kick going the Hawthorn way from the centre restart. So Nabior Chol has ball in hand. On that left peg, goes high inside forward 50. 2-on-1. Himmelberg out the back in defence. Hit away again by Iden. Now the snap comes on goal here, and Butler has...
It looks like it.
So that is a second goal for Sam Butler. The Hawks get one back immediately. 34 points is the margin. The Giants 15-4-94. Hawthorn 9-6-60. 13 and a half played third term here on ABC Sport. Your experts are Ty Cannelli and Jason Saddington.
They've kicked a few of them, Jase, haven't they?
Yeah, they're
kind of
just, easy goals. Yeah. Not out of great play, but
there's creativity,
Yeah, I mean, he's in the right spot. Iden's just sort of spiked one away from the contest, but, you know, as you know, Ty, if you've got layers around a contest, you're going to be there in a spot. You know, if Iden does have a wild swipe and try and hit it away. They just keep hanging around, though, don't they?
GWS 15-4-94. Hawthorn 9-6-60. Hanging around, but with plenty of work to do. 34 points the margin. And that's a free kick. Going the way of Hawthorn in the middle of the ground. It's with Connor Nash. It's straight down the corridor. Himmelberg's there. Chol will fly and pluck it out of the air. Mabior Chol, excellent pack grab. And the chance for 2 in a row for Hawthorn to bring it back to 28 points. He'll kick from 30 out directly in front.
Another ruckman gone forward. You know, he was at the centre bounce itself, and we've seen a couple of times now where they've marked the ball. There's ruckman going forward on the Giants defender. I think it was Riccardi that time was the defender. I'm not sure if he actually ended up getting back there for the contest itself and a free kick, but it's another ruckman that's pushed forward from the centre bounce, and yep, nice mark.
Excellent
contested mark.
Excellent contested mark. Been so strong since becoming a Hawthorn player, Mabior Chol. The move from Gold Coast has worked out superbly for him and the Hawks. Been rather quiet in this one so far. Just the one goal. And he has missed a very good opportunity at his second. And what was a big moment for Hawthorn, that would have brought it back within 5 goals. The Giants lead his 33 points as Chol misses to the left.
And Whitfield kicks out from goal. Skids towards Himmelberg. Mark would happily pick up there for Lockie Ash. He turns Morrison inside out, comes back on his right-hand side, Ash. Down the members' side, Sicily up, can't mark. Delana overruns the ball here for the Giants. O'Halloran gets there now for the home side. Anglin slips a tackle as well. Handball picked off. They're away here, the Hawks. Again through Carl Amon. He sends it back inside 50. One-handed attempt down there from Lewis. And now Watson lurking. Spun a full 360 by Fonte. Will come back here, though. The umpire spotted a free kick as Watson gets tangled up down there with Connor Iden. He's going to say it is a free kick here for Hawthorn, and it was Mitch Lewis who was held. So even though Chol missed a short time ago, Lewis has an even better attempt here, closer and less angle to speak of, to get Hawthorn's 10th goal of the game.
Third for the quarter, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's... Yeah, they've to Jason's point, they're still hanging around and they're just getting it in there and then creating a bit of havoc when the ball hits the deck.
Coming off the ACL, only returned late last year in round 20. Mitch Lewis pokes at this, but it gets the desired result. And the Hawks close the gap again. 27 points it is. The Giants are 15-4 at 94. Hawthorn 10-7-67. This is Saturday footy in opening round. And your experts on ABC Sport are Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington.
Sorry, look at the replay itself. Come on, I know we don't want to pick on the umpires all the time, but there wasn't much of a pull of a jumper. His arm on the back, all right, but he's had a good game, Laverde, so...
Yep. It's just Hawthorn, this is why they're always in the game, because they look dangerous, so that when they get the ball off turnover quick in that front half and they get it back in quick, to one-on-one. So the last few entries, they've been able to get, their one-on-ones. That's where they're looking dangerous. So if they can maintain that, they're a chance.
It was a hot call from the umpire. A lot of those get waved away. 27 points the Giants lead by. Hawthorn with a couple in a row, importantly. GWS have it through Rouston. Quick hands from him to Thomas and then on to Ash. Sweeping handball to Riccardi. GWS on the attack again. It'll sit up for Callahan at right half forward. Back to Jake Riccardi. He's had an excellent game. High ball into attack. Grzyzewski got 2 hands to it, couldn't take the mark. Delana crumbing. Got it back to Cornelio, who centres it. Bouncing ball in attack. Battle couldn't quite handle it cleanly. D'Ambrosio does, though, with composure. And got it back to Scrimshaw in front of his own defensive goal square. Puts it out in front of Moore. And O'Halloran puts a really good tackle on him. Giants fans love that. Now we'll have a throw in at left half forward for GWS. Down to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, the raindrops are finally starting to pick up here. It was looming. It has been looming all game, and it looks like some rain has arrived.
The Giants by 27. That's Philadelphia Pryor on the boundary. And now it's a hold here going the way of the Hawks at right half back. And it will go the way of Jai Newcomb. I'm desperate now, aren't I?
No, I like that. It was better than the other couple.
Carl Amon.
I've got one up my sleeve, by the way.
Dylan Moore marks on the members' side. Goes for a run. And now kicks deep inside 50. Looking for Lewis. But Fonte, good separation down there and takes the mark for the Giants. 19 gone third term. Home side leads here by 27.
Great Mark Fonte. He's in a league of his own at the moment, down back.
Was that the one?
That was the one.
Yeah, it wasn't that good.
Great sports film. Himmelberg's kick is out of bounds on the full, meanwhile. These are Tom Hanks references if you're just tuning in. The great man inside Sydney Showground at the moment, watching this unfold. Giants lead by 27 points. Hawthorn back into attack. The leak by Impey. Brings it to Crown. Well done, Fonte again. Got hands. Got it to Callahan. They haven't cleared the area yet, the Giants. Ash back to Whitfield, and now Laverde on his left. That's a clever kick, and he finds Xavier Halloran at left half back.
Plenty of space, chops the hand pass inboard now for Callahan, comes back inboard himself, swooping away off half back. Loopy hand pass for Delana, run down by Sicily. All of that for nothing as they take the advantage. Hawthorn, D'Ambrosio across there to Morrison. Weddle keeps running toward left half forward. Now for a couple of steps, he kicks a full forward. Joe with the lead. Great big grab. There'll be 25 out directly in front, Matt Chol.
It's a challenge for him now, the Giants, isn't it? The momentum's clearly gone against them, and in that instance, the turnover in the middle of the field itself. And the challenge will be to actually try and stem the flow here and see how they handle it. It's been a challenge for them over the last 18 months, but they're still got to take the game on. Giants, Hawks certainly have simplified their ball movement in the game start by just getting the ball in there.
Well, Chol's just getting some running jumps at the ball in the front half too. The defenders need to try and keep him down.
Leading goal kicker a couple of years ago. Still had 42 majors last year. Navior Chol missed an attempt at his second a short time ago. He makes no mistake this time. 2 goals for Chol. And Hawthorn hanging around. The Giants lead by 21 here at the showground. It's 15-4-94. Hawthorn 11-7-73. 21 minutes played in the third quarter. Saturday footy in opening round on ABC Sport, where your experts are Ty Connelly and Jason Saddington.
Well, it's interesting, Ty, we talk about your ball use and how well you use it or not. The Giants probably a little bit off the boil, but it does, and it brings... So Sicily's had a big quarter.
Yeah.
It's brought him into the game. Hugely important. And Weddle, I think, he's had 7 touches for the quarter as well. So they've come into the game off the back of maybe not the neatest ball use from the Giants, and that's what launches them back into attack. Joel could have had 3 by now, missed an easy one before. You know, he's starting to look dangerous up forward.
21 points the Giants lead by. They were out by as much as 40 not too long ago. But they do have issues, as Jason Saddington hinted at, keeping hold of leads and taking the sting out of the game. They do win this clearance, though. Oliver got it to Callaghan. They've got it at half forward. Rouston drives a goal and kicks it. A settler for the Giants. Young Harry Rouston with a wonderful finish from 40 out. Threw it on the boot quickly and drove it home.
The centre bounce works outstanding. Callaghan there again, you know, and obviously breaching the rock's been strong all day, but just the clearance work from Callaghan to get it out of there, you know, and actually get it forward. But the half forward in this instance, Joey Delana, his ground ball as his ball comes and gets to the front of the contest, and he was very, very clean. Great hands and fantastic finish from Rosen. As we know, we can kick some goals as a mid and also as a forward.
0437 774 774. Rob of Greensborough, who's camped out at Port Arlington Beach, begging for the Hawks to only kick 2 more points for the game just to satisfy the accountant inside us all. 3 identical losing scores will give me at least some pleasure after the Blues' performance. Yes, indeed. That is a curious thing about the opening games of the season. Whitfield was kicked in danger there on Connor Nash. The Giants bring it away off half-back. And pass forward Whitfield. Now Himmelberg through the corridor. This kick sort of dips just in front of the goal square. Hogan reaching for it. Picked up by Cornelio with a snap over his shoulder, and he misses to the right-hand side. The Giants by those 28 points, 16-5, 101. Hawthorn 11-7-73. 23 gone, third term. You've got the Shogun on ABC Sport.
The tactic here just isolated. Got out in his debut game. Everyone pulled away at one side.
Yeah, and they got the one-on-one Hawthorn that they wanted. That was Hardwick on Gothard, took the mark. The kick up to half forward. McGuinness is there, but drops the mark under no pressure. Gathers it though, gets it to Weddle on the left from 52 out. Puts it out in front of Chol. Well done, Buckley. Maintained body contact, and then Iden pushes Chol over the football. The Giants keep it in play. Eventually, Buckley will just feign the juggle over. I'm sure that he isn't pinged for deliberate, but we'll have a boundary throw in. Left forward pocket for the Hawks. GWS lead by 28 points, 24 minutes gone in the third term.
The pressure factor from the Hawks as well has lifted this quarter. You know, they've really got after the Giants. It's evident, and that's why the hints allowed them from front half footy.
Riggs against Meek. Fonte was dispossessed in the tackle of McDonald. Ball loose here in the pocket. Attacking wise for Hawthorn, Watson brought to ground. Umpire says we'll ball it up.
So no example there of that pressure from Hawthorn, their forward 50.
Giants by 28. Hawthorn try to work it away. Overrun down there again by Connor McDonald. Fonte snaps hurriedly out to half-back. It missed Himmelberg there for Scrimshaw. He was dispossessed, but we're holding the ball. Great work from Jake Stringer, of all people, on the half-back line.
The Stringer with 4 goals, doing some strong defensive work, and now switches it to Himmelberg, a left half-back. He'll take a bounce, move up to the wing, draw an opponent, poke it over the top to O'Halloran. Well done, Morrison, who affected the O'Halloran handball that was intended for Gothard. The Hawks win it back. Morrison gets it back. Now ball to Newcomb at halfback. Now to McGuinness. He's got a teammate in space. That's Watson. Whitfield should have done better. Got a hand onto it. And then Iden does excellently to read that kick directed for Chol. And Chol will take it over the boundary line. He came scheming out of that one, Connor Iden. He knew exactly what was happening and was able to impact the play. We'll have a throw in right half forward for the Hawks.
A bit more bite in the game now, isn't there, Jace? It's a bit more contested here.
The beauty of coming forward towards the footy there. Iden, just attack the ball. If it's in front of you, come and get it. Chol just waiting for it.
Umpire heaves it back in. Meek with a big tap out wide. Buckley is there first, though. Going with him, Connor Nash up against the boundary line. We'll throw it in again, this time closer to goal at the Stadium Australia end. Matildas play there tomorrow night against South Korea in their last Women's Asian Cup group game, which you'll hear, of course, on ABC Sport. We're approaching three-quarter time here before we preview the Lions and the Bulldogs up at the Gabba. Back in it comes. Meek tried to palm it down again. Fonte first to it, though. Thomas off to Whitfield. The Giants with a number in defence. Himmelberg to Ash, and they're way out of the pocket.
Ash has a bounce in the right back pocket. And his kick is clean. Finds Cornelio. Possession number 18 coming up for Stephen Cornelio. He's got a couple of goals to go with it. He's happy to slow things down. Just keep hold of it. Wait for an option. Lockie Whitfield provides it. Cornelio just chips it over the top to him. Whitfield goes short. He's got Harvey Thomas. They don't often play this way at the best stages of games, the Giants. They get caught out trying to slow it down and hurt the other way, but they need to get better at doing this in order to manage games of football better, as we've seen in the finals across the past 2 years. As Iden goes short to Whitfield. It was a full 360, but he's happy to keep hold of it. The Giants have a 28-point lead, getting close to three-quarter time, so why not chip it around? He does so to Lockie Ash at right half-back.
He was balking no one there, Lockie Whitfield.
Lockie Ash drives it along towards half forward. Sicily in the contest with Delana out the back. Krajewski over around the ball. Mopped up here by Hardwick. Comes to Newcomb. The Hawks sweeping hand pass wide. Opportunity here now for Oliver. Hand pass off here. Thomas sends it back inside 50 here for the home side. Too deep for Hogan. Barris spoiled it away. Could have marked it. Had a bounce for a throw-in for GWS. They're attacking and Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, Toby Green has been stuck down here on the Giants bench for what probably seems like 6 or 7 minutes now. Starting to look a little bit frustrated as well.
He wouldn't get much run. Not many green miles.
So boundary throw in deep in attack. Riccardi down to Ralston, who came bursting through that pack. Well tackled, though, by the Hawks. That was excellent from Ralston. Gathered the footy on the move, but it was a strong tackle down there by Hardwick, who is as tough as they get. It'll be thrown up quickly. 20 out from the Giants' goals. Meek down to Cornelio. Quick hands looking for Ralston, who went in there and won the contested ball and then slapped it through his legs. Stringer off the ground for his bit. It just fell the way of Jake Stringer, and he socketed it through on the angle from 7 metres out. And Jake Stringer has an opening round fifer.
That was off EPL style. Yeah. Wasn't it? A little through ball came through and Stringer, Harry Kane on the end of it, just popped it in the top bins.
Nice strike, wasn't it?
It's hit it like a perfect drop punt off the ground. That's the old place kick.
And the expression on his face says it all. You may be a veteran, but that's the look of a kid who is loving life in Western Sydney. The body's in prime condition, and he is winning football matches for his team, which he's done so often throughout his career. The Giants up by 34 points late in the third term, and Stringer has 5.
It's a really good point, Garby. You know, you can take the seriousness in the game, become so serious, but they bring back that enjoyment into your football, and he's clearly playing with a lot of it.
Jake Stringer, not since his one of his early years at the Bulldogs, had more than a 5-goal haul. So here they go in the clearance. Giants win it back off half-back. Callaghan a couple of bounces, sends it back inside the arc now. Stringer on a nudge. Umpire lets them go. Mopped up in defence here. Barris to Weddle. Hawthorn can rebound the ball again. Back to the members' side. Laverde, a strong contested grab against Finn McGuinness for the former Bomber. Just having a look. So 24 15. Stringer kicked 6 in a game for the Dogs against Adelaide. Meanwhile, it goes inside 50. He's launching forward again. Hogan's there as well. Brought to ground inside 50 for the Giants. And we will ball it up. And that was young Gothard again on Tom Paris. So a stoppage inside 50 here for GWS, who lead by 34 points.
Thrown up. Hogan doing the ruck work. Palms it down to Oliver. He'll snap it on his left for his first goal as a Giant. Entrance in GWS colours with arguably the goal of opening round. A left foot snap running away towards the boundary. It bounced through a couple of times and the former Demon makes a statement. The Giants out by 40 points, and that is a big moment for the much heralded recruit for GWS.
And this might be really pleasing for the Giants coaching staff and their football staff, is to see, like, Laverde, fantastic down back, intercept mark just before. First game in for the Giants, new to the club. Gothard later, ripping tackle in their first game debut for the Giants. Oliver, first game for the Giants, kicking the goal. You know, bringing these new players into the team and into the football club, playing really good football and having an impact.
Great work from the list manager of the Giants and his ability to bring in some quality. They've been doing it for a while now at the Giants, so it's certainly gives some depth to the team when you get some numbers back.
Giants back to a 40-point break. Clearance with Toby Green, run down from behind by John Newcombe, and it will be pushing it back. A free kick away the Giants skipper.
Home crowd call.
Sure, John Newcombe was sort of a bit testy after avoiding suspension out of the pre-season. Green inside 50. Hogan, Crum down toward Cornelio. Delana keeps it moving as well. Weddle head over it there for Hawthorn. Cornelio wins it away. Back to Stringer, who can snap for goal number 6. He's offline for a minor score. What's that for Jake Stringer now? 5 goals, 3 or 4? There you go. Margin 41 points for the Giants as we approach three-quarter time.
5-3 for Stringer. And what about the debut performances of Clayton Oliver, who's been solid, but that goal's a big moment for him. And Jaden Laverde. There'll be a lot of Essendon fans thinking, why did we let him go again? As Fonte just guides that one over the boundary line. Right half forward for the Giants, who are dominating this quarter. They lead by 41 points. We get close to the three-quarter time siren. Down to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, Hawthorn coach Sam Mitchell cuts a dejected figure down on the Hawks bench now.
Yeah, they just slip away from him here, the Hawks. Won here last year, elimination final by 19 points. Cornelio back to Callaghan. Giants go forward again. They'll fly down there. Barris was up first in defence. Hardwick scrapping for it. Off to his teammate now, and Amon by hand, and Amon can thump it back towards that southeastern wing. Buckley tangled up down there with Connor Nash, and it's out of bounds for a throw-in on that far side. Plenty of Hawthorn fans around in opening round. They are one of the good travelling teams, I reckon, the Hawks. Of course, they came to Sydney last year for opening round to face the Swans.
They had massive numbers for the final.
Yes, indeed. At this same ground about 6 months ago. 41 points the Giants lead. Riccardi taps it back. Callaghan. Harvey Thomas. Now for GWS on the three-quarter time siren. Stringer looked to bound away and find goal number 6, but the siren beat him. So 41 points is the equal game-high lead. The Giants 18-6, 114 to Hawthorn's 11-7, 73. So 5 goals, 3 makes it Jake Stringer's equal best haul as a Giant and one of the best of his career. 3 goals each for Riccardi and Hogan. A couple each for Cornelio and Grajewski. Singles to Callum Brown and Clayton Oliver in that third term as well. Another goal for Harry Ralston as well. Meanwhile for Hawthorn, Gunston, Scholl, Ginnivan and Butler all have 2. Singles to Watson, Meek and Lewis as the Giants control things in that third term and lead by 41 points at the final change here at a very warm and muggy Sydney Showground. And Phil Price said there was a couple of little raindrops during that third term as well. Fourth term coming up. We'll also preview the game at the Gabba, the Lions and the Bulldogs, as opening round continues here on ABC Sport.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. B is for be safe. C is for connect. Find your local ABC radio station. Go to abc.net.au/emergency.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Whitfield short to Ash, but that's a poor kick from the E.J. Whitten medalist. Turns it over to Harry Morrison. Short to Newcomb and out centre half forward. Ginnivan's marked it. That is 50 against Toby Green, I think. It is. For overstepping on the mark. It doesn't look like he moved too much. Ginnivan slots it without a worry, as expected. Sicily brings it back in, thumps it up to the wing. Big leak by Impey, couldn't take the mark. Toby Green works it forward and Canelio's grabbed it. Stephen Canelio kicks through it. Meek down to Canelio, quick hands looking for Rouston. He went in there and won the contested ball and then snapped it through his legs. Stringer off the ground for his fifth. It just fell the way of Jake Stringer. Hogan doing the ruck work, palms it down to Oliver. He'll snap it on his left for his first goal as a goal. Oliver! What a way to mark your entrance in GWS colours, with arguably the goal of opening round.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The Giants by 41 here at the Sydney Showground. Up next in about an hour from now, we'll head north to the Gabba as the now two-time reigning premiers get their campaign underway against the Western Bulldogs, and Quentin Hull is there. Q.
G'day, Brett. The premiership flag will be unfurled in about half an hour here at the Gabba as the Lions trot out 19 of the 23 players that were in the matchday squad at the MCG when they claimed the premiership over Geelong at the back end of last season. There is, though, a very notable club debutant. Oscar Allen, one of the big stories of the off-season, will play for Brisbane tonight. A young fella getting his first game as well. Double Z, Zane Zakastilski. He's also a West Australian. He's playing his first game for a Lions team tonight, which, of course, goes into the season with the opportunity to emulate the feats of the great Lee Matthews era of 01, 2 and 03 when they went back to back to back. And what about the Bulldogs? Well, they blew that chance to play finals, losing to Freo in the final round. Lockie Jakes and Michael Selwood are going to make their debuts tonight. Ex-son Connor Budrick makes his club debut for the Western Bulldogs. About 25 degrees and 75% humidity, so it's warm and sticky at the Gabatoir for the Lions and the Dogs. Looking forward to bringing it to you once you're done there. Spriggy?
Thank you, Quentin Hull, and we'll join you, yes indeed, for the Lions and the Dogs. The Bulldogs, a 14-win team last year, as Q said, just missed the 8. And of course, the flag unfurling becomes an annual event now in Brisbane with now the second year running. They will do that in opening round. 41 points, the Giants lead here at three-quarter time. Your experts are Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington.
Well, the Hawks made a little run through that quarter, probably a 10-minute period, didn't they, Tig, where the Giants probably a little bit wasteful with the footy, and Hawthorn were able to bounce with Sicily and Weddle from half back, get some balls in quickly to Chol, took a couple of strong marks, probably should have kicked couple, missed one easy one through that quarter, and you thought, well, maybe here come the Hawks, they're going to give this a little bit of a shake and challenge the Giants and turn this into a game of football, but the Giants were able to bounce back and capitalise off that and kick a couple of goals to really put it back out to a margin where, and the way that the game's been played, that you can't see Hawthorn being able to generate enough to be able to run over the Giants here. It looks like, if anything, it will go the other way and the Giants will continue to extend the lead. They've just got too much run, forward handball, and their forwards up front are just way too dangerous at present, with Jake Stringer winding back the clock. 5 wonderful goals to three-quarter time and looking extremely sharp.
Looks so lovely, doesn't he? It's great to see an older man in the football sense being sharp in round one, and Canelio is the same on the same level. But yeah, the Hawks give a bit of a yelp, and they're better players, and certainly the better key defenders got their hands on the ball and give them some entries, and didn't quite execute at times. But it really, for mine, it was all the Giants, and you nailed it, Jace. I think the score is going to go larger than the Hawks minimising it for mine, because the Giants are running on top of the ground and some of the midfielders getting their hands on the ball and being really damaging now, and it's quite evident in their spread from the contest, their ability to win it, one, from the clearance directly, and then the actual spread after the contest.
So clearance is 36-23 in favour of GWS, so a big question mark. How do they deal with the absence of Tom Green? Others have stepped up. Camilio's had a fantastic game. Rouston's been lively as we thought he might be. And then the Hawthorn question mark. Warple's gone, no Will Day. That potential deficiency in the midfield, can they overcome it throughout the season? We've only had 3/4 of it. But they are being beaten there. Is a lot being asked of John Newcomb. Too much, perhaps?
Yep.
Do others need to give him a hand?
Yeah, well, they need some other players to go through there and win some footy. I mean, from your midfielders, Newcomb's had the 18, but outside of that, you know, they haven't had a lot of ball. McDonald's 14, Ward 13. Watson's probably been the only other one that looks like it provided something sharp through there, but he's only had tiny little stints. So
the other thing is Briggsy's ability in the ruck has been outstanding. You know, we haven't talked a whole lot about him, but his contest work and his ruck work and his ability to compete on the ground and get his hands in the ball as well and get some clearances for the Giants has been a standout today, which gives you some momentum and obviously big numbers.
Callahan's been huge again for the Giants.
That quarter's huge.
He's at 700 metres gain. Like, he's just opening up the game and sending it forward.
I'll have time for your texts at full time. 0437 774 774. Giants by 41 points here. The Brisbane Lions and Western Bulldogs still to come here on ABC Sport. The crowd certainly finding their voice as well. Despite the threat of storms, it's mostly stayed away. It has stayed away, in fact, for 3/4 of this game so far. And the Hawks fight back. We mentioned the close games they've had in recent times. 19 points in last year's elimination final. Average margin 12 in their last 8 battles. Fourth quarter underway. Oliver gets to it first for the Giants. Callahan on that left boot goes towards half forward. Sicily with the spoil on Callum Brown. He follows up. Morrison goes with him. Angwin retrieves it now for GWS. Goes deep inside forward 50. And Barris with the spoil. Oh, it still sits up on the behind line for Hogan. And clatters into the post for a boundary throw-in.
So Callahan up to 22 touches, 5 score involvements. Had an injury concern coming into this game, but he hasn't lost a step.
Superstar.
Freshen up.
Though influential again. Boundary throwing deep in attack for the Giants, who lead by 41. Chol taps it down. Butler's there, takes it cleanly. The snap on the left favours Ginnivan, but Ash is right there with him and wins it back. His handball missed the target though. Newcomb emerges with it. Finds the run of Impey. Hardwick fell to his knees. We got rid of the ball. Back to Newcomb. That's a scrappy kick, but it'll fall into the midriff of Morrison. He takes the mark, plays on quickly to Sicily. Just outside 50. Long shot at goal. In fact, he looks for Lewis. Couldn't quite take the mark. It was Gunston, in fact, who was the target. Good second effort by Gunston to wrap up Laverde. We won't be holding the football. We will have a ball up in the left forward pocket for the Hawks, who are 11-7-73. The Giants 18-6, 114. A minute gone in the fourth quarter.
What about the kick from Sicily? Oof, it's a 55-metre dart.
Briggs shoved Lewis. It will be a free kick going the Hawks' way.
It's a bit bemused at the moment. Briggsy looking at the big screen here, watching the replay. Just taking your eye off the ball.
So Mitch Lewis, who as I mentioned, had a delayed start because of the ACL. Came back in round 20. Kicked 3 goals in the prelim, which was their losing cause against Geelong. Opens up the angle here with a snap and misses. Can't add to his one major. And it is still that 40-point lead with just that Hawthorn on a score. So 40 points is the Giants' lead. 2.5 gone final term.
Another possession for Lockie Whitfield. He leads all disposal getters on the ground as he brings it back into play for touch 24. Hogan out in the long lead. Chol spoiled him. Fell to D'Ambrosio. Now Impey. He gets driven back by Briggs. Strong tackle. And because Impey handballed it over the boundary line without anyone touching it, it's a free kick to the Giants. That
was... Said a few big tackles in the game today, Briggsy.
That was impressive. He really has.
He's had 5.
His position's been under threat by Nick Madden and Riccardi. He's going to do a lot of ruck work. He's responding to Adam Kingsley's call. That's a nice defensive mark by Tom Barris, just behind the wing for the Hawks.
can have tackles, you can have 5 tackles, but he's had 5 real crunching tackles, physical, got the player to the ground and hurt him, all legal, of course.
Tom Barrett's premiership winning Eagle of 8 years ago now. Feels like a million years ago. An Eagles fan. I switch left to right. Jack Scrimshaw goes up the outer side. Outnumbered down there and waiting for it was Josh Battle. And it was sort of affected nicely. Anglin came late and knocked it out of bounds for a throw-in. Giants by 40 here at the showground. 3.5 gone, final quarter. Great to have your company here on opening round on ABC Sport. Brett Sprague, Daniel Garb, Ty Kennelly, Jason Saddington, Phil Pryor, your commentary team here in the Harbour City. Briggs out of the ruck, beat Scholl, got a quick boot to ball. Brown puts himself under it, bounced away from he and Sicily. Stringers chasing after it. Brown gets there first. Hand pass off there only as far as Impey, and now Morrison. The Hawks with Newcomb at half back. They keep it moving.
Handballs it up to Butler. Had nowhere to go. He's handballed it to himself in the end. Looped it up in the air and regathered it. Sicily. And now Battle switches it across defensive 50. It'll sit up nicely for Dylan Moore. They are camped up well, GWS, protecting this 40-point lead. Hawthorn have to get moving quickly.
They've defended really well here, so they've switched and they've manned up and given him nose, not sure where to go.
Ginnivan looks right, now left, now moves back 10 metres. Excellent defensive work from GWS. Barris has to run off the full back line to give Ginnivan something. Go short to Moore, and now Mitch Lewis has it, but again, he is void of options.
So, Dylan Moore runs back to the outside, now comes inboard for Mitch Lewis again. And they go all the way back. Can they keep it moving here? As the Hawks go towards half forward, it's off hands and over for a throw-in right on the junction of 50. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, presumably we'll get an official attendance sometime shortly in this quarter, but it is a really nice crowd here at the Sydney Showground today for opening round.
Number very shortly. Briggs and Scholl in the ruck. Toby Green coughed it up here. Back to Scholl. Watson running boundary side. Goes toward the goal line here. That's helped through by Connor Iden for a minor score. Giants by 39 points here. 5.5 played, final quarter on ABC Sport in opening round.
Probably the biggest takeaway for the Hawks, Tig, one, it's for them, some around their midfield work, certainly stoppage, but also their ball movement. They just haven't really got any sort of style going in the way they're trying to move the ball.
Ash with the long ball to Hogan. Nicely. Just outside half-back. Couldn't take the mark, but Thomas does the roving. Sends it up to the wing. Sicily's there with Riccardi. Free kick against Riccardi. You can't believe it. Sicily wants to play on quickly. Just to break this giant zone. Does so to Impey. On the wing. Calls for a forward to come towards him. Eventually goes long. The target is Gunston. He does that so well, using his body to find some space. They couldn't take the mark. Iden applied enough pressure. And they see it over the boundary line for a throw in the left forward pocket for the Hawks.
Yeah, when they look most dangerous with Sicily or Weddle, when they have the ball in their hands, their ability to actually get some run and drive. So trying to create that more opportunities for those better ball users to get the ball in their hands is a challenge for Hawthorn, obviously.
Toss back in. Rucks go at it. Watson with a tackle down there on Toby Green. Ball comes free. Dylan Moore beat one tackler. Handball to the outside, mopped up by D'Ambrosio. Left foot hooks it back in, and it's fisted through for a minor score by Laverde, getting a very good account of himself in his first game as a Giant.
Let's see what?
Jaden Laverde, 146th AFL game, his first in the orange and charcoal, and it's 38 points here, the Giants lead, early stages, final quarter.
Lockie Whitfield goes short to his partner in crime, Lockie Ash. And they've done that a fair few times over their careers. Ash found Royston, but that is a scrappy kick. He started his game like that, Rouston. Yeah. 2 poor kicks. Been really good since, but he's missed the target there. So Hawthorn get the free kick. They go short to Ward, and now Lewis is in space. So can Mitch Lewis make Rouston pay for that poor disposal? He'll kick from probably the paint of 50. Really tight angle right half forward, but they need this Hawthorn to bring it back with inside 6 goals.
Yeah, it's poor at this level, and Harry's better than that, and he knows that. It's an area of his game he's going to continue to work on.
Mitch Lewis, it's tough to kick him from there, and he has missed everything. It's his second out of bounds on the full for the game. So 38 points, it stays. The Giants lead 18-6, 114. Hawthorn 11-10, 76. We've gone 8 minutes in the final term. So Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Lockie Ash goes for a run and kicks beyond defensive 50. Riccardi plucks it out of the air. Strong overhead grab at left half back.
Just taking this thing out of the game. It's been a hard watch this quarter thus far. Both sets of teams, really not giving a whole lot.
They've done all their good Tom Hanks movies as well. On the outer side, 2-on-2. Slap back here. Overrun now by Amon. Gathered by Iden. He goes inside 50. And it's marked by Stringer.
Got the eyes going, but there's no way he's kicking it. Yeah, I'll look in. I'll fake that I'm going to look in. Oh, sorry, missed you. Another opportunity. And he's kind of gone for his sixth.
So nice entry by Delana. And here is Jake Stringer. Yeah, lining up for his sixth. An equal career best across what is a 12 or 13-year career. To push the Giants out to a game-high 44-point lead. Tough kick from that left forward pocket. He misses near side. 39 points the Giants' way. 9 gone final term. Opening round on ABC Sport. Ty Kennelly, Jason Saddington, and here is Daniel Garb.
5 goals for Stringer, 12 kicks, no handballs.
What a game he's having. Impey has to try and pick something off in the middle of the ground to get the Hawks going. He does so to Weddle. They move it to half forward, but that's missed the target. Buckley's taken the grab. Grimshaw's kick was wide.
He read it so well, didn't he, Buckley?
He did. One of the vice captains now at GWS.
He's had some body issues with his calves, in the back end of last year. It's a long calf. So he's an interrupted pre-season. It's good to see him out there.
Without his great mate Sam Taylor at the moment, but Laverde's game has more than made up for that.
Yeah,
he's been outstanding, as has Fonzie, one of the 2 premier defenders for GWS. Iden as solid as ever as well, but it's with Angwin. Giants up by 39 points. He moves it to half forward. Free kick there against Riccardi. He can't quite understand why. 3 goals for Jake Riccardi, 16 disposals. He's been excellent. Impey has it inside defence of 50. Can the Hawks get going and make this one interesting in the last?
Ginnivan in the chain now receives the kick. And, Brown, dangerous, almost was penalised. Running a shotgun here, Amon. Now Hawthorn go forward. Inside the arc, Ash in the contest with Moore. Follows up, brings Whitfield to ground. Ball goes with him. Himmelberg extracts it now. He's taken down by Mitch Lewis. And it's a hot footy here at half forward for the Hawks. Squibbed inside 50, but Himmelberg gets there for the Giants. Whitfield can clear. Out there with 2-on-1. Brown did well to keep it moving. Loose man now again out there. Riccardi back to the Irishman, Callum Brown. In the back of him was Amon. Not a free kick, said the umpire. Hawks win the footy back, and Ginnivan from the wing swings it back inboard and finds the sliding Gunston.
Needs to get going quickly. Hawks need the next desperately. Gunston finds Ward just behind centre half forward. He's got a lead that he likes. Sends it out that way. It was Dylan Moore, but Lockie Ash was right there with him. Excellent spoil. And this Giants defence continues to hold the Hawthorn at bay and preserve their 39-point lead. 11 and a half minutes gone in the final term. Down to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, after seeing Sam Mitchell down on the Hawthorn bench for the 3rd term, as best I can see, he's not there, so he must be back up in the box for this last.
Tap down here, Oliver. Kicks it in very close quarters here for Toby Green. It worked out okay. Captain plays on quickly. Down the wing here to Dragowski. Goes inside 50. Riccardi got good separation down there on Scrimshaw. And he marks in the pocket, 40 out.
Great body work, wasn't it? From Max, that's the thing. Younger players and key forwards and them actually working on, but he was really strong in his ability to actually get off Webb in that instance. And nice kick, nice entry to Riccardi. He's gone for his 4th.
Good start to a contract year for Jake Riccardi.
Give me a player on a contract. Hey, at the start of the year, watch out.
Well, like all forwards do when they're out of contract.
On the junction of 50, 3 goals so far this afternoon. Angles back, but not enough. And that will be a minor score for Jake Riccardi. The Giants 18-8, 116 to the Hawks 11-10, 76. Margin a clean 40. 13 gone final term on ABC Sport.
Amon will bring it back in. Time is really against Hawthorn now. He sends it up to that wing position. Meat gathers it. An excellent smother on Watson by Toby Green. He'll love that. And this Giants supporter group appreciates it immensely. Their defensive work in this final term has been exemplary so far, GWS.
I've loved Green around the ball the whole game. Playing on ball, 32, 33 as he is of age. It's great for him. And
Hawks bring away from the stoppage. Great ball from D'Ambrosio. Huge pack leap and great grab from Lewis. Plays on with a hand pass. Josh Ward fires it away here, but running out of room. Connor McDonald under pressure from Joe Fonte, not far away from you, Phil Pryor.
That is correct, yeah. A 12-minute stint for Kieran Briggs. He's just been toughing it out today. He's had plenty of medical attention on the bench, getting his legs rubbed. He's just been a warrior out there this afternoon.
Well, this is certainly a contender of Mark of the Week, if not year, from Mitch Lewis. Morrison now. Defensive side of the stoppage, goes inside 50. Gunston lets fly himself here. Can't bring it down. Keeps it moving here, though. Watson receives a hand pass. He snaps and goals. And Nick Watson kicks his second. And the Hawks close the gap with time running out. It is 34 points the Giants' way. 18,816 to 12,1082. 2 goals for the Wizard. And we've now played 14 minutes in this final term. You're an opening round on ABC Sport.
It's just a great contest from Gunston. Probably 3v1. He just brought the ball to ground. And Watson, as a good small forward does, gee, when he gets it, he's hard to tackle.
That's our first goal of the fourth quarter.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
It was a bit stale there 5 or 6 minutes ago. It has lifted intensity, but, Fonte wish he'd have that back if he actually took the ball in his hand, took the ball and decided to turn. He gave it off mid-air and ball hit the ground, and then Nick Watson cleaned it up, and nice finish.
So the Hawks have a pulse. They trail by 34 points, though. They need to kick a couple in a row. Nash wins the clearance. Guides it to half forward. Watson has been really good today. And out there to meet it first. Taps it in front of Buckley, but it's over the boundary line. So a throw in just outside attacking 50 for Hawthorn.
Yeah, he's been one of their better players. A couple of goals, 15 touches. They've had a few down, though. Whereas the Giants, I feel like every player's contributed. They haven't had one poor player.
Umpire tosses it back in. Meek just spoils it away here. Fonte out to it, run down by Watson. Fonte finds the boundary line and throw it back in. Joe Fonte, a Claremont product from out west. His cousin is Ella Roberts from the West Coast Eagles AFLW side.
Some talent in that family.
Yeah. Back in it comes. Cardi from behind on Meek. Rowson tried to work it away. Sicily fumbles off half forward here for Hawthorn. They can pinball away the Giants through Callum Brown and his bleached blonde hair. Hogan, hand pass back to the Irishman. Out wide now, Himmelberg, members wing. Has options inside 50. Leading up and marking O'Halloran. Still 60 from goal in the end, O'Halloran. So needs one more for a neat entry. And he finds Harvey Thomas. And this will test his distance if he is to find no other option than to go back and have a set shot.
He's got top of the square. Oh, he's going to hit someone, isn't he, Jace?
Yeah, he's not kicking 55, Harvey.
Is it?
He's shaping up like he wants to.
18 games last year, Harvey Thomas. 3 as the sub. He had to regain selection twice after losing his place.
He's had a good game. As always, basics really well.
Comes around the arc. Does set this up top of the square. Who can fly? Up in front, Rajewski. Got a spoil from behind. Goffard lurking for it. Brought down by Connor Nash. Kept it alive. No, it's going to be the ball. Sorry, no, it's going to be a Hawthorn ball. So he was run down holding the ball, and the tackle is rewarded. Connor McDonald.
Giants by 34 points. McDonald clears the area. But once more, GWS set up nicely in Himmelberg to spoil it over the boundary line. Throw in on the wing. The Giants 18-8-116. Hawthorn 12-10-82. They jumped out to a 40-point lead, GWS, and it's seesawed around that mark. And they've done what they've struggled to do, certainly in that final against Hawthorn last season, the elimination final, and just take the sting out of the game and set up well defensively. Perhaps they've worked on that a whole bit in pre-season. Callahan to Oliver. They win the clearance. Back to Himmelberg. Inside 50 now. Impey does well to cut across and bring it to ground. They win the free kick, the Hawks. Advantage paid. And the kick, though, up to the wing is picked off by Whitfield. McDonald got a hand on it. Scholl put in a good effort. Coming across is Fonte. Left that one behind. Here's Watson darting around. Finds McDonald. Good kick. And the mark is taken by Gunston. Well, they won't go away, Hawthorn. They'll keep on fighting. Time might be against them, but if Gunston kicks this, all of a sudden it's within 5 goals with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just been too cute with the ball. Lucky Whitfield in that instance, and they ran over the top of the ball, the Giants. But, Watson's the one. He's really got him going with his speed.
Jack Gunston, the 3-time All-Australian. 40 out directly in front. Hawthorn have another. Do not change your dial, because we have seen this before when it comes to GWS. Momentum goes against them, and the heads sometimes go elsewhere. And they'll be certainly very concerned in the Giants coaching box. The lead back to 28 points.
They've had the inside 50s, they've had the ball, Hawthorn, so it's not surprising the past 10 minutes. Now they're just getting a bit of reward on the scoreboard for it, so they have played a bit more slower this quarter with the ball in their hand and contested possession wise, but in that instance itself, it's just the Giants being too cute with the ball.
So 28 points from what was a 41-point buffer at three-quarter time. The Hawks with the only 2 majors of this fourth quarter at the Sydney Showground, about to hit time on.
It's probably a free kick also, from the Giants. Actually, McDonald kicking the ball, grown ball, kicking in danger, but got away with it.
Up in the ruck, Briggs and Scholl. Briggs up early. Scholl kept his feet. Hand pass. Stays alive here for Hawthorn. Connor Nash goes wide inside forward 50. It bounces into the pocket. Kept alive down there by Josh Battle and socked away by Connor McDonald. There'll be a boundary throw-in inside 50 for the Hawks. They get one here. It makes it very interesting in modern footy terms.
Yeah, it just puts the pressure on a team that has coughed up in these situations before.
White chucks it back in. Briggs palm down, threat to Ambrosio of the Hawks. Shrugs away Brown. Flying shot on goal. Spirals the wrong side of the post. Out of bounds on the full, in fact, for Hawthorn. Margin 28 the Giants' way. 20 gone. Final term.
That's what happens, isn't it, Ty? You see just a few fumbles, missed tackles start to creep in a little bit, the Giants. Maybe they're getting tired. They've played high energy.
Laverde up to the wing. Punched away from the pack by Sicily. Another chance for the Hawks. Watson out to meet it. He's the danger man in attack. Oliver did well, though. Won that contest. Got it to Whitfield. They've earned a boundary throw-in. Just inside. Attacking 50 for the Hawks. Down to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, Lockie Ash has just had that right leg looked at again. Of course, we were worried in the second term it could be a hamstring issue. And if there were talks of putting him on ice, they've probably been put on pause momentarily.
Giants up by 28.
Briggs palms it down here, socket away by the Hawks, and again towards half forward. Ambrosio just pumps it back inside 50. Scholl at pace meets the footy. Knocked away from him. Fonte to Buckley. The Giants can hurriedly clear. Out of bounds on the full. Hawks ball again at left half forward.
Yeah, just got to fill the 50. Jason's calling for it here, but
they have
under pressure.
Sorry, Todd. Hogan slipped in. It's only Stringer outside the D50.
Ambrosio's a big kick. They'll have to roost this 55. And choose to set it up instead. Can someone take a pack mark for the Hawks? Coming across as Himmelberg spills to the back. Battle has the shot, but he's hooked it over his shoulder and missed everything. They can set the ground up here, Hawthorn, and try win it back. 28 points the Giants lead by. That's comfortable with about 6 minutes remaining. A couple of quick ones from Hawthorn and they'll get very jittery.
That's the thing. It won't be a long quarter, though. That's the thing. The lack of goals. So Fonte goes beyond offensive 50. Out of bounds on the full again. Hawthorn ball from forward halfway. Barris brings it in. Impey. Connor Nash. Back McDonald is on the outer side. Goes inside 50. Gunston slides in, takes the mark. Okay, Jack Gunston, 45 metres out. Opportunity here for his fourth goal.
Just playing it really, really poor. From a lot of experienced players, you got to execute that kick. You got to get some numbers long down the line, just from the Giants' perspective. In that instance, the ball's turned over. You got to start filling the 50, the corridor of the 50. It was wide open. That lead came from the goal square from Gunston. So they've almost checked out a bit here. The Giants can be very, very careful.
We'll approach the record games this year. Jack Gunston, here he is for his fourth goal. Oh, the Hawks like that. We're not done with yet. We've passed the time on mark here in the final quarter. The margin, 22 points, the lowest it's been in this half of footy.
this centre bounce is enormous.
Well, this is where I'd like to see Nick Watson go in.
Yeah, get some speed around. He caused some danger in the first half, but he's been the one really that lies back, hasn't he, this quarter? He's got him going.
Lowest margin since early stages, second quarter here at the showground. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Lockie Ash and Toby Green back on the ground for this last 5 or so minutes.
Adam Kingsley will be thinking, oh no, not again. We spoke to Dave Matthews pre-game and talked about those finals losses where they gave up leads, and he says, yeah, we've spoken about it, we've addressed it. He acknowledged it was an issue, and he said a lot of it was above the shoulders. A mental problem, perhaps. Well, it's rearing its head again, pardon the pun. The margin back to 22 points. If Hawthorn get the next go, won't we have a finish on our hands? We've got one already, never mind. Oliver wins the ground ball, had to do so. The Hawks have it back. Delano gives the free kick away on Ginnivan.
They're on him. The Hawks are in first. They're sniffing it.
Played that well, Ginnivan. Knew the high contact was coming. Chips it short and works it forward crucially to Newcomb. They'll go inside 50 again, Hawthorn. Time against them, but the margin's back to inside 4 goals. Goes laterally to Amon instead. He drives on the left, sits up nicely for Meek, didn't quite take it cleanly. Iden applies the pressure, and the Giants do lock it up. It's in the right forward pocket though for Hawthorn, so still a chance for a quick goal. 24 minutes gone in this final term, 22 points the Giants lead by.
Ball in the air, Briggs wins it to the outside. Fonte runs into traffic, lost the footy, hand pass back to Watson, evades 1-2. He handballs out wide here. Oliver picks it off, and now Angwin for the Giants. Clears defensive 50. Hardwick had the arms chopped. Free kick Hawthorn at right half forward. Swings it across now for Giant Newcomb, the co-captain. 60 from goal. Down the corridor. Gunson! It falls to Watson, wrapped up down there by Angwin. Locked in for a ball up. 40 out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. The Giants hang on to a 22-point lead. 25 gone final term.
Giants just can't get out.
No, they can't. Oliver's been huge. His ground balls and his contest work has been enormous inside tide for the Giants.
Briggs knocks it down, but Callahan can't take it cleanly. Dylan Moore is there. He's well tackled. The Giants literally hanging on. We're trying to for the 4 points in opening round, but Hawthorn are throwing everything at them, which they were always likely to do. Briggs taps it down, but Newcomb sharks it. Callahan with the clearance. The Hawks come for it. Morrison showed some courage. O'Halloran's there and he just clears the area. But it's straight to Hardwick. Bounces off his chest. Good tackle by Stringer. They lock it up. Callahan's there. Hawks ready to pounce though. Ginnivan to Nash. They're back inside 50 Hawthorn. Well done, Toby Green. He's well tackled by Watson. Ball spills free. Stringer with his 5 goals gets it to Oliver. And now Callahan. And now the Giants get going.
They're out in space with Stringer. Hurried spiralling ball towards half forward. Missed. Weddle. Might be going for Gothard. Hats it off the deck. He's too quick for Weddle. Gathers the debutant. Throws it around for a goal. The debutant ices the game. Phoenix helps the Giants rise. Back to the occasion. They stop the Hawks' late flurry. And Phoenix Gothard puts them back out to 28 points as we approach full time.
What a moment. What a moment for the young fella. Debut game to kick the sealer. Take the heat off, take the pressure out. Big one-on-one contest. Just used his speed. Lovely snap. He'll be on cloud 9 after that. That's big.
Just really clean, wasn't he, on the ground ball? You're thinking here he's got to be clean in one touch. It's the difference. We talk about footballers being clean and at one touch on ground balls when it's a bit chewy, but Hawthorn was throwing everything at Giants there. Everything. They were at it and hunting and hitting. And the Giants were able to get out over the back, and not too sure who kicked the barrel itself, but great finish. He'll be on cloud 9 for sure, Jace.
The rise of the Phoenix. Steals the game for the Giants.
That was Stringer's kick.
Was it?
Yeah.
Tried to kick a barrel, didn't you, I think?
Pick 12 in the draft a couple of years ago. Phoenix Gothard finally makes his debut. In the absence of Bedford, Daniels and Jones, it is he who secures the 4 points for GWS, barring some sort of miracle here from Hawthorn. But time is against them, and that's surely taken the sting out of it as they scrap away at right half back for GWS, and Nash pokes it forward.
Oh, it's on the line, isn't it?
It's a free kick given, so that was just in between the arcs. Nash socketed forward, and Toby Green said, just go out of play. That'll be a free kick to me.
I think it was in the arc of the boundary and the 50.
That's the first time we've seen that rule being exposed, if you like, by an opposition player in opening round as Green sends it up to the wing, and that'll be another free kick because nobody touched it from the Hawks, and Morrison will take it. But it's a 28-point lead for GWS as Morrison, his kick is almost picked off by Brown. Impey's gathered it.
Impey does regather and snaps inside 50. Toby Green whacks it out the back toward the boundary line. It will be a throw-in inside 50 for Hawthorn. Phoenix Gothard, the hero, but of course we'll certainly analyse Clayton Oliver's first game as a Giant. There'll be comparisons between he and Christian Petrarca, of course, both having their first appearances for their new clubs. He's got some impressive numbers on that stat sheet. I reckon track just gets him. Last night with the Suns. That was a phenomenal performance. But anyway, Oliver is involved here. It's allowed to roll out towards Connor Iden. Chol gets him high. Umpire Hovering says, free kick Giants. 29 minutes played in the final quarter. It's the Giants by 28 points.
So they've had a litany of injuries throughout this pre-season. The hardest hit of any club by a long, long way. All Australians and club champions in Green and Taylor going down. As they send it out to left half back. Not sure if Tom Green has an All-Australian blazer, in fact. Should have had one perhaps last season, but he is the reigning club champion. Taylor won it a couple of years prior to that, along with Kelly and Cadman, Bedford, Jones, Daniels. But after losing this elimination final to the Hawks last season, they will take them down in opening round at home. And Clayton Oliver's first game, and he's been fantastic. Lewis back to D'Ambrosio. Hawks still battling away. They'll send it inside 50 again. Fonte, who's been superb underneath it, again wins another contest. Watson's been the Hawks' best forward. He tried to make something happen. The Giants win it again through Buckley. He has turned it over. It's a scrappy kick. A tied one, perhaps. And picking it off is Josh Battle. He'll fire a goal, but miss to the right-hand side through Frey behind. So 27 points the Giants lead by. And time is ticking down as we get close to this final siren.
150 gamer, Josh Battle. As Daniel Gard mentioned, 27 points. Get a crowd figure either. There's a lot of Hawthorn fans. Giants chant rings around the Sydney Showground. Up in the 2-on-1. Lewis outnumbered. At the drop though, Impey. Fired the hand pass wide to Morrison. Hawks go back inside forward 50. Buckley up in front. Shutting this off grab. The GWS. The newly appointed co-vice captain Buckley comes down the line. And here, sometimes all you need is a good opening. The Giants will certainly have that. They stop that late flurry of Hawthorn goals. And they're happy as Clary in Western Sydney. The Giants by 27. The Giants, Hawthorn 14-11-95 here at the Showground. They led by 19 points at quarter time thanks to 5 straight goals in a high scoring and very long opening term here. It was 35 points the margin at half time, 41 the game high margin at the final change in the end, despite a more impressive final term from the visitors. The Giants see it through to win by 27 points. point for the entire season. Didn't have Toby Bedford, Darcy Jones, Sam Taylor. They had Tom Hanks in their corner, though. And the Giants salute first. And in some ways, not the same kind of stakes, but avenge last year's elimination final loss at this very same venue against this same opponent. Kingsley's men win it in opening round by 27 points. And your experts sort through it all for us on ABC Sport at Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington.
Well, across the whole game, and the Giants were certainly the better team. We saw through that last quarter, though, Hawthorn, the things that you challenge them on at probably three-quarter time, Ty, Hawthorn got going in their midfield. They won clearance, they won contested ball, and they gave it a little chance there for a bit. It got a bit tetchy, but across the whole game, I mean, the Giants just had winners all over the park. They were strong through the middle, but their forward line really dominated, didn't it? With Stringer kicking 5, Hogan 3, Riccardi 3. They all just cashed in up forward. They were strong. Hawthorn just didn't have an answer in their backs in terms of Sicily and Weddle. They didn't have their impact on the game that they normally do. Battle in terms of the way they set Hawthorn up, but it was a Giants game of football, and we're just sort of talking to each other then, were we? It's a massive game to win, to just bank a win earlier in the year with injuries against a really good opposition team. That's a big win for the Giants to start the year.
Yeah, I think it was just a weight of numbers as well. You alluded to it during the game, Jason. You know, there wasn't a bad Giants player today. You know, the majority of them, it'll be pretty much the same team barring injury or anything from mine going in, which is a huge result when you're coming in with a cloud of obviously the injuries that they've had, and I'm sure, not knowing the inside of the dressing room itself, but the emotional attachment to going, well, people are probably writing us off because we've got 6 or 7 injuries or 8 injuries, whatever the number it is, and you can use that as an emotional drive for that group. 3 players on debut were outstanding. I don't think you get 3 players playing as well for a football club on a debut like the 3 that played. They were very, very good. And obviously Phoenix will be off his head after kicking the winning goal itself, but Oliver was fantastic and Laverde was fantastic. So those on debut, so you think you've missed a couple with injuries and then 3 step in? That's enormous for your depth going forward when you start getting them back. And when we talk about off-air, or trying to win some home games and win the ones you can, and against good opposition, like you said, Jason. But very, very positive because of the weight of numbers. And Adam Kingsley and the Giants play system base, and that was very system based in the way they played today, and it was very impressive.
Just to recap those goal kickers in full, we mentioned Stringer with 5 goals, 4 for the package, to go with 5 marks and a couple of tackles, and a total of 14 disposals. Riccardi and Hogan each with 3, as you mentioned. Sato, 2 for Cornelio and Grajewski. Singles to Goffard, of course, which was the sealer there at the end. Callum Brown, Clayton Oliver, a very impressive goal in his Giants debut, and Harry Rouston also for Hawthorn. 4 goals, 1 for Jack Gunston, 2 each for Watson, Scholl, Ginnivan and Butler. Singles for Lewis and Meek. So the Giants get the win first up in opening round.
You missed in the stats, Stringer had the 1 handball in the end. He got 1.
That's what I was looking at going, is he had 27? No, it's 13 kicks and 1 handball. Okay. That's why I was confused.
But you do, like, you go back to the Giants team and the players that had to come in and play their role. You know, Delana and Goffard as the small forwards did the job, you know, just did what they had to do. But Laverde was the one, wasn't he? Someone that you wouldn't have expected to be in their best 23.
Yeah.
Even, you know, if Taylor plays, he doesn't play. But, gee, I tell you what, he's played an outstanding game of football. It's someone that you go, well, great, we've got another key defender. That makes it harder for Alekalier to get into the team, doesn't it?
Well, he might struggle, but even if Taylor comes back, you can say to Iden, all right, you play a bit smaller, because Connor Iden can do that, and Laverde can keep his spot in the team. He was that good today.
Or a Himmelberg flips somewhere else. I don't know. It gives them a great extra avenue or flexibility with what they do with their backline. That's an outstanding get.
We'll get to Phil Pry in the Giants rooms shortly. You can text us, of course, 0437 774 774, and of course you can keep all that correspondence coming for Quentin Hull and the team at the Gabba for the Brisbane Lions and Western Bulldogs, which gets underway in about 20 or so minutes from now. So we'll wrap things up here. The Giants 27-point winners over Hawthorn at the Sydney Showground. The Giants making their way off. The rain stayed away, which is good. There might be a storm later on tonight in Sydney. We saw plenty of goals. It was raining goals, wasn't it? 13 goals in that first term. The Giants kicked 5 in a row, and it was their equal second highest scoring first quarter in their history. So the Giants are high-fiving their fans. We're very pleased here. And still no crowd figure, by the way, which I'll chase up in a second. But it was a good crowd in today for this twilight fixture. As I said, heading off to the Lions and the Bulldogs very, very shortly. Clayton Oliver, in the end, 26 disposals, 10 clearances, 16 ground ball gets, 7 score involvements, and the goal. We'll hold our best for the 3-2-1 later on. Tig and Sato, but a very impressive first up. Yeah,
the goal as well was obviously clearly something he's worked the left and right hand side of his body, but his ground balls, when you often don't see that from an inside mid, he was outstanding.
Phil Pryor in the Giants' rooms, down to you.
Yeah, down here now, the boys are coming in. They're about to drag Phoenix Gothard, the debutant, into the middle. I'm going to take a couple of step backs to avoid the Gatorade shower. But most of the players are in there now looking not just relieved, but just ecstatic for what was just an outstanding display from them today. Obviously, you know, have their wings a little bit clipped with the injury list, which is quite extensive right now. So, and they know that. The players understand, you know, some of the storylines, so they must be chuffed. Get ready for this.
It's all about long strides and high leaps in their song, but it's just one small step in what is 30 weeks basically of footy in this extended AFL season 2026. Back to Phil Pryor very shortly in the Giants' rooms. And indeed, those names to come back in. So Bedford, the hamstring, that's a week away. Cadman, couple of weeks with a pelvic injury. You mentioned Lecalier with the groin. That's potentially as early as next week against the Bulldogs at Docklands. Brett Daniels still 3 or 4 weeks away with the hamstring. Sam Taylor a couple of weeks beyond that. The long-term ones are, of course, Darcy Jones, who we heard from pre-game. He says he's still looking for maybe the first half of the year, which is pretty incredible. It was 6 months ago, I suppose, that injury in the final. But Tom Green, of course, the season, and Josh Kelly had the hip surgery, which we weren't expecting until, I think, the back half at the earliest possible stage for their veteran midfielder.
But the players, I mean, we've mentioned it, that they needed to stand up. Did so. I mean, Oliver comes in and has an impact. Canelio, a fantastic game from him. He's best in maybe a couple of years. 22 touches, 2 goals, 9 score involvements. Harvey Thomas, you know, an unheralded player who did his job. Rouston did what he needed to, kicked a big goal. Fonte was absolutely superb. So, and then Gothard provides one late with all those small forwards out. So, yeah, okay, only the first time of asking, but the players they've needed to chip in have all done so. Question marks on the Hawks' ability to do that, and that'll be a discussion point as the post-game goes on.
We'll get to that as well. Just to quickly, this is where Dennis Cometti was so remarkable. Because you know that Stephen Canelio, the word Canelio is rabbit in Italian. We had Bad Bunny here last week. Was Stephen Canelio good? I couldn't quite work it into a line, but, you know, he was a very good rabbit, Stephen Canelio, today for the Giants, wasn't he, the veteran, and certainly stood up.
He was. He had his fast feet going. It's like a fast shuffle, Cogs. But, he was brilliant. He looked quick. He looked busy. And I think he kicked two great goals. So, like 40 plus, kicked them dead straight, took an overhead mark up forward. He just looked free. And the old Stephen Canelio. So that's a massive win for him. And I mean, I'm very excited by Joe Fonte as well. Yeah, he just looks like a player that's going to go next level, and a great find. Not a find. He's been on the list for a couple of years and played some footy now, but he looks like he's going to take another step.
But he was a late draft pick, so he is a find because I think he was picking 30 somewhere. I mean, he's looked at the standard from the moment he's played in the AFL.
Down to you, Phil Pryor.
I've got Toby Green, the Giants skipper, in what is a very, very happy change room right now. Toby, we'll start here. We'll start simple. You guys must be so ecstatic.
It's a great way to start the year against a good team. Backs against the wall a little bit. No one probably gave us a chance given who we had out, but that's a great win, good fight. Found out a lot of the young boys, and then a lot of older boys stood up and played a huge role.
Was that genuine motivation for you guys coming in today, the fact that perhaps some people have written you off before a ball's even kicked?
Oh, it probably is for the year, yeah. No one, yeah. Well, if you listen to everything, probably no one gives us a chance to really challenge. So certainly a little bit motivating. And it's only one game though. Got a huge one again next week. Now got the Dogs, so they've had the wood over us. So go again. Great challenge.
How did you enjoy more midfield time? Perhaps out of necessity, even though you've got some handy forwards out as well. But it's something you've done before, of course. But back in there in the guts again.
Yeah, it's still a big work on it. Bloody hard work. I was blowing there, and it was hot and humid. So probably do it a fair bit the next few weeks and try and keep working my way into it, learning a few new things. I haven't played it consistently for 10 years, so still a work in progress. And looking forward to playing with Clary and Finn, and got a fair few guys that can roll through. So yeah, it's a fair bit to work on still, but enjoying it.
My job was to keep a close eye on the bench today, and I did notice you had to get that left ankle re-strapped. How is it, and what's been going on down there?
Oh, no, I just tweaked it in a tackle, just rolled it, so hopefully, I don't know, find out tomorrow morning. Hopefully it's not too sore, but didn't hamper me too much once I got going.
How about Phoenix Gothard, his goal at the end on debut? What a moment for a kid who's had to work really hard for a debut game.
Yeah, it was awesome. Great. It was a sealer, sort of put the game to bed. He's worked bloody hard. He's got a good crew from Albury here, so that's a great moment for him, a great moment for us. And yeah, they're the things you love in footy, those moments, and you'll remember that one forever.
And one on Clayton Oliver, who joined the club in the off-season, of course. He had his moments out there today, kicked an absolutely ripping goal as well, I think it was in that third term. What's he brought to the group?
Oh, yeah, he was unreal today, just a workhorse. And what he brings is he's one of the best stoppage players in the competition, so that's what we need him to be. And he'll only get better the next few weeks as well. He's still building into it, learning our system, and really getting going. So yeah, can't wait to see what we can get from him over the next 6 weeks.
We've got Giants captain Toby Green here. We'll send it upstairs. We've got Ty Kennelly and also Jason Saddington, Brett Sprigg and Daniel Garb.
Toby, Sato, congrats on the win, mate. Obviously, with you spending more time in the midfield, looks like the forward line functions better without you anyway. Jakey Stringer and those guys cashed in.
Oh, mate, I'm happy to do that. If we can kick 120 every week, I'll play half back. So, no, it was good, yeah. Sort of a different role for Stringer a little bit this year, a little bit deeper, and it suits him. He's real dangerous one-on-one, so Hogue's really good. Ricker, Cogs, yeah, everyone played their role and looked really dangerous.
Yeah, well done, Toby, mate. It was an outstanding win for the club, and obviously the narrative coming into the game, with the injuries and whatnot, and clearly was a backs to the wall win, and you can see the players were quite motivated by it. But it was the older brigade again for me, and I was really impressed with Cogs, yourself, and in the 3 debutants that came in, it's going to give incredible depth to the team when you do get those numbers back, because I don't think you'll see 3 debutants play as well for the football club on debut for the football club. The 3 of them were outstanding.
Yeah, they were. Doss. Jaden Laverty was unbelievable down back. He had about 15 one-on-ones, and I reckon he was 13 and 2 draws. So he was unbelievable. Goth, well, he's you would have seen him at training over the last 6 weeks. That's not a surprise. He's been working his way into it, learning how to play that role, high half forward. And then, Clary, everyone's seen a lot of Clary, and as I said, he'll just get better. He's not a finished product yet. He's still, he's probably 4 weeks away from hitting his best. So, it was really good. And then, the older boys had to play their role. It was no secret if we didn't play well, we weren't going to win. So, it was a great win. Probably one of the better wins I've played in the last couple of years, to be honest.
Nice. Toby, Dan Garb here. You've spoken about the motivation of the chat around your injuries. What have you had to do as a captain emotionally to try and settle the group, to reset their heads as star players went down? What's your role been in that sense to keep everyone grounded?
Yeah, I mean, you're flat for a couple of days when a couple of those superstar players and big injuries happen. That's natural. So you make you acknowledge it, but then you got to move on pretty quick, and you got to find out about others. So that's what we sort of did. We didn't talk about it too much the last 2 weeks until the last maybe 2 days. We said, all right, look, boys, we've got a huge challenge. This is a huge challenge against a good team, and let's see what we got. We got new guys playing. We got new guys playing for the club. older boys got to get going and step up, and it was a contribution from everyone that was able to help us.
What did you make of the new stand rule, Toby? There might be a few sort of kinks to iron out across the next few weeks.
I thought my 50 was...
Yeah.
What was that for?
We don't know.
That's what we're asking. I
like the rule. That was just not it.
You got the Dogs next week at Docklands. You say there's history there with you guys Saturday afternoon. So you take this. It's one win in terms of what, a long, essentially a 30-week season. But what does it mean to get the win first up?
Oh, well, it helps. It helps to beat good teams as well. So, it's as you said, though, it's 1 week, and Dogs have, they smashed us last year, beaten us pretty comfortably the last few years. So, it's a huge challenge again. Looking forward to it.
Appreciate your time, Toby.
All good. Thanks, lads.
Toby Green with us, the Giants skipper in the winners' rooms.
I love that.
Points. Yeah, that was the most notable, I suppose, of that. And was it the third or fourth quarter where that happened? And he was blowing up third term. So, Toby Green, he's kicked 40-plus goals in 4 of the past 5 years. Wasn't required, of course, on the score sheet today because he was playing more midfield time anyway. And the Giants winners here in I'll say comfortable. They controlled most of the game. In the end, the Hawks were coming. In modern footy terms, Hawthorn may well have kicked a few more goals and closed the gap to a tight margin.
Just to the captain's role itself, it shows great leadership. He would have been rattled a small bit to go, you know what, you've got to prep his pre-season as a forward, and then necessity, you know what, mate, you're going to actually go inside and play the first game of the year. We're going to play it predominantly. I don't think he went forward at all, in fact. Just actually play as an inside mid and a mid. That we need you as a captain to do that. And, of course, he's going to do it for his team, but it just shows the quality of the human and the footballer that he is.
So should we talk about the Hawks? Because Hawthorn fans will be walking away from this game thinking, well, we've got some issues in the midfield. We come up against the Giants on-ball brigade without Tom Green, and we've been smashed in the clearances. What are they? 44-37. They got a lot closer, but the margin was much higher than that for most of the game. So Newcomb's done his job. He was fantastic, 25 touches. And then it falls away badly. McDonald goes through the midfield. He has 20, but not a big influence. Ward, 18, but didn't do too much. Nash was barely sighted. It was only when Watson and Ginnivan floated through there that they started to have a bit of spark. So it's a big void for them without Day and Warple, and that's going to have Hawks fans concerned.
Well, that's a game of footy, isn't it? Mitts, you need to win it at the contest. You need to win it at the source. And that's a bit that that probably got showed up a little bit today. They did improve through that last quarter, and that's what helped them get the game on their terms a bit more. But they've got to find some. They've got to find some midfielders, and I would think it's probably Watson and even Ginnivan going through there a little bit you got to find some balance or some different plays that you can spin through, not spend too much time on ball, but to try and provide something else. But they'll definitely be looking at that to go in their team. The other one for me, for them, I just don't know where their ball movement was at. Like there was no clear style. Yeah, sometimes they were slow and they were trying to kick their way through, but they were sideways and backwards and slow, and they didn't really get any style into their game with their forward ball movement, did they?
Hawks fans might be thinking, well, why didn't we give up a bit more for Zach Merritt? We had him there. We could have got him. We didn't give Essendon the deal they wanted, and now we've got a massive issue.
It's easy after losing. This is the text from Michael. Hawks had no backup plan when they failed recruiting Zach Merritt. Now their midfield might be a problem this year. Thank you, Michael, and that beat us to the point on that, which you just mentioned, Garby. A couple of texts just to roll through here. 3 Northern teams, 3 easy wins, 4 after tonight, probably. AFL will be thrilled. Yes, indeed. The Brisbane Lions and West Bulldogs coming away from the Gabba very, very shortly, and they will be favoured to win that, the 2-time reigning premiers.
Oh, good. No footy in Victoria. Opening round. I love it.
Yeah, there is.
Well, there is tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Sorry, my bad. I mean, Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
Well, that's the. I don't want to get into this whole thing again, but, I mean, do you lose anything by saying, okay, if we have a full round of footy, but we at least give the Northern States the jump, whether it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we at least have those games first, then we're going to have other games, whether it's in Perth, Adelaide, Melbourne, doesn't matter. The concept still kind of works. It's just round one, but they still get their sort of centre stage of the Sydney and Brisbane markets.
Yeah, I love it. Look, clearly we've biased, obviously, up here in New South Wales, but it gets the exposure. And You're in a challenging market, and we continue to talk about that, as far as AFL is concerned in New South Wales and Queensland, and to get the jump as far as competing with rugby league up here specifically, it's important for us to actually get the game on TV and get crowds and get 2 games in Sydney where actually people can go and watch the game and get it cracking, so league don't get the jump on it, and actually people want to watch it, so it is important.
Speaking of league, by the way, full time at Shark Park, the Sharks 50 have beaten the Gold Coast Titans 10 in the women's test match at the WACA ground in Perth. Australia 6 for 242, now led India by 44 runs in the first innings, and that is with Annabelle Sutherland on 108, unbeaten. So she backs up her double ton from there a couple of years ago. Talia McGrath has just joined her. Australia 6 for 242. You can find full coverage of that via ABC Listen, our trusty app. Just look for the pink cricket ball button for the very last match of the international summer. I did also, by the way, just catch the banner. So the Giants banner pre-game, just on the opening round concept. We love opening round. It's the best time to play. The Hawks are here because the Pies ran away.
Nice.
That was their opponent the first couple of years, and Collingwood no longer a feature. At least they are at home tomorrow in Melbourne against St Kilda at Docklands. All of that still to come across the weekend. Rightio. Before we launch into our votes, who's doing the votes, by the way?
All yours, Jace.
You've got 60 seconds, Sato. I did want to know whether we didn't discuss this on Thursday night for the opening game, but now that the umpires have access to stats for Brownlow voting, do you expect that will change?
I don't think it'll change the midfield award.
No, it's the midfield award?
It's the midfield award, maybe halfbacks might get some more of it, but yeah. They still have the biggest impact in the game is concerned. Obviously he's kicking. Not saying, Jason, you would kick 4 or 5 goals in a game. You have 6 goals in a game, you're going to probably get 3 votes. But I don't think it's going to have an impact on the Brownlow.
All right. Did it impact our ABC Player of the Year, the 3-2-1?
No, Garby helped impact a little bit with my one vote. You
changed it?
Yeah, no, I think I will.
No, I was just pointing out that maybe.
Well,
I wasn't forcing the change. Stick with your pick.
You made a good point.
Right. And Briggsy was unbelievable.
Well, he was.
I just know that.
I know he was. So there's no honourable mentions. We don't need to go there, do we? One vote. We're going to go Joe Fonte. Just bounced off half back. He was really sharp. He had plenty of the footy. And he contested work as well. He's not a big size body, and he doesn't play as a contested player, but he wins his one-on-one. So Joe Fonte, 1 vote. 2 votes, I went to Clary. Clayton Oliver was elite. He was outstanding in the middle, and even in that last quarter, he kept digging in. And 3 votes, Jakey Stringer, just a match winner. If you can impact the game of footy and win it and be the difference, then you deserve the 3 votes for me.
5 goals for Jake Stringer here, and he gets Jason Saddington's 3 votes in the ABC Player of the Year, 2 for Clayton Oliver and 1 to Joe Fonte. Speaking of Font and the Bont, they face each other next week at Docklands, so that's the sell-afternoon game at Docklands. Giants Bulldogs, of course, the Great Western, as we know it, that rivalry, and then Hawthorn at the MCG on Friday night against Essendon as their round 1. It's confusing, I know. The round 1 matchup. So
Blake Hardwick's 200th?
Yes, it will be. There was one other coming up as well. It's not quite a milestone, but that is Blake Hardwick's 200th next week at the MCG.
But I love the way the rounds have gone. It's been attacking and opening. They haven't been as close as games as we've seen. It often can happen in round 1, but the attacking style in the game, more of it, it's exciting, exhilarating. There's the more scores on it, and the more teams come to the party, because you're not going to win a flag if you can't kick big goals, big scores.
We've lost the centre bounce, but Tiger's always bouncing. Good to see you, mate. Love the excitement. Thank you, Sato. We'll hear from you again soon.
Lovely.
Thanks to Daniel Garb.
Thanks, Briggy. We go again.
Yes.
Win for the Giants.
Yeah, indeed. I'll see you next weekend. Thank you to Phil Pryor doing his work on the boundary and in the rooms, to Peter Roger Clemson, our tech here at the showground, and to Craig Davis back in the studio as well. To you, most importantly, for your company, if you are listening to us through New South Wales News Radio, you'll return to regular programming. The Giants winners here by 27 points over Hawthorn, and up next, we're all heading north to the Gabba as the 2-time reigning premiers begin their 3-peat campaign. Brisbane against the Western Bulldogs. It's all coming your way next, right here on ABC Sport.
Hi, It's Mackenzie Arnold. I'm Caitlin Ford.
It's Alana Kennedy. Hi, I'm Claire Hunt from the Matildas.
Get behind the Tillies with ABC Sport for the AFC Women's Asian Cup Australia 2026. Live and ad-free on ABC Listen.